Our head word is argue. To argue in favor of something, advocate. You can advocate for a cause or advocate a specific policy. The organization advocates for cleaner energy policies. To argue about a trivial matter, bicker. You bicker with someone over or about something petty. It implies repetitive, irritating arguing. The siblings would always bicker with each other over who got to ride in the front seat. To argue noisily or angrily, quarrel. You quarrel with someone about or over something. It suggests a more heated, often personal dispute than bicker. The neighbors quarreled with each other loudly over the property line. To argue against a point or idea, contend. You contend that something is true. This verb is often used in formal debate, law, and persuasive writing to state a position forcefully. The defense attorney contended that the evidence was circumstantial. To argue formally in debate, dissent. You dissent from a majority opinion or decision. This word is strongly associated with legal and judicial contexts. The justice wrote a powerful opinion dissenting from the court's majority ruling. Instead of saying argue in favor of, you can say advocate. Repeat after me. We need to advocate for better public parks. She will advocate a new approach at the meeting. Instead of saying argue about something trivial, you can say bicker. Repeat after me. The children always bicker over which cartoon to watch. Let's not bicker about whose turn it is to do the dishes. Instead of saying argue noisily or angrily, you can say quarrel. Repeat after me. I could hear the couple next door quarrel about money. They often quarrel over politics during dinner. Instead of saying argue against a point, you can say contend. Repeat after me. Historians contend that the event happened differently. The lawyer will contend that her client is innocent. Instead of saying argue a formal, different opinion, you can say dissent. Repeat after me. One judge chose to dissent from the popular opinion. It is your right to dissent and voice your concerns. Our head word is praise. To praise highly, especially in public, extol. You extol a person for their virtues or extol the virtues of something. It implies formal, high praise. The coach extolled the team for their effort and perseverance after the championship win. To praise enthusiastically and excessively, rave. You rave about or over something. It suggests an effusive, often emotional reaction. Critics are raving about the new director's groundbreaking film. To praise formally and eloquently, often after death, eulogize. You eulogize a person, typically by speaking or writing about their life and character. Friends and family gathered to eulogize a life well lived. To praise with strong approval or agreement, applaud. You applaud a person for an action or applaud the action itself. It implies approval, often expressed publicly. We applaud the volunteers for their dedication to the community. To praise insincerely to gain favor, flatter. You flatter a person with comments or flatter them by doing something. It implies a self-serving motive. He tried to flatter his boss by constantly complimenting her leadership skills. Instead of saying praise highly in public, you can say extol. Repeat after me. The mayor will extol the virtues of our city. The coach extolled the team's hard work and dedication. Instead of saying praise enthusiastically, you can say rave. Repeat after me. Everyone is raving about that new restaurant. My friend raved over the performance for days. Instead of saying praise formally after death, you can say eulogize. Repeat after me. Her brother stood up to eulogize her at the service. It is a great honor to eulogize such a wonderful person. Instead of saying praise with strong approval, you can say applaud. Repeat after me. I applaud you for your honesty. We should applaud the efforts of our healthcare workers. Instead of saying praise insincerely, you can say flatter. Repeat after me. He was just trying to flatter me to get a favor. You flatter me with your generous compliments. Our head word is weaken. To weaken or drain energy, enervate. Something enervating drains vitality or mental strength, leaving a person feeling debilitated. The humid, tropical heat enervated the explorers, slowing their progress. To weaken gradually or secretly, undermine. You undermine a person's authority, confidence, or structure's foundation through subtle or subversive means. Spreading rumors is a sure way to undermine your colleague's credibility. To weaken mentally or physically, debilitate. Something debilitating causes a severe loss of strength or ability, often over time. The long period of isolation began to debilitate his social confidence. To weaken the foundation or strength of something, sap. Something saps strength, energy, or power, gradually reducing its force or effectiveness. The constant rejections began to sap her enthusiasm for the job search. To weaken in intensity or amount, abate. Something that abates, such as a storm or pain, becomes less severe or widespread. The storm's fury finally began to abate as it moved out to sea. Instead of saying weaken or drain energy, you can say enervate. Repeat after me. The extreme heat can enervate even the strongest athletes. That long, boring meeting was completely enervating. Instead of saying weaken gradually or secretly, you can say undermine. Repeat after me. Constant criticism can undermine a person's confidence. He didn't mean to undermine your authority. Instead of saying weaken mentally or physically, you can say debilitate. Repeat after me. A severe flu can debilitate you for weeks. The economic crisis has debilitated the country. Instead of saying weaken the foundation, you can say sap. Repeat after me. This difficult project is starting to sap my motivation. The drought has sapped the lake's water levels. Instead of saying weaken in intensity, you can say abate. Repeat after me. We waited for the storm to abate before going outside. The pain in my knee should abate with rest. Our headword is shorten. To shorten a text by removing parts, abridge. An abridged version of a book or speech is shortened while retaining the overall narrative and meaning. The audiobook is an abridged version of the 800-page novel. To shorten in duration or extent, curtail. You curtail an activity, right, or supply by cutting it short or reducing it. The company was forced to curtail its spending during the recession. To shorten a word or phrase, abbreviate. You abbreviate a word by using a shorter form. Please abbreviate avenue to avenue on the envelope. To shorten by cutting off the end, truncate. You truncate a word, number, or data set by removing a segment, often without regard for the original form. The long URL was truncated to fit on the presentation slide. To shorten and make more concise, condense. You condense information by removing minor details to create a shorter, denser summary. Can you condense your report into a single-page memo? Instead of saying shorten a text, you can say abridge. Repeat after me. This is an abridged version of the classic novel. The speech had to be abridged for television. Instead of saying shorten in duration, you can say curtail. Repeat after me. The government will curtail spending next year. Bad weather forced us to curtail our vacation. Instead of saying shorten a word, you can say abbreviate. Repeat after me. Please abbreviate the word department to department. The name is often abbreviated to just the initials. Instead of saying shorten by cutting off the end, you can say truncate. Repeat after me. The computer program truncated the long number. My email was truncated because it was too long. Instead of saying shorten and make concise, you can say condense. Repeat after me. Can you condense your report into one page? The article was condensed for a younger audience. Our headword is lessen. To lessen the severity or pain of something, alleviate. You alleviate pain, suffering, or a problem. It often implies providing relief from a symptom rather than solving the underlying cause. This medicine should help alleviate your symptoms. To lessen the severity or seriousness of something, mitigate. You mitigate risk, danger, or an undesirable effect. It implies making something less harsh or harmful. Planting trees helps mitigate the urban heat island effect. To lessen the value, importance, or reputation of someone/something, diminish. You diminish an achievement, a role, or someone's authority. It can be either intentional or accidental. I don't want to diminish your achievements, but we must consider the context. To lessen anger or conflict by making concessions, appease. You appease a person or group by giving in to their demands to pacify them. It can sometimes have a negative connotation of placating without solving the real issue. The manager offered a discount to appease the unhappy customer. To lessen the tension or danger in a situation, defuse. You defuse a tense, hostile, or potentially explosive situation. The imagery comes from defusing a bomb. He told a joke to defuse the awkward situation. Instead of saying lessen the pain, you can say alleviate. Repeat after me. This pill will help alleviate your headache. The charity works to alleviate poverty in the city. Instead of saying lessen the severity, you can say mitigate. Repeat after me. We need to find ways to mitigate the risks. The new system will help mitigate the damage from floods. Instead of saying lessen the value, you can say diminish. Repeat after me. Time did not diminish their friendship. We must not diminish the importance of this discovery. Instead of saying lessen anger by giving in, you can say appease. Repeat after me. He brought her flowers to appease her. The policy was designed to appease the critics. Instead of saying lessen the tension, you can say diffuse. Repeat after me. She told a joke to defuse the awkward situation. A good mediator can defuse a conflict. Our head word is worsen. To worsen an already bad situation, exacerbate. An action exacerbates a problem, making it more intense, severe, or bitter. His critical comments only serve to exacerbate the tension in the room. To worsen in quality or condition, deteriorate. Something that deteriorates becomes progressively worse over time, like health or infrastructure. Without maintenance, the old building's condition will continue to deteriorate. To worsen a problem by adding to it, aggravate. You aggravate an injury, offense, or situation, making it more serious or severe. Rubbing the wound will only aggravate the injury. To worsen and rot, often metaphorically, fester. A negative feeling or wound festers when it is left unresolved and becomes worse and more poisonous. If left unresolved, resentment can fester and poison a relationship. To worsen and sink to a lower state, degenerate. Something that degenerates declines from a higher to a lower level, often in morality or quality. The peaceful protest threatened to degenerate into a riot. Instead of saying worsen a bad situation, you can say exacerbate. Repeat after me. Yelling will only exacerbate the problem. The news served to exacerbate her anxiety. Instead of saying worsen in quality, you can say deteriorate. Repeat after me. The patient's health began to deteriorate quickly. Relations between the two countries continued to deteriorate. Instead of saying worsen a problem, you can say aggravate. Repeat after me. Please don't aggravate your injury by running on it. His comments only aggravated the tense situation. Instead of saying worsen and rot, you can say fester. Repeat after me. A small disagreement can fester into a major conflict. It's not good to let negative emotions fester. Instead of saying worsen to a lower state, you can say degenerate. Repeat after me. The debate began to degenerate into personal attacks. The peaceful march threatened to degenerate into chaos. Our head word is criticize. To criticize harshly and publicly, denounce. You denounce a policy, action, or person in a formal, public way. It implies strong disapproval and a desire to condemn. The senators stood up to denounce the new policy as unconstitutional. To criticize or warn someone seriously, admonish. You admonish someone for a specific action. It carries a sense of warning or urging someone to correct their behavior. The teacher had to admonish the student for talking during the exam. To criticize in a way that shows a lack of respect, disparage. You disparage a person's work, character, or achievements. It suggests belittling or speaking dismissively about someone or something. It's unprofessional to disparage your competitors in a sales pitch. To criticize and correct someone formally, reprimand. You are reprimanded by an authority figure for a violation of rules. It is an official act of criticism. The soldier was reprimanded by his commanding officer for not following protocol. To criticize with abusive, insulting language, revile. You revile a person or thing you hate or find contemptible. It is the strongest word here, implying a torrent of abuse. The controversial decision was reviled by the public. Instead of saying criticize harshly and publicly, you can say denounce. Repeat after me. The leader was quick to denounce the act of violence. Many groups denounced the new law. Instead of saying criticize or warn seriously, you can say admonish. Repeat after me. The teacher had to admonish the class for being noisy. My mother admonished me for coming home late. Instead of saying criticize disrespectfully, you can say disparage. Repeat after me. It is not fair to disparage their hard work. He should not disparage his colleagues in public. Instead of saying criticize and correct formally, you can say reprimand. Repeat after me. The employee was reprimanded for being late. The soldier received a formal reprimand. Instead of saying criticize with abusive language, you can say revile. Repeat after me. The dictator was reviled across the world. Protesters reviled the politician during his speech. Our headword is support. To support and strengthen with evidence, bolster. You bolster an argument, a claim, or confidence by adding support to it. The new data bolsters our hypothesis about climate change. To support and maintain over time, sustain. You sustain an effort, a life, or an interest. It implies providing what is needed to continue. Her faith sustained her through a period of great difficulty. To support and confirm the truth of a statement, corroborate. You corroborate a story, testimony, or fact. It is used when evidence or a second source supports an existing claim. The second witness was able to corroborate the victim's story. To support and defend a person or cause publicly, champion. You champion a cause, an idea, or a person. It implies fighting for or advocating vigorously on their behalf. She has long championed the cause of educational reform. To support and give official approval to, endorse. You endorse a product, a candidate, or a policy. It implies putting one's public reputation behind something. The celebrity endorsed the product in a nationwide advertising campaign. Instead of saying support with evidence, you can say bolster. Repeat after me. The new research bolsters the theory. Her kind words bolstered my confidence. Instead of saying support and maintain, you can say sustain. Repeat after me. The engine can sustain high speeds for hours. A positive attitude helped sustain her through hard times. Instead of saying support and confirm, you can say corroborate. Repeat after me. The video footage corroborates his story. Can anyone corroborate what you saw? Instead of saying support and defend publicly, you can say champion. Repeat after me. She has always championed the rights of children. He champions the use of renewable energy. Instead of saying support and give approval to, you can say endorse. Repeat after me. I cannot endorse a product I haven't tried. The union voted to endorse the candidate. Our headword is encourage. To encourage and make an action easier, facilitate. You facilitate a process, discussion, or learning. The facilitator makes things easier for others without controlling the outcome. The moderator's job is to facilitate a productive discussion. To encourage growth and development, foster. You foster an environment, a skill, or a relationship. It implies nurturing and promoting development over time. The program aims to foster a love of reading in young children. To encourage someone to act, often forcefully, incite. You incite people to action or to do something. It often implies provoking strong emotions and can be used for negative actions, e.g., inciting a riot. His fiery speech was meant to incite the crowd to action. To encourage and raise someone's spirits, hearten. You are heartened by something or something heartens you. It means to be filled with courage and hope. It was heartening to see so many people volunteer to help. To encourage and give someone the confidence to act, embolden. An action or event emboldens someone to do something they might not have done before. Her early success emboldened her to take on even greater challenges. Instead of saying encourage and make easier, you can say facilitate. Repeat after me. The app is designed to facilitate online learning. His job is to facilitate communication between teams. Instead of saying encourage growth, you can say foster. Repeat after me. Good teachers foster a love of learning. The company aims to foster innovation. Instead of saying encourage to act forcefully, you can say incite. Repeat after me. His speech was meant to incite change. It is illegal to incite violence. Instead of saying encourage and raise spirits, you can say hearten. Repeat after me. It is heartening to see so many people helping. Their support heartened the team after the loss. Instead of saying encourage and give confidence, you can say embolden. Repeat after me. Their early success emboldened them to try harder. The lack of security emboldened the thieves. Our headword is calm. To calm someone's anger or annoyance by making concessions, placate. You placate a person who is upset. Similar to appease, it can involve concessions to make them calm. He brought her flowers to placate her after their argument. To calm and comfort someone, soothe. You soothe a person, their feelings, or a pain. It implies gentle, comforting action. The gentle music helped soothe the anxious patient. To calm an unpleasant feeling by satisfying it, assuage. You assuage fear, guilt, concern, or hunger. It means to make an uncomfortable feeling less intense. The CEO tried to assuage investors' fears about the company's future. To calm someone's anger, mollify. You mollify someone who is angry or upset. It is very similar to placate. The manager offered a full refund to mollify the furious customer. To calm and put an end to unrest, quell. You quell fears, rumors, or a disturbance, like a riot. It implies using force or authority to suppress something. The police were called in to quell the disturbance. Instead of saying calm someone's anger by giving in, you can say placate. Repeat after me. He offered a free dessert to placate the unhappy diner. The manager tried to placate the crowd with an announcement. Instead of saying calm and comfort, you can say soothe. Repeat after me. Her gentle voice helped soothe the crying baby. This lotion will soothe your sunburn. Instead of saying calm a feeling by satisfying it, you can say assuage. Repeat after me. I brought water to assuage my thirst. The apology did little to assuage his guilt. Instead of saying calm someone's anger, you can say mollify. Repeat after me. A sincere apology can often mollify hurt feelings. The company changed its policy to mollify angry customers. Instead of saying calm and put an end to unrest, you can say quell. Repeat after me. The mayor tried to quell rumors about the project. Troops were sent in to quell the uprising. Our headword is walk. To walk in a slow, relaxed manner, often for pleasure, stroll. You stroll through a park or along a path. It implies leisure and a lack of urgency. They decided to stroll through the park and enjoy the afternoon sun. To walk with long, decisive, and purposeful steps, stride. You stride into a room or toward a goal. It conveys confidence, energy, and determination. She strode confidently into the boardroom, ready for her presentation. To walk without a fixed course or destination, wander. You wander through a place or around an area. It implies aimlessness, often driven by curiosity or reflection. He liked to wander through the old sections of the city, discovering hidden cafes. To walk quietly on the tips of your toes, tiptoe. You tiptoe past someone, around something, or into a place. It is done to avoid being heard or to be stealthy. The child tiptoed past the sleeping dog so as not to wake it. To walk with heavy, noisy, and forceful steps, often due to anger, stomp. You stomp on something out of a room or up the stairs. It is an expression of frustration or bad temper. Frustrated, he stomped up the stairs and slammed his bedroom door. Instead of saying walk slowly for pleasure, you can say stroll. Repeat after me. Let's stroll along the beach after dinner. They strolled through the market, looking at the stalls. Instead of saying walk with long, purposeful steps, you can say stride. Repeat after me. She strode across the stage to receive her diploma. He strides into the office every morning, full of energy. Instead of saying walk without a destination, you can say wander. Repeat after me. We got lost wandering through the old streets. He likes to wander in the woods to clear his head. Instead of saying walk quietly on your toes, you can say tiptoe. Repeat after me. I had to tiptoe past the baby's room so I wouldn't wake her. She tiptoed down the creaky hallway late at night. Instead of saying walk with heavy, angry steps, you can say stomp. Repeat after me. The angry toddler began to stomp his feet. She stomped out of the room after the argument. Our head word is look. To look quickly, furtively, or secretly, peek. You peek at something, often from behind something else. It suggests a brief and sometimes forbidden glance. The child couldn't resist peeking at his birthday presents before the party. To look closely and intently, especially to see something more clearly, peer. You peer at, into, or through something. It implies difficulty in seeing, often due to darkness, fog, or distance. She peered through the foggy window, trying to see who was outside. To look steadily and thoughtfully, often with admiration or wonder, gaze. You gaze at something captivating, like a view or the stars. It implies a long, fixed look. They sat on the cliff, gazing at the stars for hours. To look fiercely or fixedly with anger, glare. You glare at someone you are angry with. It is a hostile stare meant to express disapproval. The teacher glared at the students who were talking during the test. To see something or someone very briefly. Glimpse. You catch a glimpse of something that is visible for only a moment. I only glimpsed the deer before it disappeared back into the forest. Instead of saying look quickly and secretly, you can say, peek. Repeat after me. Don't peek. Your present is a surprise. He peeked through the curtains to see who is outside. Instead of saying look closely and intently, you can say, peer. Repeat after me. She had to peer at the small print to read it. We peered into the dark cave, but couldn't see anything. Instead of saying look steadily with wonder, you can say, gaze. Repeat after me. They stood on the dock, gazing at the sunset. He would often gaze out the window, lost in thought. Instead of saying look fiercely with anger, you can say, glare. Repeat after me. The two drivers stopped to glare at each other. My father glared at me when I came home late. Instead of saying see very briefly, you can say, glimpse. Repeat after me. I caught a glimpse of a fox running across the road. We only had a quick glimpse of the famous actor. Our head word is work. To work extremely hard and continuously, especially at physical labor, toil. You toil at a task or in a place. It suggests exhausting, prolonged effort. Farmers toil in the fields from sunrise to sunset. To work with great effort, especially on something difficult, labor. You labor over a complex task or under a heavy burden. It emphasizes the struggle and difficulty involved. She labored over the essay for days, determined to make it perfect. To work skillfully with your hands to create something, craft. You craft an object from a material. It implies artistry, skill, and meticulous attention to detail. The luthier spent a year crafting the beautiful violin by hand. To work or walk doggedly through something difficult or tedious, slog. You slog through a boring or arduous task. It implies a lack of enjoyment and a great expenditure of energy. I had to slog through hundreds of pages of legal documents. To work by carving or shaping a hard material like stone or clay, sculpt. An artist sculpts a figure out of or from a raw material. The artist sculpts magnificent figures from blocks of marble. Instead of saying work extremely hard, you can say, toil. Repeat after me. Generations have toiled on this land. He toiled for hours under the hot sun. Instead of saying work with great effort, you can say, labor. Repeat after me. She labored for months to finish her thesis. The team is laboring to meet the deadline. Instead of saying work skillfully with your hands, you can say, craft. Repeat after me. He crafts beautiful furniture from reclaimed wood. She carefully crafted her response to the email. Instead of saying work through something difficult, you can say, slog. Repeat after me. I had to slog through a mountain of paperwork. The team slogged through the last few miles of the hike. Instead of saying work by carving or shaping, you can say, sculpt. Repeat after me. The artist sculpts figures out of clay. Time and wind have sculpted the strange rock formations. Our head word is eat. To eat something greedily and quickly, devour. You devour food because you are very hungry or enjoy it immensely. It can also mean to read something quickly and eagerly. After his workout, he was so hungry he devoured the entire pizza. To eat, drink, or use up a resource, consume. You consume food, drink, or commodities. This is a more formal, all-encompassing term for intake. It's alarming how much electricity a single server rack can consume. To eat something with a steady and audible chewing action, munch. You munch on a snack, like an apple or chips. It describes the sound and action of chewing. She munched on an apple while she read her book. To eat a large amount of food in a greedy way, gorge. You gorge yourself on rich food. It implies overindulgence to the point of discomfort. At the feast, they gorge themselves on roasted meats and sweet pastries. To eat with small, gentle, and cautious bites, nibble. You nibble on a small piece of food. It is how small animals like rabbits eat, or how a person might eat politely or without appetite. The rabbit nibbled on a leaf of lettuce. Instead of saying eat greedily and quickly, you can say, devour. Repeat after me. The wolves will devour their prey quickly. I was so hungry I devoured the sandwich in seconds. Instead of saying eat or use up, you can say, consume. Repeat after me. The fire consumed the entire building. A single person can consume a lot of resources. Instead of saying eat with a steady chewing sound, you can say, munch. Repeat after me. He was munching on a bag of chips. The sound of horses munching on hay filled the barn. Instead of saying eat a large amount greedily, you can say, gorge. Repeat after me. At the buffet, it's easy to gorge yourself. The bears gorge on salmon before hibernation. Instead of saying eat with small, cautious bites, you can say, nibble. Repeat after me. The mouse began to nibble on the cheese. She only nibbled at her food, not feeling very hungry. Our headword is destroy. To destroy completely, leaving no trace, obliterate. You obliterate a target, a memory, or an opponent. This is the most extreme term for destruction. The bombing raid nearly obliterated the entire village. To destroy or damage something very badly, causing severe shock or grief, devastate. A natural disaster or tragic news devastates a place or a person. The hurricane devastated the coastal community. To destroy or ruin something completely, wreck. You can wreck a car, a plan, or someone's hopes. It is a common, all-purpose word for severe damage. The bad review wrecked his chances of getting the job. To impair the appearance or quality of something, to spoil, mar. You mar a surface, an experience, or beauty. It means to flaw or blemish, not to destroy utterly. A large crack marred the surface of the antique vase. To destroy the confidence or morale of someone, demoralize. A series of failures demoralizes a person or group, making them lose hope or the will to succeed. The series of defeats demoralize the team. Instead of saying destroy completely, you can say, obliterate. Repeat after me. The explosion obliterated the old factory. The home team obliterated their rivals, winning 10-0. Instead of saying destroy or damage badly, you can say, devastate. Repeat after me. The news of his death devastated the community. The earthquake devastated the region. Instead of saying destroy or ruin, you can say, wreck. Repeat after me. The storm wrecked several boats in the harbor. You'll wreck your shoes if you play in the mud. Instead of saying spoil the appearance, you can say, march. Repeat after me. A large scar marred his face. One mistake marred an otherwise perfect performance. Instead of saying destroy confidence, you can say, demoralize. Repeat after me. Losing the key game demoralized the whole team. Constant criticism can demoralize an employee. Our headword is help. To help the progress or development of something, to encourage, promote. You promote health, growth, or an idea. It involves creating conditions that allow something to flourish. A good diet promotes overall health and well-being. To help by paying part of the cost, subsidize. A government or organization subsidizes necessities like housing, food, or energy to make them affordable. The government program helps subsidize housing for low-income families. To help by making a process happen more quickly, expedite. You expedite a procedure, delivery, or request. It is often used in formal, business, or bureaucratic contexts. Please call ahead to expedite the check-in process. To help by providing support, money, or resources, aid. You aid victims, a country, or a cause. It is a general term for assistance, often used in humanitarian contexts. The Red Cross aids victims of natural disasters around the world. To help by making an action or process easier. Facilitate. You facilitate learning, discussion, or communication. The helper, facilitator, enables others to achieve a goal more easily. The new software facilitates communication between remote teams. Instead of saying, help the progress of, you can say, promote. Repeat after me. Exercise promotes good health. This program promotes literacy in children. Instead of saying, help by paying part of the cost, you can say, subsidize. Repeat after me. The government subsidizes farming for food security. My company subsidizes my public transport pass. Instead of saying, help by making it happen faster, you can say, expedite. Repeat after me. Paying extra will expedite the shipping process. I called to expedite my passport application. Instead of saying, help by providing support, you can say, aid. Repeat after me. This program aids families in need. The cane aids him in walking. Instead of saying, help by making easier, you can say, facilitate. Repeat after me. A good teacher facilitates learning. This app facilitates communication between teams. Our headword is laugh. To laugh in a loud, boisterous, and uninhibited way, guffaw. A guffaw is a deep, hearty, and often contagious laugh. He let out a loud guffaw when he heard the punchline. To laugh in a light, silly, often high-pitched way, like a child, giggle. You giggle at something funny. It is often nervous or playful laughter. The children started to giggle during the silly puppet show. To laugh quietly or inwardly, chuckle. You chuckle at a clever remark or a private joke. It is a soft, low laugh of amusement. She chuckled to herself as she read the funny comic strip. To laugh in a half-suppressed, scornful, or mocking way, snicker. You snicker at someone, often behind their back. It implies meanness or disrespect. The bully snickered as he walked past. To laugh in a loud, harsh, shrill way, cackle. A cackle is often associated with witches or old women and can sound unpleasant or malevolent. The witch in the story let out a terrible cackle. Our headword is talk. To talk in a friendly and informal way, chat. You chat with someone about everyday things. It implies a light, easygoing conversation. We stopped to chat with our neighbors for a few minutes. To talk at length in a foolish, boastful, or pointless way, prate. You prate on about a tedious subject. It always has a negative connotation. The interviewer prated on about his own opinions instead of asking questions. To talk rapidly, excitedly, and often unintelligibly, jabber. You jabber on about something. It emphasizes speed and a lack of clarity. The excited children began to jabber about everything they saw at the zoo. To talk foolishly, incessantly, or idly. To reveal secrets, babble. You babble on about nothing or babble a secret. It can also describe the sound of a brook. The fever caused him to babble nonsense in his sleep. To talk casually, especially in order to gain an advantage or make a social connection, schmooze. You schmooze with colleagues, clients, or potential investors. It is often used in a business or networking context. He spent the party schmoozing with potential investors. Instead of saying, talk in a friendly way, you can say, chat. Repeat after me. Let's chat over coffee sometime soon. I saw my neighbor and stopped to chat for a minute. Instead of saying, talk foolishly at length, you can say, prate. Repeat after me. The speaker just prated on about his own achievements. I wish he would stop prating and get to the point. Instead of saying, talk rapidly and excitedly, you can say, jabber. Repeat after me. The tourists jabbered excitedly in a foreign language. He was so nervous he began to jabber nonsense. Instead of saying, talk foolishly or reveal secrets, you can say, babble. Repeat after me. The baby loves to babble in her high chair. He was so tired he started to babble about the surprise party. Instead of saying, talk casually to gain an advantage, you can say, schmooze. Repeat after me. He went to the event to schmooze with potential clients. Politicians often schmooze with donors before an election. Our headword is ask. To ask someone earnestly or desperately to do something, beseech. You beseech someone for help or to do something. It is a very formal and emotional term for begging. The villagers beseeched the king for aid during the famine. To ask someone pressingly and persistently, to the point of annoyance, importune. You importune someone for a favor. It implies relentless and unwelcome pestering. The reporter importuned the celebrity for a comment on the scandal. To ask someone earnestly or desperately to do something, implore. You implore someone to do something. It is similar to beseech, conveying a strong sense of urgency and emotion. She implored him to reconsider his decision. To ask questions about something to resolve a doubt, query. You query a statement, a fact, or a person. It is often used in formal, academic, or computing contexts. Did you check the source? He queried. To ask a higher authority to review and change a decision, appeal. You appeal to a court or person against a decision you believe is wrong. The defendant will appeal the court's verdict. Instead of saying, ask desperately, you can say, beseech. Repeat after me. I beseech you to reconsider your decision. The villagers beseech the soldiers for help. Instead of saying, ask persistently to the point of annoyance, you can say, importune. Repeat after me. The paparazzi importuned the celebrity for a photo. He importuned his boss for a raise every single day. Instead of saying, ask earnestly, you can say, implore. Repeat after me. She implored him not to leave. I implore you to listen to my advice. Instead of saying, ask questions to resolve a doubt, you can say, query. Repeat after me. The journalist queried the source about the timeline. You can query the database for that information. Instead of saying, ask a higher authority to review, you can say, appeal. Repeat after me. We will appeal the court's decision. The team decided to appeal to the referee's call. Our headword is throw. To throw something lightly or casually, toss. You toss a ball, a coin, or keys. It implies a gentle, underhand, or careless motion. He tossed the keys onto the table as he walked in. To throw something with great force and violence, hurl. You hurl an insult, an accusation, or a heavy object. It conveys powerful, often angry emotion. In a fit of rage, he hurled the book across the room. To throw or move something suddenly and forcefully with a lack of care, fling. You fling a door open or yourself onto a bed. It suggests a wild, energetic, or emotional motion. She flung open the windows to let in the fresh spring air. To throw or hit something in a high arc, lob. You lob a ball, grenade, or object over an obstacle. The goal is distance and height, not speed. The children lobbed water balloons at each other in the backyard. To throw or launch something with a sudden, sharp motion, like from a slingshot, slingshot. This verb describes the specific action of propelling an object using a Y-shaped stick with an elastic band. The rebel forces managed to slingshot. Instead of saying throw lightly, you can say, toss. Repeat after me. Can you toss me that pen? Let's toss a coin to decide. Instead of saying throw with great force, you can say, hurl. Repeat after me. The pitcher hurled the ball toward home plate. In anger, he hurled insults at his opponent. Instead of saying throw suddenly and forcefully, you can say, fling. Repeat after me. She flung her arms around him in a hug. He flung the door open and stormed out. Instead of saying throw in a high arc, you can say, lob. Repeat after me. The tennis player lobbed the ball over her opponent's head. He lobbed a water balloon over the fence. Instead of saying launch from a slingshot, you can say, slingshot. Repeat after me. The kids tried to slingshot pebbles across the pond. The rebels slingshot a rock at the tank. Our headword is arduous, requiring great physical effort and strength, strenuous. You undertake a strenuous activity, like a workout or climb. It emphasizes the physical toll of the effort. The hike to the summit was a strenuous climb that left them exhausted, requiring careful attention and precision, exacting. You perform a task to exacting standards. It describes work that demands intense focus and precision, often from a master craftsperson or professional. The exacting work of a watchmaker demands immense patience. Extremely tiring and demanding, to the point of exhaustion, grueling. You endure a grueling test, schedule, or ordeal. It implies an experience that is punishing and pushes you to your limits. She prepared for the marathon with a grueling training schedule. Difficult to deal with due to being large, powerful, or impressive, Formidable. You face a formidable challenge, opponent, or task. It inspires a sense of awe or intimidation due to the difficulty involved. Cleaning the entire house after the party was a formidable task. Troublesome or oppressive due to being burdensome, onerous. You are given an onerous duty or responsibility. It suggests a legal, moral, or formal burden that is unfairly heavy. The onerous duty of informing the family fell to him. Instead of saying requiring great physical effort, you can say strenuous. Repeat after me. Moving all the boxes was strenuous work. He avoids strenuous exercise after his surgery. Instead of saying requiring careful attention, you can say exacting. Repeat after me. The surgeon's work is precise and exacting. She has an exacting standard for quality. Instead of saying extremely tiring and demanding, you can say grueling. Repeat after me. The athletes faced a grueling training schedule. It was a grueling 12-hour shift at the hospital. Instead of saying difficult and impressive, you can say formidable. Repeat after me. She is a formidable opponent in any debate. Cleaning the entire garage is a formidable task. Instead of saying troublesome and oppressive, you can say onerous. Repeat after me. The new regulations placed an onerous burden on small businesses. He was given the onerous duty of firing half his team. Our headword is cumbersome. Difficult to move or handle due to size, weight, or shape, unwieldy. You try to maneuver an unwieldy object. The difficulty comes purely from its physical properties. The unwieldy package was difficult to carry up the narrow stairs, causing difficulty or annoyance, burdensome, cumbersome. You describe a cumbersome process, system, or set of rules. It implies something is inefficient and slows you down. The cumbersome bureaucracy made getting a permit a long ordeal. Lacking grace or skill in movement or design, awkward, clumsy. A person can be clumsy, or a tool can have a clumsy design that makes it hard to use effectively. The diver's clumsy suit made it hard to swim effectively, causing difficulty, hard to deal with due to being inconvenient, awkward. You encounter an awkward situation, shape, or silence. It describes something that causes discomfort or is not easy to handle. The awkwardly shaped furniture wouldn't fit through the door. Excessively complicated and intricate, Byzantine. You navigate a Byzantine set of rules, structure, or process. It implies a complex, confusing, and often devious system. The company's Byzantine hierarchy made simple decisions take weeks. Instead of saying difficult to move due to size, you can say unwieldy. Repeat after me. The sofa was too unwieldy to fit through the door. The new software is powerful but unwieldy. Instead of saying causing difficulty and annoyance, you can say cumbersome. Repeat after me. Filling out the paperwork was a cumbersome process. The armor was cumbersome and slowed the night down. Instead of saying lacking grace, awkward, you can say clumsy. Repeat after me. His clumsy attempt to help only made the situation worse. The tool had a clumsy design that was hard to use. Instead of saying causing difficulty, inconvenient, you can say awkward. Repeat after me. There was an awkward silence after his joke. The layout of the room is very awkward for parties. Instead of saying excessively complicated, you can say Byzantine. Repeat after me. The tax code is a Byzantine set of rules. We had to navigate the company's Byzantine hierarchy. Our headword is ease. To make something less severe, alleviate. You alleviate pain, suffering, or a problem. It focuses on relieving the symptoms of a burden. Taking a break can help alleviate muscle strain. To make an action or process easier, facilitate. You facilitate learning, discussion, or a process. The facilitator makes things easier for others without doing the work for them. The new software is designed to facilitate online collaboration. To make an unpleasant feeling less intense, assuage. You assuage fear, guilt, concern, or doubt. It is about calming emotions or concerns. The manager tried to assuage the customer's concerns with a full refund. To make something less severe, serious, or painful, mitigate. You mitigate risk, danger, or harm. It often involves taking active steps to reduce the negative impact of something. Planting trees helps mitigate the urban heat island effect. To make a process happen faster, expedite. You expedite a shipment, process, or transaction. It means to speed something up and remove delays. Please have your documents ready to expedite the check-in process. Instead of saying, make less severe, you can say, alleviate. Repeat after me. This medicine will help alleviate your pain. The rain alleviated the drought conditions. Instead of saying, make a process easier, you can say, facilitate. Repeat after me. The teacher's job is to facilitate learning. This app facilitates communication between teams. Instead of saying, make a feeling less intense, you can say, assuage. Repeat after me. He tried to assuage her fears about the trip. A good meal can assuage your hunger. Instead of saying, make less severe or painful, you can say, mitigate. Repeat after me. We need to mitigate the risks before we start. Planting trees helps mitigate air pollution. Instead of saying, make a process faster, you can say, expedite. Repeat after me. We can expedite your delivery for an extra fee. I called to expedite the processing of my application. Our headword is efficient. Most favorable or desirable. Best under specific conditions. Optimal. You find the optimal solution, setting, or condition for peak performance. The engine is running at its optimal temperature. Giving good value or service in relation to the resources used. Economical. Use an economical method, style, or machine. It emphasizes avoiding waste, whether of money, words, or motion. Her economical writing style conveyed complex ideas in just a few words. Requiring no physical or mental exertion, appearing easy, effortless. You perform a task with effortless skill or grace. It describes a high level of mastery that makes hard work look easy. The seasoned chef chopped vegetables with effortless speed. Designed or organized for maximum efficiency and simplicity. Streamlined. You create a streamlined process, design, or organization. It implies removing unnecessary steps to create a smooth, efficient flow. The company introduced a streamlined process for submitting expenses. Dealing with things sensibly and realistically based on practical consequences. Pragmatic. You take a pragmatic approach to a problem. It is focused on what works best in practice rather than in theory. She took a pragmatic approach to problem solving. Instead of saying most favorable, you can say optimal. Repeat after me. This is the optimal temperature for storing wine. For optimal results, follow the instructions carefully. Instead of saying giving good value, you can say economical. Repeat after me. The car is very economical on fuel. Her economical use of words made her writing powerful. Instead of saying appearing easy, you can say effortless. Repeat after me. She danced with effortless grace. He made the difficult task look effortless. Instead of saying designed for maximum efficiency, you can say streamlined. Repeat after me. The new streamlined process saved us hours of work. The car has a streamlined design for better speed. Instead of saying dealing with things sensibly, you can say pragmatic. Repeat after me. We need a pragmatic solution to this problem. She took a pragmatic approach to the budget crisis. Our headword is laborious. Taking a long time to do, time-consuming. You undertake a time-consuming task or project. The primary characteristic is the large amount of time required. Compiling the data for the report was a time-consuming process. Diligent and hardworking, industrious. You describe a person as industrious. It is a positive adjective for someone who is consistently busy and productive. The industrious ants worked tirelessly to gather food. Having or showing great effort or energy that does not diminish, tireless. A person is a tireless worker or advocate. It describes someone who does not seem to get tired despite hard work. She was a tireless advocate for the cause. Involving hard, continuous work, toilsome. You embark on a toilsome journey or task. It is a more literary word that emphasizes the wearying nature of prolonged labor. The toilsome journey across the desert took its toll on the travelers. Showing great care, attention, and perseverance, assiduous. You are assiduous in your work or studies. It implies careful, persistent, and diligent application. Through assiduous study, she finally mastered the language. Instead of saying, taking a long time, you can say, time-consuming. Repeat after me. Compiling the data is a time-consuming task. It was a time-consuming process to get a visa. Instead of saying diligent and hardworking, you can say industrious. Repeat after me. She is the most industrious student in the class. The industrious bee is always gathering pollen. Instead of saying showing great effort that doesn't diminish, you can say tireless. Repeat after me. She is a tireless advocate for human rights. We thank our volunteers for their tireless work. Instead of saying involving hard, continuous work, you can say toilsome. Repeat after me. The toilsome journey took them across mountains. Farming is toilsome work from dawn to dusk. Instead of saying showing great care and perseverance, you can say assiduous. Repeat after me. Through assiduous practice, he became a master. Her assiduous attention to detail ensured the project's success. Our headword is coalesce. To come together and unite to form a whole, amalgamate. You amalgamate entities, often organizations or metals, into a single, unified body. It suggests a formal or corporate merger. The two companies decided to amalgamate their resources to compete with larger firms. To combine separate elements into a coherent whole, synthesize. You synthesize information, ideas, or elements to create a new, complex understanding or product. Her theory synthesizes ideas from psychology, biology, and sociology. To mix or merge together harmoniously, blend. You blend ingredients, styles, or cultures. The result is a mixture where the individual parts are still perceptible but combine pleasantly. The cultural festival was a success, blending traditions from dozens of countries. To combine for a common purpose or cause, unite. You unite people or groups, often in the face of an external challenge or for a shared goal. The community united to rebuild after the disaster. To grow or increase by gradual accumulation, accrete. You accrete material, layers, or values slowly over time, often through a natural or unintentional process. A planet forms when dust and gas slowly accrete in space. Instead of saying come together to form a whole, you can say amalgamate. Repeat after me. The two clubs decided to amalgamate their resources. The companies will amalgamate under a new name. Instead of saying combine elements into a whole, you can say synthesize. Repeat after me. The author synthesizes ideas from many different fields. A good student can synthesize information from various sources. Instead of saying mix together harmoniously, you can say blend. Repeat after me. The chef knows how to blend spices perfectly. The new building blends modern and traditional styles. Instead of saying combine for a common purpose, you can say unite. Repeat after me. The community united to clean up the park. The crisis united the people of the city. Instead of saying grow by gradual accumulation, you can say accrete. Repeat after me. A pearl accretes layer by layer inside an oyster. Dust slowly accreted on the. Our headword is conflict. A direct and often violent opposition, clash. A clash occurs between people, armies, or ideas. It implies a sharp, impactful confrontation. There was a clash of opinions during the budget meeting. A state of great confusion, disorder, or agitation, turmoil. Turmoil is a noun describing a situation of extreme chaos, anxiety, or uncertainty. The sudden announcement threw the entire office into turmoil. A refusal to work organized by a body of employees, strike. A strike is a specific type of conflict where workers withhold their labor to force an employer to meet demands. The union went on strike to conflict with management over wages. A division or contrast between two things opposed to each other, dichotomy. A dichotomy is a conflict between two fundamentally opposite ideas, concepts, or choices. She struggled with the dichotomy between her career ambitions and her desire for a simple life. A lack of harmony between people or things, harsh sounds, discord. Discord is a state of disagreement or a harsh, jarring mixture of sounds. The new architectural style introduced discord into the neighborhood's historic aesthetic. Instead of saying a direct opposition, you can say clash. Repeat after me. There was a clash of personalities in the office. The clash between the two armies was inevitable. Instead of saying a state of great confusion, you can say turmoil. Repeat after me. The country was in turmoil after the revolution. Her mind was in turmoil after hearing the news. Instead of saying a refusal to work, you can say, strike. Repeat after me. The workers went on strike for better pay. The strike lasted for 3 weeks. Instead of saying a division between two things, you can say, dichotomy. Repeat after me. There is a dichotomy between his public and private life. The dichotomy between rich and poor is growing. Instead of saying a lack of harmony, you can say, discord. Repeat after me. The new modern furniture introduced discord into the classic room. There was discord within the band about the new song. Our headword is contradict. To prove a statement or theory to be false or incorrect, refute. You refute an argument or claim with evidence and logic, effectively disproving it. The new data refuted his initial hypothesis. To deny or contradict a fact or statement, formal, gainsay. You gainsay something. It is a formal term meaning to deny or speak against it. The success of the project was a fact that no one could gainsay. To openly resist or refuse to obey, defy. You defy a person, rule, or expectation. The thing defied is often proven wrong or ineffectual. The experimental results defied all expectations. To state that something is not true, deny. You deny an allegation, a request, or the existence of something. The official spokesperson denied the allegations of misconduct. To speak in opposition to offer a contrary argument, counter. You counter one argument or action with another, opposing one. He tried to counter her argument with facts of his own. Instead of saying, prove a statement false, you can say, refute. Repeat after me. The scientist was able to refute the old theory. The data refutes your initial claim. Instead of saying deny or contradict formally, you can say, gainsay. Repeat after me. You cannot gainsay the evidence in front of you. Her talent is a fact that no one can gainsay. Instead of saying openly resist or refuse, you can say, defy. Repeat after me. The child chose to defy his parents' rules. The results defy all logical explanation. Instead of saying state that something is not true, you can say, deny. Repeat after me. The official denied any involvement in the scandal. I cannot deny that what you say is true. Instead of saying, offer a contrary argument, you can say, counter. Repeat after me. He was quick to counter her argument. The boxer tried to counter his opponent's punch. Our headword is antagonize. To provoke unlawful or unwanted action, incite. You incite people to violence, anger, or a strong reaction, often with deliberate intent. His rude comments were meant to incite a reaction from the crowd. To irritate or annoy someone, irk. Something irks a person. It is a verb for causing mild but persistent annoyance. His constant humming began to irk his coworkers. To cause persistent annoyance, resentment, or displeasure, rankle. An action or comment rankles with someone, meaning it continues to irritate long after it happened. His dismissive tone rankled with her long after the meeting was over. To campaign to arouse public concern about an issue, agitate. You agitate for or against social or political change. It means to stir up public feeling. The controversial article agitated many readers. To deliberately annoy or anger someone to get a reaction, provoke. You provoke a person or animal, often to test a response or to initiate a conflict. The soldiers were ordered not to provoke the enemy. Instead of saying provoke unlawful action, you can say incite. Repeat after me. His speech was meant to incite the crowd to action. It is illegal to incite violence. Instead of saying irritate or annoy, you can say irk. Repeat after me. His constant whistling really irks me. It irks her when people are late. Instead of saying cause persistent annoyance, you can say rankle. Repeat after me. His unfair criticism rankled for weeks. The memory of the defeat still rankles with the team. Instead of saying campaign to arouse concern, you can say agitate. Repeat after me. The group agitates for political reform. The news report agitated the public. Instead of saying deliberately annoy to get a reaction, you can say provoke. Repeat after me. Don't provoke the dog, it might bite. He said that just to provoke me. Our headword is quarrel. To argue noisily about a trivial matter, Squabble. You squabble with someone over something petty and unimportant. The children squabbled over which cartoon to watch. A prolonged and bitter quarrel between families or groups. Feud. A feud is a noun describing a long-standing, often hereditary, state of conflict. The two families have been engaged in a feud for generations. A disagreement or argument, typically a formal one. Dispute. You have a dispute with someone over a specific issue. It often implies a formal debate or legal conflict. They are in a dispute with their insurance company over the claim. A noisy argument or confrontation, especially in public. Altercation. An altercation is a noun for a heated, angry quarrel that is often brief but intense. The police were called to break up an altercation outside the bar. A serious break in a friendly relationship. Rift. A rift is a noun describing a major disagreement that causes a division between people or groups. The political scandal caused a rift between the two allied parties. Instead of saying argue noisily about trivia, you can say squabble. Repeat after me. The children squabbled over the last cookie. They're always squabbling about money. Instead of saying a prolonged bitter quarrel, you can say feud. Repeat after me. The two families have a long-standing feud. Their feud started over a piece of land. Instead of saying a disagreement or argument, you can say dispute. Repeat after me. The couple had a dispute over where to go on vacation. There is a border dispute between the two countries. Instead of saying a noisy public confrontation, you can say altercation. Repeat after me. The police were called to break up an altercation. He was involved in a verbal altercation with a fan. Instead of saying a serious break in a relationship, you can say rift. Repeat after me. The scandal caused a rift in their marriage. There is a growing rift between the two political parties. Our headword is transparent. So thin, light, and delicate as to be almost transparent. Sheer. Sheer describes fabric, stockings, or other materials that you can see through. The curtains were made of a sheer fabric that diffused the sunlight. Clearly visible or understood. Obvious, apparent. Something is apparent to an observer. It is often used for something that is easily perceived but may not be explicitly stated. Her happiness was apparent to everyone in the room. Clear or obvious to the eye or mind. Manifest. Manifest is a more formal adjective for something that is plainly demonstrated or impossible to deny. His manifest talent for music was clear from a very young age. Authentic. Free from pretense or hypocrisy. Genuine. Genuine describes a person, emotion, or object that is truly what it is said to be. She offered a genuine apology for her mistake. Plain or obvious, clearly seen or understood, evident. Something is evident when it is easily observed or deduced from the available facts. It was evident from the messy kitchen that a large meal had been prepared. Instead of saying thin and delicate, you can say sheer. Repeat after me. She wore a sheer blouse over a camisole. The curtains were made of sheer white fabric. Instead of saying clearly visible, you can say apparent. Repeat after me. It was apparent that he was not telling the truth. Her happiness was apparent to everyone. Instead of saying clear or obvious, you can say manifest. Repeat after me. His frustration was manifest in his tone of voice. She has a manifest talent for music. Instead of saying authentic and free from hypocrisy, you can say genuine. Repeat after me. She has a genuine interest in helping others. He offered a genuine apology. Instead of saying plain or obvious, you can say evident. Repeat after me. It was evident from her smile that she had good news. The damage to the car was evident. Our headword is ambiguous. Open to more than one interpretation. Unclear, equivocal. An equivocal statement is deliberately ambiguous, often to avoid commitment or to deceive. The politician's equivocal response left everyone unsure of his position. Of uncertain or indefinite character, vague. A vague idea, memory, or instruction is unclear because it lacks detail or precision. He gave only vague instructions which led to confusion. Having a meaning that is mysterious or obscure, cryptic. A cryptic message, remark, or clue is puzzling because it is meant to be understood by only a few. She left a cryptic note on the table that simply said, "Gone searching." in the form of a cloud or haze, hazy, nebulous. A nebulous concept, plan, or shape is vague and lacks a clear definition or form. Their plan for the future was still nebulous and lacked concrete details, having two possible meanings, double-edged. A double-edged compliment or remark has both a positive and a negative interpretation. His compliment was double-edged. It praised her creativity, but criticized her efficiency. Instead of saying open to more than one interpretation, you can say, equivocal. Repeat after me. The politician's answer was equivocal and misleading. He gave an equivocal response to the question. Instead of saying uncertain or indefinite, you can say, vague. Repeat after me. He gave only vague directions to his house. I have a vague memory of that day. Instead of saying mysterious or obscure, you can say, cryptic. Repeat after me. She left a cryptic message on my answering machine. The ancient text is cryptic and hard to decipher. Instead of saying hazy and vague, you can say, nebulous. Repeat after me. Their plans for the future are still nebulous. The concept was nebulous and hard to grasp. Instead of saying having two possible meanings, you can say, double-edged. Repeat after me. Fame is a double-edged sword. His compliment was double-edged. It sounded nice, but was actually an insult. Our headword is obscure. Understood by few, mysterious or secret, arcane. Arcane knowledge, rituals, or subjects are specialized, ancient, and known only to a small group. The scholar studied arcane texts that few could even read. Intended for or likely to be understood by only a small number of people, esoteric. Esoteric ideas, jokes, or fields are abstract, theoretical, and inaccessible to the general public. Their conversation was full of esoteric references to theoretical physics. Difficult to interpret or understand, mysterious, enigmatic. An enigmatic person or thing is puzzling, intriguing, and not easily explained. The artist was an enigmatic figure who rarely gave interviews. Dark and gloomy, especially due to thick mist, murky. Murky water, history, or details are unclear, cloudy, and not easy to see through or understand. The history of the ancient cult is murky and filled with legend. To render obscure, unclear, or unintelligible, obfuscate. You obfuscate the truth, a meaning, or an issue by deliberately making it confusing or complicated. The lawyer accused the witness of using complex jargon to obfuscate the truth. Instead of saying understood by few, you can say, arcane. Repeat after me. The wizard studied arcane magical texts. The process involves some arcane knowledge of chemistry. Instead of saying likely understood by a small number, you can say, esoteric. Repeat after me. They were discussing esoteric philosophical concepts. The joke was too esoteric for most people to understand. Instead of saying difficult to understand, mysterious, you can say, enigmatic. Repeat after me. Mona Lisa's enigmatic smile is famous. He was an enigmatic figure who rarely spoke. Instead of saying dark and gloomy, you can say, murky. Repeat after me. We couldn't see the bottom of the murky water. The details of the agreement are still murky. Instead of saying render unclear, you can say, obfuscate. Repeat after me. Politicians often obfuscate the truth with complex language. He tried to obfuscate the real issue. Our headword is adjusted. To become adjusted to new conditions, adapted. You adapt to a new environment or situation. It implies a change to fit new circumstances. The animals have adapted to survive in the harsh desert climate. To make partial or minor changes to something, modified. You modify an object, plan, or idea. It implies making changes to improve or alter its function. The recipe was modified to be gluten-free. To adjust or settle a difference, reconciled. You reconcile differences, conflicting ideas, or accounts to make them consistent. He reconciled his bank statement to ensure all the transactions were correct. To make or become less extreme, intense, or severe, moderated. You moderate your language, opinions, or behavior to make them more reasonable or acceptable. She moderated her tone when she saw he was getting upset. To become adjusted to a new climate or environment, acclimated. You become acclimated to a new place, situation, or temperature. It is often used for biological or environmental adjustment. It took him a few weeks to become acclimated to the new job. Instead of saying, become adjusted to new conditions, you can say, adapted. Repeat after me. The plants have adapted to the dry climate. We quickly adapted to the new time zone. Instead of saying, make partial changes, you can say, modified. Repeat after me. The recipe was modified to be vegetarian. The car was heavily modified for racing. Instead of saying adjust or settle a difference, you can say reconciled. Repeat after me. The two friends reconciled after their argument. I need to reconcile my bank statement. Instead of saying make less extreme, you can say moderated. Repeat after me. She moderated her tone when she saw he was upset. He has moderated his views over the years. Instead of saying become adjusted to a new climate, you can say acclimated. Repeat after me. It took me a week to become acclimated to the high altitude. The new students are slowly acclimating to the school. Our headword is evolve. To develop and reach a desired state, mature. You mature or something matures. Becoming fully developed physically, mentally, or in style. His writing style matured significantly over the course of his career. To begin to grow or increase rapidly, burgeon. A burgeoning industry, town, or movement is growing or expanding at a fast pace. The burgeoning tech industry transformed the city. To develop towards an improved or more advanced state, progress. You progress to or toward a goal, moving forward in a process. The negotiations have progressed further than we expected. To change completely in form or nature, metamorphose. You metamorphose from one thing into another, suggesting a dramatic and profound transformation. The quiet town has metamorphosed into a bustling tourist destination. To originate or develop from a particular source. Stem. A problem, issue, or quality stems from a specific origin or cause. Many modern problems stem from a lack of communication. Instead of saying develop to a desired state, you can say mature. Repeat after me. His writing style has matured significantly. The cheese is left to mature for 2 years. Instead of saying begin to grow rapidly, you can say burgeon. Repeat after me. The town has a burgeoning art scene. Her burgeoning career keeps her very busy. Instead of saying develop towards an improved state, you can say progress. Repeat after me. The project is progressing well. The disease progressed rapidly. Instead of saying change completely in form, you can say metamorphose. Repeat after me. A caterpillar will metamorphose into a butterfly. The quiet area has metamorphosed into a busy commercial district. Instead of saying originate from a source, you can say stem. Repeat after me. Many health problems stem from poor diet. The conflict stems from a misunderstanding.
Our headword is adamant. To be determined not to change one's mind, unwavering. You are unwavering in your belief, commitment, or resolve. It suggests steady, firm dedication without faltering. She was unwavering in her commitment to find the truth. To be admirably firm and purposeful, resolute. You are resolute in your decision or course of action. It implies a bold and decisive form of determination. He remained resolute ***, refusing to be swayed by their objections. To be impossible to persuade or change, inflexible. You are inflexible on or about a rule or opinion. It often has a negative connotation, suggesting an unwillingness to adapt. The manager's inflexible stance on the deadline created a lot of stress. To be loyal and steady in your support, steadfast. You are steadfast in your support, loyalty, or belief. It implies a dependable and enduring commitment. Their steadfast belief in the project eventually led to its success. To be grimly and obstinately determined. Unyielding. You are unyielding in the face of pressure or opposition. It suggests a hard, unbending quality. The negotiator was unyielding on the core principles of the agreement.
Instead of saying determined not to change one's mind, you can say unwavering. Repeat after me. She was unwavering in her support for her friend. His commitment to the goal was unwavering. Instead of saying admirably firm and purposeful, you can say resolute. Repeat after me. He was resolute in his decision to quit smoking. She faced the challenge with a resolute expression. Instead of saying impossible to persuade, you can say inflexible. Repeat after me. The boss is inflexible about the dress code. Their inflexible attitude caused the negotiations to fail. Instead of saying loyal and steady, you can say steadfast. Repeat after me. He has been a steadfast friend for many years. She remained steadfast in her beliefs. Instead of saying grimly obstinately determined, you can say unyielding. Repeat after me. The judge was unyielding in his sentencing. She met his request with an unyielding refusal.
Our headword is anomaly. A deviation from what is normal or expected, aberration. An aberration is a temporary change from the typical course, often seen as a statistical fluke or a strange one-off event. The scientist considered the strange reading to be an aberration ***, not a new discovery. A person or thing that is dramatically different from the group, outlier. An outlier is a data point or individual that falls outside the normal range or pattern. It is a neutral, statistical term. His test score was an outlier ***, much higher than the rest of the class. An action that departs from an agreed course, deviation. A deviation is a specific departure from a set path, plan, or standard. It implies a measurable divergence. Any deviation from the prescribed safety protocol must be reported. A lack of compatibility or similarity between facts, discrepancy. A discrepancy is an inconsistency between two or more things that should agree, like numbers in an account. The accountant found a discrepancy in the financial records. Something that is very uncommon, rarity. A rarity is something valued specifically because it is rare, infrequent, or seldom found. A solar eclipse is a rarity that draws spectators from around the world.
Instead of saying a deviation from the norm, you can say aberration. Repeat after me. The cold weather in July was an aberration. The poor sales month was just an aberration, not a trend. Instead of saying dramatically different from the group, you can say outlier. Repeat after me. That one high score is an outlier in the dataset. His opinion made him an outlier in the group. Instead of saying a departure from a course, you can say deviation. Repeat after me. Any deviation from the safety protocol is dangerous. This result is a significant deviation from the average. Instead of saying a lack of compatibility, you can say discrepancy. Repeat after me. There is a discrepancy between the two reports. We found a discrepancy in the financial records. Instead of saying something very uncommon, you can say rarity. Repeat after me. A blue diamond is a great rarity. It's a rarity to see him without a suit and tie. Our headword is cacophony. A harsh, discordant mixture of sounds, dissonance. Dissonance is the technical term for a lack of harmony in music or sound. It can also describe a conflict between ideas. The dissonance of the orchestra tuning their instruments filled the hall. A loud, continuous, and confusing noise. Din. A din is a relentless, overwhelming noise that makes it difficult to hear or think, like that of a crowd or machinery. It was impossible to sleep because of the constant din of traffic. A continuous, deep, resonant sound. Rumble. A rumble is a low-frequency sound, like that of thunder, a large engine, or a hungry stomach. The rumble of distant thunder warned of the approaching storm. A loud, sharp, piercing cry of terror or excitement. Shriek. A shriek is a high-pitched, sudden scream. It is almost always made by a person or animal. A sudden shriek from the alley made us jump. A loud and passionate noise or outcry, often from a group. Clamor. A clamor is a loud, sustained noise, usually made by people shouting in demand or protest. The clamor of the protesters could be heard from blocks away. Instead of saying a harsh mixture of sounds, you can say dissonance. Repeat after me. The dissonance in the modern music was jarring. There was a dissonance between his words and his actions. Instead of saying a loud, continuous noise, you can say din. Repeat after me. The din of the construction made it hard to think. We couldn't hear each other over the din of the crowd. Instead of saying a continuous deep sound, you can say, rumble. Repeat after me. We heard the rumble of thunder in the distance. The rumble of the subway train shook the building. Instead of saying a loud, sharp cry, you can say, shriek. Repeat after me. She let out a shriek of laughter. A shriek from the kitchen made me run to see what happened. Instead of saying a loud, passionate outcry, you can say, clamor. Repeat after me. The clamor of the protesters grew louder. There was a public clamor for the mayor to resign. Our headword is vestige. A material trace of something that no longer exists. Relic. A relic is an object from the past that has survived, often with historical or sentimental value. The old fort is a relic of a bygone era of conflict. An extremely small amount, iota. An iota is used in negative constructions to mean not even the smallest bit. It comes from the name of the smallest Greek letter. There isn't an iota of evidence to support that claim. A tiny spot or particle, speck. A speck is a minuscule, visible piece of something, like dust or dirt. There wasn't a speck of dust in the meticulously clean room. A small, broken piece of something larger, fragment. A fragment is a part that has been broken off from a whole object, structure, or idea. A fragment of pottery was the only vestige of the ancient civilization. A slight or indirect indication or suggestion, hint. A hint is a very small amount of something that is barely noticeable, like a taste or trace of color. There was just a hint of cinnamon in the apple pie. Instead of saying a material trace, you can say, relic. Repeat after me. This old sword is a relic from the war. The custom is a relic of a superstitious past. Instead of saying an extremely small amount, you can say, iota. Repeat after me. There isn't an iota of truth in that rumor. He didn't show an iota of remorse. Instead of saying a tiny spot, you can say, speck. Repeat after me. There wasn't a speck of dirt in her house. I could see a speck of light in the far distance. Instead of saying a small broken piece, you can say, fragment. Repeat after me. A fragment of the ancient pottery was discovered. I overheard only a fragment of their conversation. Instead of saying a slight indication, you can say, hint. Repeat after me. There was a hint of sadness in her voice. The sauce has a hint of garlic. Our headword is rhetorical, relating to the skill or style of public speaking, oratorical. Oratorical describes the techniques, style, or flourishes of a skilled public speaker or orator. The senator's oratorical skills held the audience spellbound. Pompous or overly grand in style to impress, grandiose. Grandiose describes language, plans, or promises that are impressively elaborate but often impractical or insincere. His grandiose promises were never followed by action. Using more words than necessary, verbose. Verbose is a formal term for speech or writing that is wordy and long-winded. The instruction manual was so verbose that it was difficult to find the key information. Good at persuading someone to believe something, persuasive. Persuasive describes an argument, person, or technique that is effective in convincing others. She made a persuasive argument for increasing the budget. Moving from one topic to another without a clear structure, discursive. Discursive writing or speech covers a wide range of subjects in a way that is rambling and exploratory. The professor's lecture was discursive, covering many tangential ideas. Instead of saying relating to public speaking, you can say, oratorical. Repeat after me. The politician was known for his oratorical skills. He delivered the speech with great oratorical flourish. Instead of saying pompous or overly grand, you can say, grandiose. Repeat after me. He has grandiose plans to build a new empire. The speech was full of grandiose promises. Instead of saying, using more words than necessary, you can say, verbose. Repeat after me. His writing is often verbose and could be shorter. The professor's answer was verbose and confusing. Instead of saying, good at persuading, you can say, persuasive. Repeat after me. She is a very persuasive speaker. He made a persuasive argument for his case. Instead of saying moving without clear structure, you can say discursive. Repeat after me. The professor's discursive lecture covered many topics. The essay was interesting but discursive. To officially end or abolish a law, rule, or practice, abrogate. You abrogate something formal, like a law, a treaty, or a regulation. It implies authority and official termination. Instead of saying officially abolish, you can say abrogate. Repeat after me. The government decided to abrogate the outdated law. They voted to abrogate the unfair trade agreement. To cancel or nullify an agreement or duty, rescind. You rescind an offer, order, or contract. It suggests withdrawing something that was once valid. Instead of saying cancel a formal agreement, you can say rescind. Repeat after me. The company had to rescind the job offer due to budget cuts. He decided to rescind his earlier statement. To repeal or take away a law officially, repeal. You repeal a law, rule, or regulation, especially through legislative action. Instead of saying take away a law, you can say repeal. Repeat after me. Congress voted to repeal the outdated statute. The new administration promised to repeal the tax increase. To annul or make void legally, annul. You annul something like a marriage, law, or contract, declaring it invalid from the beginning. Instead of saying make legally void, you can say annul. Repeat after me. The court annulled the marriage after finding it unlawful. The contract was annulled due to a violation of terms. To override or do away with a responsibility, nullify. You nullify an effect, contract, or decision. It means to render it powerless or ineffective. Instead of saying make something void or powerless, you can say nullify. Repeat after me. The new evidence nullified the earlier findings. They tried to nullify the agreement through legal loopholes. To officially end or abolish a law, rule, or practice, abrogate. You abrogate something formal, like a law, a treaty, or a regulation. It implies authority and official termination. Instead of saying officially abolish, you can say abrogate. Repeat after me. The government decided to abrogate the outdated law. They voted to abrogate the unfair trade agreement. To cancel or nullify an agreement or duty, rescind. You rescind an offer, order, or contract. It suggests withdrawing something that was once valid. Instead of saying cancel a formal agreement, you can say rescind. Repeat after me. The company had to rescind the job offer due to budget cuts. He decided to rescind his earlier statement. To repeal or take away a law officially, repeal. You repeal a law, rule, or regulation, especially through legislative action. Instead of saying take away a law, you can say repeal. Repeat after me. Congress voted to repeal the outdated statute. The new administration promised to repeal the tax increase. To annul or make void legally, annul. You annul something like a marriage, law, or contract, declaring it invalid from the beginning. Instead of saying make legally void, you can say annul. Repeat after me. The court annulled the marriage after finding it unlawful. The contract was annulled due to a violation of terms. To override or do away with a responsibility, nullify. You nullify an effect, contract, or decision. It means to render it powerless or ineffective. Instead of saying make something void or powerless, you can say nullify. Repeat after me. The new evidence nullified the earlier findings. They tried to nullify the agreement through legal loopholes. To speak in a sharp, biting, or harsh way, acerbic. An acerbic remark or tone is critical, sarcastic, or harsh. It often carries a sting. Instead of saying harsh or biting in tone, you can say acerbic. Repeat after me. Her acerbic comments silenced the entire room. The critic's acerbic review offended the director. To express criticism in a bitter or caustic way, caustic. A caustic remark burns metaphorically, just as acid burns literally. Instead of saying bitterly critical, you can say caustic. Repeat after me. He made a caustic comment about her cooking. The comedian's caustic humor was not for everyone. To speak in a scornful, mocking, or sneering way, sarcastic. Sarcasm uses irony to mock or wound. It's often biting like acerbic, but with more irony. Instead of saying mocking harshly, you can say sarcastic. Repeat after me. She gave a sarcastic response to his silly question. His sarcastic tone irritated the team. To be overly critical in a sour, ill-natured way, acrimonious. Acrimonious speech is full of resentment and hostility, often in disputes. Instead of saying full of bitterness, you can say acrimonious. Repeat after me. The debate turned acrimonious after the accusations. Their divorce ended in an acrimonious legal battle. To be severely blunt or brutally honest, scathing. A scathing remark or review is extremely harsh, often devastatingly critical. Instead of saying very harshly critical, you can say scathing. Repeat after me. The critic gave a scathing review of the play. She wrote a scathing letter to the editor. To speak in a sharp, biting, or harsh way, acerbic. An acerbic remark or tone is critical, sarcastic, or harsh. It often carries a sting. Instead of saying harsh or biting in tone, you can say acerbic. Repeat after me. Her acerbic comments silenced the entire room. The critic's acerbic review offended the director. To express criticism in a bitter or caustic way, caustic. A caustic remark burns metaphorically, just as acid burns literally. Instead of saying bitterly critical, you can say caustic. Repeat after me. He made a caustic comment about her cooking. The comedian's caustic humor was not for everyone. To speak in a scornful, mocking, or sneering way, sarcastic. Sarcasm uses irony to mock or wound. It's often biting like acerbic, but with more irony. Instead of saying mocking harshly, you can say sarcastic. Repeat after me. She gave a sarcastic response to his silly question. His sarcastic tone irritated the team. To be overly critical in a sour, ill-natured way, acrimonious. Acrimonious speech is full of resentment and hostility, often in disputes. Instead of saying full of bitterness, you can say acrimonious. Repeat after me. The debate turned acrimonious after the accusations. Their divorce ended in an acrimonious legal battle. To be severely blunt or brutally honest, scathing. A scathing remark or review is extremely harsh, often devastatingly critical. Instead of saying very harshly critical, you can say scathing. Repeat after me. The critic gave a scathing review of the play. She wrote a scathing letter to the editor. To cite or bring forward as evidence or proof, adduce. You adduce facts, examples, or reasons in support of an argument. It's often used in academic, legal, or formal contexts. Instead of saying bring forward as evidence, you can say adduce. Repeat after me. The lawyer adduced new evidence during the trial. Several studies were adduced to support the theory. To put forward an idea, fact, or reason for consideration, cite. You cite a fact, passage, or precedent to strengthen your point. Instead of saying refer to as evidence, you can say cite. Repeat after me. She cited historical examples to support her argument. The article cited several experts in the field. To call attention to something as proof, invoke. You invoke a principle, law, or precedent in argument or defense. Instead of saying call upon for support, you can say invoke. Repeat after me. The lawyer invoked the right to free speech. He invoked past traditions to justify his actions. To present formally as support for a claim, offer. You offer evidence, proof, or reasons in discussion or debate. Instead of saying present as proof, you can say offer. Repeat after me. She offered a detailed explanation for her absence. The witness offered testimony in his defense. To demonstrate or prove with examples, demonstrate. You demonstrate an idea, principle, or point by showing evidence or examples. Instead of saying show with proof, you can say demonstrate. Repeat after me. The results demonstrate the effectiveness of the new method. He demonstrated his claim with a practical example. To cite or bring forward as evidence or proof, adduce. You adduce facts, examples, or reasons in support of an argument. It's often used in academic, legal, or formal contexts. Instead of saying bring forward as evidence, you can say adduce. Repeat after me. The lawyer adduced new evidence during the trial. Several studies were adduced to support the theory. To put forward an idea, fact, or reason for consideration, cite. You cite a fact, passage, or precedent to strengthen your point. Instead of saying refer to as evidence, you can say, cite. Repeat after me. She cited historical examples to support her argument. The article cited several experts in the field. To call attention to something as proof, invoke. You invoke a principle, law, or precedent in argument or defense. Instead of saying call upon for support, you can say, invoke. Repeat after me. The lawyer invoked the right to free speech. He invoked past traditions to justify his actions. To present formally as support for a claim, offer. You offer evidence, proof, or reasons in discussion or debate. Instead of saying present as proof, you can say, offer. Repeat after me. She offered a detailed explanation for her absence. The witness offered testimony in his defense. To demonstrate or prove with examples, demonstrate. You demonstrate an idea, principle, or point by showing evidence or examples. Instead of saying show with proof, you can say, demonstrate. Repeat after me. The results demonstrate the effectiveness of the new method. He demonstrated his claim with a practical example. To show cheerful readiness or eagerness, alacrity. Alacrity means doing something quickly and willingly with enthusiasm. Instead of saying cheerful eagerness, you can say, alacrity. Repeat after me. She accepted the invitation with alacrity. The students responded with alacrity to the teacher's request. To show readiness without delay, promptness. Promptness suggests being quick to act or respond without hesitation. Instead of saying quick readiness, you can say, promptness. Repeat after me. Her promptness in replying impressed the committee. The doctor's promptness saved the patient's life. To act with brisk and lively energy, briskness. Briskness implies liveliness, quickness, and efficiency in action. Instead of saying energetic readiness, you can say, briskness. Repeat after me. He walked into the room with briskness and confidence. The briskness of her response showed her efficiency. To show willingness or eagerness. Readiness. Readiness implies being prepared, willing, and quick to respond. Instead of saying willingness, you can say, readiness. Repeat after me. Her readiness to help was appreciated by everyone. He showed readiness to accept the new responsibility. To act with joyful eagerness and excitement, enthusiasm. Enthusiasm conveys strong eagerness, passion, or excitement in action. Instead of saying joyful eagerness, you can say, enthusiasm. Repeat after me. She spoke with enthusiasm about her new project. The team showed great enthusiasm before the match. To show cheerful readiness or eagerness, alacrity. Alacrity means doing something quickly and willingly with enthusiasm. Instead of saying cheerful eagerness, you can say, alacrity. Repeat after me. She accepted the invitation with alacrity. The students responded with alacrity to the teacher's request. To show readiness without delay, promptness. Promptness suggests being quick to act or respond without hesitation. Instead of saying quick readiness, you can say, promptness. Repeat after me. Her promptness in replying impressed the committee. The doctor's promptness saved the patient's life. To act with brisk and lively energy, briskness. Briskness implies liveliness, quickness, and efficiency in action. Instead of saying energetic readiness, you can say, briskness. Repeat after me. He walked into the room with briskness and confidence. The briskness of her response showed her efficiency. To show willingness or eagerness. Readiness. Readiness implies being prepared, willing, and quick to respond. Instead of saying willingness, you can say, readiness. Repeat after me. Her readiness to help was appreciated by everyone. He showed readiness to accept the new responsibility. To act with joyful eagerness and excitement, enthusiasm. Enthusiasm conveys strong eagerness, passion, or excitement in action. Instead of saying joyful eagerness, you can say, enthusiasm. Repeat after me. She spoke with enthusiasm about her new project. The team showed great enthusiasm before the match. To make something better or improve a bad situation, ameliorate. Ameliorate is often used in formal or academic contexts, especially for social or difficult conditions. Instead of saying, make better, you can say, ameliorate. Repeat after me. The new policies aim to ameliorate working conditions. Education can ameliorate the effects of poverty. To improve by making more bearable, alleviate. You alleviate pain, stress, or hardship by lessening its severity. Instead of saying lessen the hardship, you can say alleviate. Repeat after me. Medicine can alleviate the symptoms of the disease. The speech was meant to alleviate public fears. To fix or repair a fault, remedy. You remedy a problem, error, or situation by correcting it. Instead of saying fix a problem, you can say remedy. Repeat after me. The company took steps to remedy the safety issue. He tried to remedy his earlier mistake. To make conditions easier or less severe. Mitigate. You mitigate risks, damages, or negative effects by reducing their impact. Instead of saying reduce the severity, you can say mitigate. Repeat after me. Stronger laws can mitigate the effects of pollution. The doctor prescribed medicine to mitigate the pain. To upgrade or bring to a better state, enhance. You enhance quality, beauty, or value by improving it. Instead of saying improve or increase, you can say enhance. Repeat after me. Good lighting enhances the appearance of the room. She took a course to enhance her job skills. To make something better or improve a bad situation, ameliorate. Ameliorate is often used in formal or academic contexts, especially for social or difficult conditions. Instead of saying make better, you can say ameliorate. Repeat after me. The new policies aim to ameliorate working conditions. Education can ameliorate the effects of poverty. To improve by making more bearable, alleviate. You alleviate pain, stress, or hardship by lessening its severity. Instead of saying lessen the hardship, you can say alleviate. Repeat after me. Medicine can alleviate the symptoms of the disease. The speech was meant to alleviate public fears. To fix or repair a fault, remedy. You remedy a problem, error, or situation by correcting it. Instead of saying fix a problem, you can say remedy. Repeat after me. The company took steps to remedy the safety issue. He tried to remedy his earlier mistake. To make conditions easier or less severe. Mitigate. You mitigate risks, damages, or negative effects by reducing their impact. Instead of saying reduce the severity, you can say mitigate. Repeat after me. Stronger laws can mitigate the effects of pollution. The doctor prescribed medicine to mitigate the pain. To upgrade or bring to a better state, enhance. You enhance quality, beauty, or value by improving it. Instead of saying improve or increase, you can say enhance. Repeat after me. Good lighting enhances the appearance of the room. She took a course to enhance her job skills. Something or someone that is intensely disliked or loathed, anathema. Anathema refers to something you strongly detest or oppose, often with moral or emotional intensity. Instead of saying something intensely disliked, you can say anathema. Repeat after me. Violence is an anathema to her philosophy of peace. Corruption was an anathema to the honest politician. Someone or something cursed or shunned, pariah. A pariah is an outcast or someone rejected by society. Instead of saying socially shunned, you can say pariah. Repeat after me. After the scandal, he became a pariah in his community. The policy treated whistleblowers as pariahs. Something regarded with extreme aversion or hatred, abomination. An abomination is extremely detestable or offensive. Instead of saying extremely offensive, you can say abomination. Repeat after me. Animal cruelty is considered an abomination by most people. The practice of torture is an abomination in modern society. To repel or cause strong disgust, repugnance. Repugnance is a strong feeling of dislike or disgust toward something. Instead of saying cause disgust, you can say repugnance. Repeat after me. He felt repugnance toward the corrupt officials. The proposal filled her with moral repugnance. Someone or something deeply condemned, execration. Execration refers to intense hatred or cursing directed at a person or idea. Instead of saying intensely condemned, you can say execration. Repeat after me. The dictator faced execration from the international community. His cruel actions earned him public execration. Something or someone that is intensely disliked or loathed, anathema. Anathema refers to something you strongly detest or oppose, often with moral or emotional intensity. Instead of saying something intensely disliked, you can say, anathema. Repeat after me. Violence is an anathema to her philosophy of peace. Corruption was an anathema to the honest politician. Someone or something cursed or shunned, pariah. A pariah is an outcast or someone rejected by society. Instead of saying socially shunned, you can say, pariah. Repeat after me. After the scandal, he became a pariah in his community. The policy treated whistleblowers as pariahs. Something regarded with extreme aversion or hatred, abomination. An abomination is extremely detestable or offensive. Instead of saying extremely offensive, you can say, abomination. Repeat after me. Animal cruelty is considered an abomination by most people. The practice of torture is an abomination in modern society. To repel or cause strong disgust, repugnance. Repugnance is a strong feeling of dislike or disgust toward something. Instead of saying cause disgust, you can say, repugnance. Repeat after me. He felt repugnance toward the corrupt officials. The proposal filled her with moral repugnance. Someone or something deeply condemned, execration. Execration refers to intense hatred or cursing directed at a person or idea. Instead of saying intensely condemned, you can say, execration. Repeat after me. The dictator faced execration from the international community. His cruel actions earned him public execration. So ordinary or unoriginal that it is boring, banal. Banal describes something dull, predictable, or lacking freshness. Instead of saying ordinary and boring, you can say, banal. Repeat after me. His speech was filled with banal phrases and cliches. The movie's plot was banal and uninteresting. Lacking originality or freshness, trite. Trite refers to ideas, remarks, or expressions repeated too often, losing their impact. Instead of saying overused and unoriginal, you can say, trite. Repeat after me. The poem felt trite despite its emotional subject. She used trite expressions that added nothing new to the essay. Commonplace and unremarkable, mundane. Mundane means ordinary, everyday, or lacking excitement. Instead of saying commonplace, you can say, mundane. Repeat after me. He wanted more than a mundane desk job. The story turned mundane after the first exciting chapter. Predictable or lacking originality, hackneyed. Hackneyed describes something overused to the point of being dull or cliched. Instead of saying overused and dull, you can say, hackneyed. Repeat after me. The novel was criticized for its hackneyed plot. Hackneyed jokes filled the comedian set. Uninspired or boring due to repetition, pedestrian. Pedestrian refers to something dull, unimaginative, or lacking creativity. Instead of saying boring and uninspired, you can say, pedestrian. Repeat after me. The artist's early works were somewhat pedestrian. His lecture was pedestrian and failed to engage the students. So ordinary or unoriginal that it is boring, banal. Banal describes something dull, predictable, or lacking freshness. Instead of saying ordinary and boring, you can say, banal. Repeat after me. His speech was filled with banal phrases and cliches. The movie's plot was banal and uninteresting. Lacking originality or freshness, trite. Trite refers to ideas, remarks, or expressions repeated too often, losing their impact. Instead of saying overused and unoriginal, you can say, trite. Repeat after me. The poem felt trite despite its emotional subject. She used trite expressions that added nothing new to the essay. Commonplace and unremarkable, mundane. Mundane means ordinary, everyday, or lacking excitement. Instead of saying commonplace, you can say, mundane. Repeat after me. He wanted more than a mundane desk job. The story turned mundane after the first exciting chapter. Predictable or lacking originality, hackneyed. Hackneyed describes something overused to the point of being dull or cliched. Instead of saying overused and dull, you can say, hackneyed. Repeat after me. The novel was criticized for its hackneyed plot. Hackneyed jokes filled the comedian set. Uninspired or boring due to repetition. Pedestrian. Pedestrian refers to something dull, unimaginative, or lacking creativity. Instead of saying boring and uninspired, you can say pedestrian. Repeat after me. The artist's early works were somewhat pedestrian. His lecture was pedestrian and failed to engage the students. Eager to fight or argue, aggressive in behavior, bellicose. Bellicose describes someone or something that is hostile, combative, or inclined toward conflict. Instead of saying aggressively hostile, you can say bellicose. Repeat after me. The politician's bellicose rhetoric alarmed the neighboring countries. He was known for his bellicose attitude in debates. Inclined to start quarrels or fights, belligerent. Belligerent refers to being hostile or aggressive toward others, often in words or actions. Instead of saying hostile or aggressive, you can say belligerent. Repeat after me. The belligerent customer argued with the manager over trivial issues. Belligerent nations refuse to negotiate peace. Showing readiness to fight or argue, pugnacious. Pugnacious describes someone combative, eager to quarrel, or aggressive by nature. Instead of saying combative and quarrelsome, you can say pugnacious. Repeat after me. The pugnacious boxer refused to back down. She had a pugnacious attitude toward unfair criticism. Aggressively hostile or warlike, truculent. Truculent implies fierce, cruel, or eager to argue or fight. Instead of saying fiercely aggressive, you can say truculent. Repeat after me. The truculent student challenged every rule in the classroom. Truculent policies can provoke international conflicts. Warlike or combative in nature, militant. Militant describes being aggressively active in support of a cause, often confrontational. Instead of saying actively aggressive, you can say militant. Repeat after me. The group took a militant stance on environmental issues. Militant activists protested in the streets. Eager to fight or argue, aggressive in behavior, bellicose. Bellicose describes someone or something that is hostile, combative, or inclined toward conflict. Instead of saying aggressively hostile, you can say bellicose. Repeat after me. The politician's bellicose rhetoric alarmed the neighboring countries. He was known for his bellicose attitude in debates. Inclined to start quarrels or fights, belligerent. Belligerent refers to being hostile or aggressive toward others, often in words or actions. Instead of saying hostile or aggressive, you can say belligerent. Repeat after me. The belligerent customer argued with the manager over trivial issues. Belligerent nations refuse to negotiate peace. Showing readiness to fight or argue, pugnacious. Pugnacious describes someone combative, eager to quarrel, or aggressive by nature. Instead of saying combative and quarrelsome, you can say pugnacious. Repeat after me. The pugnacious boxer refused to back down. She had a pugnacious attitude toward unfair criticism. Aggressively hostile or warlike, truculent. Truculent implies fierce, cruel, or eager to argue or fight. Instead of saying fiercely aggressive, you can say truculent. Repeat after me. The truculent student challenged every rule in the classroom. Truculent policies can provoke international conflicts. Warlike or combative in nature, militant. Militant describes being aggressively active in support of a cause, often confrontational. Instead of saying actively aggressive, you can say militant. Repeat after me. The group took a militant stance on environmental issues. Militant activists protested in the streets. A flattering or coaxing statement intended to persuade, blandishment. Blandishment refers to praise, flattery, or gentle persuasion used to influence someone. Instead of saying flattering words to persuade, you can say blandishment. Repeat after me. He tried to win her favor with subtle blandishments. The manager's blandishments convinced the employees to stay late. Flattering talk meant to influence. Flattery. Flattery involves excessive or insincere praise aimed at persuading someone. Instead of saying insincere praise, you can say flattery. Repeat after me. Her flattery was obvious, but it still worked on the boss. He used flattery to secure the promotion. Gentle persuasion or coaxing, enticement. Enticement implies attracting or persuading someone with appealing offers or words. Instead of saying persuasive appeal, you can say enticement. Repeat after me. The company offered bonuses as an enticement to retain staff. She resisted his enticements to skip class. Persuasion using charm or sweet talk, allurement. Allurement refers to attraction or appeal that tempts someone to act. Instead of saying tempting persuasion, you can say allurement. Repeat after me. The blandishments and allurements of fame attracted many. He could not resist the allurements of the luxurious lifestyle. Soft, pleasing persuasion to win favor, cajolery. Cajolery involves gentle urging, flattery, or coaxing to achieve compliance. Instead of saying coaxing or persuading, you can say cajolery. Repeat after me. Through cajolery, she persuaded her parents to let her attend the party. The manager's cajolery convinced the team to take on the extra project. A flattering or coaxing statement intended to persuade, blandishment. Blandishment refers to praise, flattery, or gentle persuasion used to influence someone. Instead of saying flattering words to persuade, you can say blandishment. Repeat after me. He tried to win her favor with subtle blandishments. The manager's blandishments convinced the employees to stay late. Flattering talk meant to influence. Flattery. Flattery involves excessive or insincere praise aimed at persuading someone. Instead of saying insincere praise, you can say flattery. Repeat after me. Her flattery was obvious, but it still worked on the boss. He used flattery to secure the promotion. Gentle persuasion or coaxing, enticement. Enticement implies attracting or persuading someone with appealing offers or words. Instead of saying persuasive appeal, you can say enticement. Repeat after me. The company offered bonuses as an enticement to retain staff. She resisted his enticements to skip class. Persuasion using charm or sweet talk, allurement. Allurement refers to attraction or appeal that tempts someone to act. Instead of saying tempting persuasion, you can say allurement. Repeat after me. The blandishments and allurements of fame attracted many. He could not resist the allurements of the luxurious lifestyle. Soft, pleasing persuasion to win favor, cajolery. Cajolery involves gentle urging, flattery, or coaxing to achieve compliance. Instead of saying coaxing or persuading, you can say cajolery. Repeat after me. Through cajolery, she persuaded her parents to let her attend the party. The manager's cajolery convinced the team to take on the extra project. To remove or censor parts of a text considered offensive or inappropriate, bowdlerize. Bowdlerize refers to editing a book, speech, or media to make it safe by removing offensive material. Instead of saying censor or edit for propriety, you can say bowdlerize. Repeat after me. The publisher bowdlerized the classic novel for young readers. Some argue that the film was unnecessarily bowdlerized. To censor or sanitize content, expurgate. Expurgate means to remove objectionable or offensive material from a text or media. Instead of saying remove offensive content, you can say expurgate. Repeat after me. The manuscript was expurgated before publication. The teacher expurgated certain passages from the reading material. To modify a text to eliminate objectionable material, redact. Redact refers to editing or preparing a document, often by censoring sensitive material. Instead of saying edit to remove content, you can say redact. Repeat after me. The report was redacted to protect confidential information. Certain sections were redacted from the official documents. To clean up or remove offensive parts, censor. Censor means to suppress or remove material deemed objectionable or harmful. Instead of saying suppress content, you can say censor. Repeat after me. The film was censored for violent scenes. Books were censored during the regime to prevent dissent. To make a work more acceptable by removing offensive elements, sanitize. Sanitize means to clean up content to make it socially or morally acceptable. Instead of saying make content acceptable, you can say sanitize. Repeat after me. The teacher sanitized the story for the children. Some historical texts have been sanitized over time. To remove or censor parts of a text considered offensive or inappropriate, bowdlerize. Bowdlerize refers to editing a book, speech, or media to make it safe by removing offensive material. Instead of saying censor or edit for propriety, you can say Bowdlerize. Repeat after me. The publisher Bowdlerized the classic novel for young readers. Some argue that the film was unnecessarily Bowdlerized. To censor or sanitize content, expurgate. Expurgate means to remove objectionable or offensive material from a text or media. Instead of saying remove offensive content, you can say expurgate. Repeat after me. The manuscript was expurgated before publication. The teacher expurgated certain passages from the reading material. To modify a text to eliminate objectionable material, redact. Redact refers to editing or preparing a document, often by censoring sensitive material. Instead of saying edit to remove content, you can say redact. Repeat after me. The report was redacted to protect confidential information. Certain sections were redacted from the official documents. To clean up or remove offensive parts, censor. Censor means to suppress or remove material deemed objectionable or harmful. Instead of saying suppress content, you can say censor. Repeat after me. The film was censored for violent scenes. Books were censored during the regime to prevent dissent. To make a work more acceptable by removing offensive elements, sanitize. Sanitize means to clean up content to make it socially or morally acceptable. Instead of saying, make content acceptable, you can say, sanitize. Repeat after me. The teacher sanitized the story for the children. Some historical texts have been sanitized over time. A secret group plotting something, cabal? A cabal is a small, often secretive group of people who plan or plot, usually for political or selfish purposes. Instead of saying secret plotting group, you can say cabal. Repeat after me. A cabal of politicians met secretly to influence the vote. The cabal conspired to take control of the company. A clique or faction acting in secrecy, clique. A clique is a small group with shared interests, often excluding outsiders. While less conspiratorial than a cabal, it emphasizes exclusivity. Instead of saying exclusive group, you can say clique. Repeat after me. The students formed a clique that controlled the school's social scene. The executives operated like a clique, making decisions without consulting others. A secretive political faction, faction. A faction is a smaller group within a larger organization, often with its own agenda. A cabal is essentially a secretive faction plotting in private. Instead of saying secret political faction, you can say faction. Repeat after me. A faction of senators opposed the new legislation. The faction within the party tried to sway the leadership election. A conspiratorial group, conspiracy. A cabal often engages in conspiracy, a secret plan to achieve a goal, usually underhanded or illegal. Instead of saying secretive plotters, you can say conspiracy. Repeat after me. The cabal's conspiracy was uncovered by the authorities. They joined a conspiracy to influence the election outcome. A secret circle with hidden influence, inner circle. An inner circle is a privileged group controlling key decisions or information. It may not be overtly sinister, but it can act like a cabal. Instead of saying hidden influential group, you can say inner circle. Repeat after me. Only the inner circle knew the full details of the merger. The CEO's inner circle decided company policy behind closed doors. A secret group plotting something, cabal? A cabal is a small, often secretive group of people who plan or plot, usually for political or selfish purposes. Instead of saying secret plotting group, you can say cabal. Repeat after me. A cabal of politicians met secretly to influence the vote. The cabal conspired to take control of the company. A clique or faction acting in secrecy, clique. A clique is a small group with shared interests, often excluding outsiders. While less conspiratorial than a cabal, it emphasizes exclusivity. Instead of saying exclusive group, you can say clique. Repeat after me. The students formed a clique that controlled the school's social scene. The executives operated like a clique, making decisions without consulting others. A secretive political faction, faction. A faction is a smaller group within a larger organization, often with its own agenda. A cabal is essentially a secretive faction plotting in private. Instead of saying secret political faction, you can say faction. Repeat after me. A faction of senators opposed the new legislation. The faction within the party tried to sway the leadership election. A conspiratorial group, conspiracy. A cabal often engages in conspiracy, a secret plan to achieve a goal, usually underhanded or illegal. Instead of saying secretive plotters, you can say conspiracy. Repeat after me. The cabal's conspiracy was uncovered by the authorities. They joined a conspiracy to influence the election outcome. A secret circle with hidden influence, inner circle. An inner circle is a privileged group controlling key decisions or information. It may not be overtly sinister, but it can act like a cabal. Instead of saying hidden influential group, you can say inner circle. Repeat after me. Only the inner circle knew the full details of the merger. The CEO's inner circle decided company policy behind closed doors. Immature or inexperienced, callow. A callow person is young, inexperienced, or naive, often lacking the skills or maturity needed for a particular situation. Instead of saying immature or inexperienced, you can say callow. Repeat after me. The callow intern made several mistakes on his first day. She was too callow to handle the responsibilities of management. Naive and inexperienced, green. Someone described as green is new to a job, activity, or situation and lacks experience. Instead of saying naive or inexperienced, you can say green. Repeat after me. The green employee asked many basic questions during training. He is still green and needs guidance on professional etiquette. Lacking sophistication or maturity, inchoate. Inchoate refers to something not fully formed or developed. A callow person's understanding or skills are often inchoate. Instead of saying undeveloped or immature, you can say inchoate. Repeat after me. Her ideas were interesting, but still inchoate. The callow writer had inchoate thoughts about the plot. Young and inexperienced, juvenile. Juvenile emphasizes youthfulness and a lack of adult experience or judgment. Instead of saying young and inexperienced, you can say juvenile. Repeat after me. His juvenile mistakes annoyed his coworkers. The callow student made a juvenile error in judgment. Lacking practical experience, unseasoned. Unseasoned refers to someone who has not yet gained enough experience in a particular field or activity. Instead of saying lacking experience, you can say unseasoned. Repeat after me. The unseasoned journalist struggled to write accurate reports under deadline pressure. She is still unseasoned in public speaking, but she shows potential. Immature or inexperienced, callow. A callow person is young, inexperienced, or naive, often lacking the skills or maturity needed for a particular situation. Instead of saying immature or inexperienced, you can say callow. Repeat after me. The callow intern made several mistakes on his first day. She was too callow to handle the responsibilities of management. Naive and inexperienced, green. Someone described as green is new to a job, activity, or situation and lacks experience. Instead of saying naive or inexperienced, you can say green. Repeat after me. The green employee asked many basic questions during training. He is still green and needs guidance on professional etiquette. Lacking sophistication or maturity, inchoate. Inchoate refers to something not fully formed or developed. A callow person's understanding or skills are often inchoate. Instead of saying undeveloped or immature, you can say inchoate. Repeat after me. Her ideas were interesting, but still inchoate. The callow writer had inchoate thoughts about the plot. Young and inexperienced, juvenile. Juvenile emphasizes youthfulness and a lack of adult experience or judgment. Instead of saying young and inexperienced, you can say juvenile. Repeat after me. His juvenile mistakes annoyed his coworkers. The callow student made a juvenile error in judgment. Lacking practical experience, unseasoned. Unseasoned refers to someone who has not yet gained enough experience in a particular field or activity. Instead of saying lacking experience, you can say unseasoned. Repeat after me. The unseasoned journalist struggled to write accurate reports under deadline pressure. She is still unseasoned in public speaking, but she shows potential. To surrender or give in, often after negotiation or under pressure. Capitulate. You capitulate when you yield to an opponent or authority, typically after resisting or negotiating. Instead of saying surrender or give in, you can say capitulate. Repeat after me. The army had no choice but to capitulate after weeks of siege. After hours of debate, he finally capitulated to their demands. To yield or surrender formally. Submit. To submit means to accept the authority, control, or decision of someone else, often reluctantly. Instead of saying yield formally, you can say submit. Repeat after me. The rebels submitted to the king's forces after realizing resistance was futile. She submitted to her mentor's advice, even though she disagreed initially. To give up resistance. Relent. To relent is to soften in attitude or temper, often yielding after persistent pressure. Instead of saying give up resistance, you can say relent. Repeat after me. After hours of pleading, the teacher finally relented and extended the deadline. The stubborn negotiator eventually relented to compromise. To surrender conditionally. Yield. Yield often means to give way or grant control, sometimes temporarily or conditionally. Instead of saying surrender, you can say yield. Repeat after me. The army yielded the fortress to the enemy. She yielded to her friend's insistence on going to the concert. To concede or admit defeat. Acquiesce. To acquiesce is to accept something reluctantly but without protest. Instead of saying admit defeat, you can say acquiesce. Repeat after me. He acquiesced to the board's decision even though he disagreed. The citizens acquiesced to the new regulations after months of debate. To surrender or give in, often after negotiation or under pressure. Capitulate. You capitulate when you yield to an opponent or authority, typically after resisting or negotiating. Instead of saying surrender or give in, you can say capitulate. Repeat after me. The army had no choice but to capitulate after weeks of siege. After hours of debate, he finally capitulated to their demands. To yield or surrender formally. Submit. To submit means to accept the authority, control, or decision of someone else, often reluctantly. Instead of saying yield formally, you can say submit. Repeat after me. The rebels submitted to the king's forces after realizing resistance was futile. She submitted to her mentor's advice, even though she disagreed initially. To give up resistance. Relent. To relent is to soften in attitude or temper, often yielding after persistent pressure. Instead of saying give up resistance, you can say relent. Repeat after me. After hours of pleading, the teacher finally relented and extended the deadline. The stubborn negotiator eventually relented to compromise. To surrender conditionally. Yield. Yield often means to give way or grant control, sometimes temporarily or conditionally. Instead of saying surrender, you can say yield. Repeat after me. The army yielded the fortress to the enemy. She yielded to her friend's insistence on going to the concert. To concede or admit defeat. Acquiesce. To acquiesce is to accept something reluctantly but without protest. Instead of saying admit defeat, you can say acquiesce. Repeat after me. He acquiesced to the board's decision even though he disagreed. The citizens acquiesced to the new regulations after months of debate. To punish or criticize severely. Castigate. You castigate someone when you reprimand them harshly for mistakes, misconduct, or poor behavior. Instead of saying punish or criticize severely, you can say castigate. Repeat after me. The teacher castigated the student for cheating on the exam. The editor castigated the reporter for factual errors in the article. To reprimand formally. Chastise. To chastise is to scold or reprimand someone, often in a formal or serious manner. Instead of saying reprimand formally, you can say chastise. Repeat after me. The coach chastised the players for lack of effort during practice. Parents sometimes chastise their children to teach them discipline. To criticize sharply. Rebuke. A rebuke is a strong expression of disapproval, often delivered verbally. Instead of saying criticize sharply, you can say rebuke. Repeat after me. The senator rebuked his colleagues for ignoring ethical standards. She rebuked the assistant for careless handling of the documents. To punish or scold harshly. Upbraid. To upbraid is to express severe disapproval or criticism. It's often formal and direct. Instead of saying scold harshly, you can say, upbraid. Repeat after me. The director upbraided the staff for missing the deadline. He was upbraided by his superior for neglecting important responsibilities. To censure or condemn, reprove. To reprove is to express disapproval, often gently or morally, rather than harshly. Instead of saying condemn or censure, you can say, reprove. Repeat after me. The teacher reproved the student for interrupting the class. She reproved him for speaking disrespectfully to the elders. To punish or criticize severely, castigate. You castigate someone when you reprimand them harshly for mistakes, misconduct, or poor behavior. Instead of saying punish or criticize severely, you can say, castigate. Repeat after me. The teacher castigated the student for cheating on the exam. The editor castigated the reporter for factual errors in the article. To reprimand formally, chastise. To chastise is to scold or reprimand someone, often in a formal or serious manner. Instead of saying reprimand formally, you can say, chastise. Repeat after me. The coach chastised the players for lack of effort during practice. Parents sometimes chastise their children to teach them discipline. To criticize sharply, rebuke. A rebuke is a strong expression of disapproval, often delivered verbally. Instead of saying criticize sharply, you can say, rebuke. Repeat after me. The senator rebuked his colleagues for ignoring ethical standards. She rebuked the assistant for careless handling of the documents. To punish or scold harshly, upbraid. To upbraid is to express severe disapproval or criticism. It's often formal and direct. Instead of saying scold harshly, you can say, upbraid. Repeat after me. The director upbraided the staff for missing the deadline. He was upbraided by his superior for neglecting important responsibilities. To censure or condemn, reprove. To reprove is to express disapproval, often gently or morally, rather than harshly. Instead of saying condemn or censure, you can say, reprove. Repeat after me. The teacher reproved the student for interrupting the class. She reproved him for speaking disrespectfully to the elders. To raise petty or unnecessary objections, cavil. You cavil when you make trivial or hair-splitting complaints, often focusing on minor details rather than the main issue. Instead of saying raise petty objections, you can say, cavil. Repeat after me. She cavilled at every small detail of the contract. He cavilled over the wording instead of addressing the main problem. To find fault unnecessarily, nitpick. To nitpick is to complain about tiny, insignificant issues. It's informal but conveys the same idea as cavil. Instead of saying find trivial faults, you can say, nitpick. Repeat after me. Stop nitpicking and focus on completing the project. He nitpicked her report over minor formatting errors. To object frivolously, quibble. To quibble is to argue over small, often unimportant details, usually to evade the main point. Instead of saying object frivolously, you can say, quibble. Repeat after me. They quibbled over the interpretation of a single clause. Don't quibble about minor points, focus on the big picture. To make trivial criticisms, carp. To carp is to complain repeatedly about small faults or imperfections. Instead of saying make trivial criticisms, you can say, carp. Repeat after me. She constantly carped about the food at the event. He carped over every minor flaw in the design. To find fault over minor matters, fuss. To fuss is to show unnecessary concern or complaint, often about insignificant details. Instead of saying find fault over minor matters, you can say, fuss. Repeat after me. There's no need to fuss about the font style in the report. He fussed over the smallest details, delaying the project. To raise petty or unnecessary objections, cavil. You cavil when you make trivial or hair-splitting complaints, often focusing on minor details rather than the main issue. Instead of saying raise petty objections, you can say, cavil. Repeat after me. She cavilled at every small detail of the contract. He cavilled over the wording instead of addressing the main problem. To find fault unnecessarily, nitpick. To nitpick is to complain about tiny, insignificant issues. It's informal but conveys the same idea as cavil. Instead of saying find trivial faults, you can say nitpick. Repeat after me. Stop nitpicking and focus on completing the project. He nitpicked her report over minor formatting errors. To object frivolously, quibble. To quibble is to argue over small, often unimportant details, usually to evade the main point. Instead of saying object frivolously, you can say quibble. Repeat after me. They quibbled over the interpretation of a single clause. Don't quibble about minor points. Focus on the big picture. To make trivial criticisms, carp. To carp is to complain repeatedly about small faults or imperfections. Instead of saying make trivial criticisms, you can say carp. Repeat after me. She constantly carped about the food at the event. He carped over every minor flaw in the design. To find fault over minor matters, fuss. To fuss is to show unnecessary concern or complaint, often about insignificant details. Instead of saying find fault over minor matters, you can say fuss. Repeat after me. There's no need to fuss about the font style in the report. He fussed over the smallest details, delaying the project.
Extreme hunger or greed. Voracious, wanting or consuming great quantities of something. Voracious appetite, voracious reader, voracious consumer. Ravenous, extremely hungry, famished. Ravenous hunger, ravenous appetite, ravenous animal. Insatiable, impossible to satisfy. Insatiable desire, insatiable curiosity, insatiable appetite. Gluttonous, excessively greedy, especially with regard to food and drink. Gluttonous appetite, gluttonous consumption, gluttonous feasting. Greedy, having an intense and selfish desire for something, especially wealth, power, or food. Greedy person, greedy desire, greedy corporation. Lacking order or pattern. Indiscriminate, done at random or without careful judgment. Indiscriminate damage, indiscriminate violence, indiscriminate bombing. Random, made, done, or happening without method or conscious decision. Random selection, random event, random sample. Haphazard, lacking any obvious principle of organization. Haphazard approach, haphazard arrangement, haphazard growth. Aimless, without purpose or direction. Aimless wandering, aimless life, aimless conversation. Unsystematic, not done or acting according to a fixed plan or system. Unsystematic method, unsystematic research, unsystematic process. Famous and respected. Eminent, famous and respected within a particular sphere or profession. Eminent scholar, eminent scientist, eminent doctor. Renowned, known or talked about by many people, famous. Renowned expert, renowned institution, renowned author. Distinguished, very successful, authoritative, and commanding great respect. Distinguished career, distinguished gentleman, distinguished service. Notable, worthy of attention or notice, remarkable. Notable achievement, notable exception, notable feature. Illustrious, well known, respected, and admired for past achievements. Illustrious history, illustrious career, illustrious leader. Completely surrounded or filled. Steeped. Surrounded or filled with a quality or influence. Steeped in history, steeped in tradition, steeped in culture. Immersed, deeply involved, completely surrounded by something. Immersed in thought, immersed in work, immersed in water. Infused, filled, pervaded with a quality. Infused with flavor, infused with light, infused with meaning. Engulfed, sweep over something so as to surround or cover it completely. Engulfed in flames, engulfed by darkness, engulfed by the crowd. Submerged, cause to be under water, overwhelm. Submerged city, submerged feelings, submerged rock. Full to the point of overflowing. Replete, filled or well supplied with something. Replete with examples, replete with goods, feel replete. Brimming, filled with something to the point of overflowing. Brimming with confidence, brimming with tears, brimming with ideas. Overflowing, so full that the contents go over the sides. Overflowing with joy, overflowing trash can, overflowing river.
Abundant, existing or available in large quantities, plentiful. Abundant resources, abundant evidence, abundant life. Full, containing or holding as much or as many as possible, having no empty space. Full stomach, full schedule, full glass.
Existing in large quantities. Abound, exist in large numbers or amounts. Opportunities abound, rumors abound, fish abound. Plentiful, existing in or yielding great quantities, abundant. Plentiful supply, plentiful harvest, plentiful options. Numerous, great in number, many. Numerous examples, numerous occasions, numerous reasons. Teeming, be full of or swarming with. Teeming with life, teeming metropolis, teeming rain. Ample, enough or more than enough, plentiful. Ample time, ample space, ample evidence. Applied science and invention. Technology, the application of scientific knowledge for practical purposes. Modern technology, technology sector, developed technology. Engineering, the branch of science and technology concerned with the design, building, and use of engines, machines, and structures. Engineering firm, engineering marvel, genetic engineering. Innovation, the action or process of innovating, a new method, idea, product, etc. Technological innovation, foster innovation, product innovation. Machinery, machines collectively, or the components of a machine. Heavy machinery, farm machinery, intricate machinery. Electronics, the branch of physics and technology concerned with the design of circuits using transistors and microchips. Consumer electronics, electronics engineer, electronics store. Predicting the future. Prognosticate, foretell or prophesy. Prognosticate the future, prognosticate success, difficult to prognosticate. Forecast, predict or estimate. Weather forecast, economic forecast, forecast growth. Predict, say or estimate that will happen in the future. Predict the outcome, accurately predict, predict the weather. Prophesy, say that will happen in the future. Prophesy doom, prophesy a victory, prophesy the future. Foresee, be aware of beforehand, predict. Foresee problems, foresee the need, difficult to foresee. Automatic machine or robot. Automaton. A moving mechanical device made in imitation of a human being. Clockwork automaton, lifelike automaton, mechanical automaton. Robot, a machine capable of carrying out a complex series of actions automatically. Industrial robot, robot waiter, programmable robot. Machine, an apparatus using mechanical power and having several parts, for performing a particular task. Vending machine, sewing machine, machine parts. Mechanism, a system of parts working together in a machine. A clock mechanism, defense mechanism, locking mechanism. Droid, a robot. Protocol droid, helpful droid. Mature or motherly woman. Matron, a married woman, especially one who is dignified and sober. Hospital matron, school matron, kind matron. Motherly, of, resembling, or characteristic of a mother, especially in being caring, protective, and kind. Motherly love, motherly advice, motherly figure. Maternal, relating to or characteristic of a mother. Maternal instincts, maternal grandmother, maternal care. Elderly. Old or aging. Elderly woman, elderly couple, elderly patient. A puzzling contradiction. Paradox, a statement that contradicts itself but might be true. Logical paradox, interesting paradox, apparent paradox. Contradiction, a combination of statements, ideas, or features which are opposed to one another. Indirect contradiction, inherent contradiction, contradiction in terms. Puzzle, a person or thing that is difficult to understand or explain. Remain a puzzle, complex puzzle, solve the puzzle. Enigma, a person or thing that is mysterious, puzzling, or difficult to understand. Complete enigma, utter enigma, enigmatic smile. Mystery, something that is difficult or impossible to understand or explain. Unsolved mystery, mystery novel, shrouded in mystery. An area of activity or knowledge. Realm, a field or domain of activity or interest. Realm of possibility, public realm, realm of science. Domain, a specified sphere of activity or knowledge. Domain name, public domain, domain expert. Sphere, an area of activity, interest, or expertise. A section of society. Sphere of influence, political sphere, private sphere. Territory, an area of knowledge, experience, or interest. Uncharted territory, familiar territory, dangerous territory. Province, a subject or area of activity or knowledge that someone is responsible for or interested in. Province of the court, not my province, provincial government. Historical records. Annals, a record of events year by year. Annals of history, annals of time, historical annals. Chronicles, a factual written account of important or historical events in the order of their occurrence. Chronicles of war, historical chronicles, medieval chronicles. Archives, a collection of historical documents or records. National Archives, search the archives, archive footage. Records, the sum of the past achievements or actions of a person or organization. Public records, criminal records, official records. History, the whole series of past events connected with someone or something. History book, personal history, make history. A thing made of combined elements. Compound, a thing that is composed of two or more separate elements. Chemical compound, compound interest, compound fracture. Mixture, a substance made by mixing other substances together. Gas mixture, cake mixture, mixture of styles. Combination, a joining or merging of different parts or qualities. Unique combination, combination lock, color combination. Blend, a mixture of different substances or other things. Blend of spices, cultural blend, perfect blend. Fusion, the process or result of joining two or more things together to form a single entity. Nuclear fusion, fusion cuisine, jazz fusion. A small amount or shade of color. Tinge, a trace of a color, feeling, or quality. Tinge of sadness, tinge of blue, tinge of jealousy. Shade, a color, especially with regard to how light or dark it is. Shade of red, various shades, lighter shade. Tint, a shade or variety of color. Red tint, blue tint, tinted windows. Hue, a color or shade. Purple hue, reddish hue, change hue. Trace, a very small quantity, especially one too small to be accurately measured. Trace amount, trace element, without a trace. A brief, unsuccessful success. Flash in the pan, a thing or person whose sudden but brief success is not repeated or repeatable. Prove to be a flash in the pan, another flash in the pan, flash in the pan success. Fizzle, end or fail in a weak or disappointing way. Fizzle out, campaign fizzled, romance fizzled. Dud, a thing that fails to work properly or is otherwise unsatisfactory or worthless. Firework dud, box office dud, dud battery. Short-lived, lasting only a short time. Short-lived success, short-lived victory, short-lived trend. Ephemeral, lasting for a very short time. Ephemeral nature, ephemeral pleasure, ephemeral fame. To annoy persistently. Badger, pester or annoy persistently. Badger with questions, badger into doing, stop badgering me. Nag, annoy or irritate with persistent fault-finding or continuous urging. Nagging doubt, nagging wife, nagging pain. Pester, trouble or annoy with frequent or persistent requests or interruptions. Pester parents, pester for money, stop pestering me. Harass, subject to aggressive pressure or intimidation. Sexually harass, harass the enemy, feel harassed. Bother, Take the trouble to do something, feel concern about or interest in. Bother the neighbors, don't bother, sorry to bother you. To beg earnestly. Implore, beg someone earnestly or desperately to do something. Implore you to reconsider, implore for mercy, implored him to stop. Beseech, ask urgently and fervently to do something, implore, entreat. Beseech the king, beseech for help, beseech them to listen. Plead, make an emotional appeal. Plead for mercy, plead guilty, plead with someone. Entreat, ask someone earnestly or anxiously to do something. Entreat a favor, entreat forgiveness, I entreat you. Pray, wish or hope strongly for a particular outcome or situation. Pray for rain, pray for forgiveness, I pray that. Hard, boring work. Drudgery, hard, menial, or dull work. Sheer drudgery, daily drudgery, life of drudgery. Toil, work extremely hard or incessantly. Toil in the fields, toil away, fruit of their toil. Labor, work, especially hard physical work. Manual labor, labor of love, hard labor. Grind, hard dull work. Daily grind, the grind of something. Chore, a routine task, especially a household one. Household chores, daily chore, become a chore. Seemingly never-ending. Interminable, endless or apparently endless. Interminable wait, interminable speech, interminable journey. Endless, having or seeming to have no end or limit. Endless possibilities, endless supply, endless loop. Perpetual, never-ending or changing. Perpetual motion, perpetual state, perpetual student. Infinite, limitless or endless in space, extent, or size, impossible to measure or calculate. Infinite space, infinite patience, infinite number. Ceaseless, constant and unending. Ceaseless noise, ceaseless effort, ceaseless activity. To become aware of something. Perceive, become aware or conscious, come to realize or understand. Perceive a change, perceive a threat, perceive as a threat. Discern, recognize or find out. Discern a difference, discern the truth, difficult to discern. Notice, become aware of. Notice a mistake, notice a change, escape notice. Detect, discover or identify the presence or existence of. Detect a problem, detect cancer, detect movement. Recognize, identify from having encountered them before, know again. Recognize a face, recognize the signs, recognize an opportunity. Using few words. Laconic, using very few words. Laconic reply, laconic style, laconic humor. Brief, of short duration, not lasting for long. Brief statement, brief conversation, keep it brief. Concise, giving a lot of information clearly and in a few words, brief but comprehensive. Concise summary, concise explanation, clear and concise. Terse. Sparing in the use of words, abrupt. Terse statement, terse reply, terse message. Succinct, briefly and clearly expressed. Succinct summary, succinct description, succinct answer. A large crowd. Throng, a large, densely packed crowd of people or animals. Throng of people, throng of fans, gathered in a throng. Crowd, a large number of people gathered together in a disorganized or unruly way. Crowd of protesters, crowd control, draw a crowd. Horde, a large group of people. Horde of tourists, horde of reporters, horde of locusts. Multitude, a large number of people or things. Multitude of options, multitude of sins, covered a multitude. Mob, a large crowd of people, especially one that is disorderly and intent on causing trouble or violence. Angry mob, mob mentality, mob scene. Fearless and adventurous. Intrepid, fearless, adventurous. Intrepid explorer, intrepid reporter, intrepid traveler. Brave, ready to face and endure danger or pain, showing courage. Brave soldier, brave decision, brave face. Bold, showing an ability to take risks, confident and courageous. Bold move, bold statement, bold colors. Daring, adventurous or audaciously bold. Daring escape, daring feat, daring adventure. Courageous, not deterred by danger or pain, brave. Courageous act, courageous decision, courageous woman. To approach or speak to someone boldly. Accost, approach and address boldly or aggressively. Accost on the street, accost a stranger, was accosted by. Confront, meet face to face with hostile or argumentative intent. Confront a problem, confront an issue, confront the enemy. Hail, call out to someone to attract attention. Hail a taxi, hail from somewhere, hail a waiter. Address, speak to. Address the crowd, address an issue, address a letter. Approach, speak to someone for the first time about something. Approach a subject, approach someone, cautious approach. Reserved and uncommunicative. Reticent, not revealing one's thoughts or feelings readily. Reticent person, reticent about something, strangely reticent. Reserved, slow to reveal emotion or opinions. Reserved manner, reserved seat, naturally reserved. Quiet. Making little or no noise. Quiet person, keep quiet, quiet confidence. Uncommunicative, unwilling to talk or impart information. Uncommunicative patient, sullen and uncommunicative, uncommunicative nature. Withdrawn, not wanting to communicate with other people, shy or reserved. Withdrawn child, became withdrawn, quiet and withdrawn.
Secretive and sneaky. Furtive, attempting to avoid notice or attention, typically because of guilt or a belief that discovery would lead to trouble. Furtive glance, furtive movement, furtive behavior. Secretive, inclined to conceal feelings and intentions or not to disclose information. Secretive government, secretive about plans, highly secretive. Sneaky, behaving in a secret and sometimes dishonest or unpleasant way. Sneaky trick, sneaky feeling, sneaky person. Clandestine, kept secret or done secretively, especially because illicit. Clandestine meeting, clandestine operation, clandestine affair. Stealthy, behaving or done in a cautious and surreptitious manner so as not to be seen or heard. Stealthy movement, stealthy approach, stealthy predator. A person who commits a serious crime. Felon, a person who has been convicted of a serious crime. Felon status, convicted felon, violent felon. Criminal, a person who has committed a crime. Career criminal, wanted criminal, dangerous criminal. Offender, a person who commits an illegal act. Sex offender, repeat offender, juvenile offender. Convict, a person found guilty of a criminal offense and serving a sentence in prison. Escaped convict, pardoned convict, fellow convict. Lawbreaker, a person who breaks the law. Habitual lawbreaker, petty lawbreaker, unrepentant lawbreaker. A large or excessive amount. Plethora, a large or excessive amount of something. Plethora of options, plethora of information, plethora of errors. Abundance, a very large quantity of something. Abundance of caution, abundance of resources, abundance of talent. Surplus, an amount of something left over when requirements have been met, an excess. Budget surplus, trade surplus, grain surplus. Profusion, an abundance or large quantity of something. Profusion of flowers, profusion of colors, profusion of details. Overflow, the excess or surplus not able to be accommodated by an available space. Overflow of emotion, overflow crowd, parking overflow. Unlucky. Hapless, especially of a person, unfortunate. Hapless victim, hapless traveler, hapless fool. Unlucky, having, bringing, or resulting from bad luck. Unlucky day, unlucky number, unlucky break. Ill-fated, destined to fail or have bad luck. Ill-fated voyage, ill-fated decision, ill-fated love affair. Unfortunate, having or marked by bad fortune, unlucky. Unfortunate event, unfortunate circumstance, unfortunate soul. Jinxed, believed to be cursed with bad luck. Jinxed team, jinxed project, jinxed necklace. Extreme anger. Irate, feeling or characterized by great anger. Irate customer, irate mob, irate letter. Furious, extremely angry. Furious parent, furious response, furious debate. Enraged, very angry, furious. Enraged bull, enraged citizen, enraged protester. Infuriated, made extremely angry. Infuriated coach, infuriated crowd, utterly infuriated. Livid, furiously angry. Livid parent, livid expression, absolutely livid. A win that is a loss. Pyrrhic victory, a victory that inflicts such a devastating toll on the victor that it is tantamount to defeat. Classic Pyrrhic victory, costly Pyrrhic victory, political Pyrrhic victory. Hollow victory, a victory that is meaningless or empty because it lacks the value it was supposed to have. Bitter hollow victory, personal hollow victory, ultimately hollow victory. Costly success, a success achieved at too great an expense or loss. Military costly success, financial costly success, emotionally costly success. Empty triumph, a win or achievement that brings no real satisfaction. Personal empty triumph, public empty triumph, fleeting empty triumph. Wasted win, a victory whose benefits are squandered or lost. Completely wasted win, sadly wasted win, historic wasted win. A reason or claim, often false. Pretext, a reason given in justification of a course of action that is not the real reason. Flimsy pretext, convenient pretext, under the pretext of. Excuse, a reason or explanation given to justify a fault or offense. Weak excuse, per excuse, lame excuse. Justification, the action of showing something to be right or reasonable. Moral justification, legal justification, sufficient justification. Allegation, a claim or assertion that someone has done something illegal or wrong, typically made without proof. Serious allegation, unsubstantiated allegation, deny the allegation. Cover-up, an attempt to prevent people from discovering the truth about a serious mistake or crime. Elaborate cover-up, government cover-up, attempted cover-up. To create something false. Fabricate, to invent or concoct, typically with deceitful intent. Fabricate evidence, fabricate a story, fabricate an alibi. Invent, to create or design. Invent an excuse, invent a character, invent a narrative. Forge, to produce a copy or imitation of a document, signature, banknote, or work of art for the purpose of deception. Forge a signature, forge a document, forge a painting. Falsify, to alter information, evidence, or data so as to mislead. Falsify records, falsify data, falsify results. Manufacture, to invent or fabricate. Manufacture consent, manufacture doubt, manufacture controversy. Skillful with hands or body. Adroit, clever or skillful in using the hands or mind. Adroit negotiator, adroit handling, adroit move. Skillful, having or showing skill. Skillful surgeon, skillful player, skillful craftsmanship. Deft, neatly skillful and quick in one's movements. Deft touch, deft fingers, deft maneuver. Nimble, quick and light in movement or action, agile. Nimble fingers, nimble mind, nimble feet. Dexterous, demonstrating neat skill, especially with the hands. Dexterous hands, dexterous manipulation, dexterous juggler.
To make a gesture. Gesticulate, to use gestures, especially dramatic ones, instead of speaking or to emphasize one's words. Gesticulate wildly, gesticulate frantically, gesticulate for emphasis. Gesture, to make a movement of the body, especially of the hands or head, to express an idea or meaning. Gesture broadly, gesture vaguely, gesture in frustration. Motion, to direct or command someone with a movement of the hand or head. Motion toward, motion for silence, motion to come closer. Signal, to transmit information or instructions by means of a gesture, action, or sound. Signal a turn, signal for help, signal agreement. Indicate, to point out, to show or make known, often with a gesture. Indicate direction, indicate interest, indicate a choice. Very watchful and alert. Vigilant, keeping careful watch for possible danger or difficulties. Ever vigilant, vigilant guard, vigilant eye. Watchful, watching someone or something closely, alert and vigilant. Watchful gaze, watchful parent, watchful waiting. Alert, quick to notice any unusual and potentially dangerous or difficult circumstances, vigilant. Alert guard, alert driver, stay alert. Attentive, paying close attention to something. Attentive audience, attentive listener, attentive care. Observant, quick to notice or perceive things. Highly observant, observant witness, observant traveler. Extremely enthusiastic. Avid, having or showing a keen interest in or enthusiasm for something. Avid fan, avid reader, avid collector. Enthusiastic, having or showing intense and eager enjoyment, interest, or approval. Enthusiastic response, enthusiastic supporter, enthusiastic applause. Eager, wanting to do or have something very much. Eager volunteer, eager to please, eager anticipation. Passionate, showing or caused by strong feelings or a strong belief. Passionate advocate, passionate speech, passionate interest. Zealous, having or showing zeal, fervent, fanatical. Zealous reformer, zealous devotion, overly zealous. To persuade with flattery. Cajole, to persuade someone to do something by sustained coaxing or flattery. Cajole into helping, cajole with promises, cajole a favor. Coax, to persuade someone gradually or by flattery to do something. Coax a smile, coax into going, coax out of hiding. Persuade, to cause someone to do something through reasoning or argument. Persuade to stay, persuade to buy, persuade to change. Wheedle, to use flattery or coaxing in order to persuade someone to do something or give one something. Wheedle money, wheedle information, wheedle an invitation. Sweet talk, to persuade someone by using flattery, charm, or affection. Sweet talk intuit, sweet talk apparent, smooth sweet talk. Basic or simple. Rudimentary, involving or limited to basic principles. Rudimentary knowledge, rudimentary tools, rudimentary language. Basic, forming an essential foundation or starting point, fundamental. Basic concept, basic skills, basic necessities. Elementary, relating to the most rudimentary aspects of a subject. Elementary level, elementary mistake, elementary principles. Fundamental, forming a necessary base or core, of central importance. Fundamental truth, fundamental change, fundamental right. Primary, of chief importance, principle. Primary reason, primary color, primary goal. To improve or make better. Enhance, to intensify, increase, or further improve the quality, value, or extent of. Enhance performance, enhance appearance, enhance flavor. Improve, to make or become better. Improve health, improve skills, improve conditions. Augment, to make something greater by adding to it, increase. Augment income, augment reality, augment forces. Boost. To help or encourage something to increase or improve. Boost morale, boost sales, boost energy. Elevate, to raise to a more important or impressive level. Elevate discourse, elevate status, elevate the mind. A subtle difference. Nuance, a subtle difference in or shade of meaning, expression, or sound. Cultural nuance, subtle nuance, understand the nuance. Subtlety, the quality or state of being subtle. Great subtlety, linguistic subtlety, lack subtlety. Shade, a slight degree of difference between colors, meanings, etc. Shade of meaning, every shade of opinion, subtle shade. Variation, a change or slight difference in condition, amount, or level. Subtle variation, regional variation, endless variation. Refinement, the improvement or clarification of something by the making of small changes. Design refinement, latest refinement, process of refinement. To hate intensely. Loathe, to feel intense dislike or disgust for. Loathe hypocrisy, absolutely loathe, deeply loathe. Detest. To dislike intensely. Detest violence, detest spinach, truly detest. Abhor, to regard with disgust and hatred. Abhor cruelty, abhor injustice, morally abhor. Despise, to feel contempt or a deep repugnance for. Despise traitors, despise weakness, utterly despise. Hate, to feel intense or passionate dislike for. Hate injustice, hate waiting, pure hate. To scold or criticize formally. Reprimand, a formal expression of disapproval. Official reprimand, severe reprimand, written reprimand. Scold, to remonstrate with or rebuke someone angrily. Scold a child, scold severely, always scolding. Rebuke, to express sharp disapproval or criticism of someone because of their behavior or actions. Stern rebuke, public rebuke, deserve a rebuke. Admonish, to warn or reprimand someone firmly. Gently admonish, admonish for lying, feel admonished. Chastise, to rebuke or reprimand severely. Chastise publicly, chastise verbally, quickly chastise. Famous for something bad. Infamous, well known for some bad quality or deed. Infamous criminal, infamous prison, infamous decision. Notorious, famous or well known, typically for some bad quality or deed. Notorious gangster, notoriously difficult, notorious for. Disreputable, not considered to be respectable in character or appearance. Disreputable bar, disreputable character, disreputable company. Ill-famed, having a bad reputation, infamous. Ill-famed district, ill-famed pirate, historically ill-famed. Dishonored, having lost honor or respect, disgraced. Dishonored soldier, dishonored family, feel dishonored. To push someone roughly. Jostle, to push, elbow, or bump against someone roughly, typically in a crowd. Jostle for position, jostle in line, jostle the crowd. Shove, to push roughly. Shove aside, shove forward, give a shove. Bump, to knock or run into someone or something with a jolt. Bump into, accidentally bump, bump shoulders. Elbow, to push or strike, someone. With one's elbow. Elbow past, elbow in the ribs, elbow your way. Push, to exert force on, someone or something, to move them away from oneself. Push forcefully, push over, push through. To trick or cheat someone. Dupe, to deceive or trick. Dupe into buying, easily duped, dupe the public. Deceive, to deliberately cause someone to believe something that is not true, especially for personal gain. Deceive the enemy, deliberately deceive, deceive oneself. Trick, to deceive or outwit. Trick into confessing, clever trick, trick the eye. Fool, to deceive or trick someone. Fool everyone, make a fool of, nobody's fool. Swindle, to use deception to deprive someone of money or possessions. Swindle out of money, elaborate swindle, internet swindle. Just beginning to exist or appear. Incipient, in an initial stage, beginning to happen or develop. Incipient stage, incipient disease, incipient rebellion. Beginning, just starting or being formed. Beginning stages, beginning writer, very beginning. Nascent, just coming into existence and beginning to display signs of future potential. Nascent industry, nascent democracy, nascent talent. Emerging, becoming apparent or prominent. Emerging market, emerging artist, emerging technology. Inceptive, beginning, initial. Inceptive phase, inceptive moment, inceptive idea. Not done on purpose. Inadvertent, not resulting from or achieved through deliberate planning. Inadvertent error, inadvertent insult, inadvertent discovery. Unintentional, not done on purpose. Unintentional slight, completely unintentional, unintentional humor. Accidental, happening by chance, unintentionally, or unexpectedly. Accidental death, accidental damage, accidental hero. Unplanned, not planned or expected. Unplanned pregnancy, unplanned event, unplanned stop. Careless, not giving sufficient attention or thought to avoiding harm or errors. Careless mistake, careless remark, careless driver. Suggesting something bad will happen. Ominous, giving the impression that something bad or unpleasant is going to happen, threatening. Ominous sign, ominous silence, ominous cloud. Threatening, having a hostile or deliberately frightening quality or manner. Threatening letter, threatening gesture, threatening weather. Menacing, suggesting the presence of danger, threatening. Menacing look, menacing tone, menacing presence. Sinister, giving the impression that something harmful or evil is happening or will happen. Sinister motive, sinister figure, sinister plot. Foreboding, a feeling that something bad will happen, fearful apprehension. Sense of foreboding, dark foreboding, foreboding atmosphere. Shaking slightly, often from fear or weakness. Tremulous, shaking or quivering slightly. Tremulous voice, tremulous hand, tremulous smile. Shaky, shaking or trembling. Shaky hands, shaky voice, feel shaky. Quivering, trembling or shaking with a slight rapid motion. Quivering lip, quivering leaf, quivering with fear. Trembling, shaking involuntarily, typically as a result of anxiety, excitement, or frailty. Trembling knees, trembling fingers, trembling wreck. Wobbly, tending to move unsteadily from side to side. Wobbly legs, wobbly table, feel wobbly. To refuse to accept or be associated with. Repudiate, to refuse to accept or be associated with. Repudiate violence, repudiate the claim, repudiate a doctrine. Reject, to dismiss as inadequate, inappropriate, or not to one's taste. Reject an offer, reject an idea, reject authority. Renounce, to formally declare one's abandonment of a claim, right, or possession. Renounce citizenship, renounce violence, renounce the throne. Disown, to refuse to acknowledge or maintain any connection with. Disown a son, disown responsibility, disown the comments. Deny, to state that one refuses to admit the truth or existence of. Deny the allegation, deny access, flatly deny. An ending or a stop. Cessation. The fact or process of ending or being brought to an end. Cessation of hostilities, sudden cessation, smoking cessation. Termination, the action of bringing something or coming to an end. Contract termination, early termination, job termination. Halt, a suspension of movement or activity, typically a temporary one. Come to a halt, grinding halt, sudden halt. Discontinuation, the action of ceasing to do or provide something, especially something that has been provided on a regular basis. Discontinuation of service, product discontinuation, treatment discontinuation. Stoppage, an instance of movement, activity, or supply stopping or being stopped. Production stoppage, work stoppage, brief stoppage.
To react with anger or irritation. Bristle, to react angrily or defensively. Bristle at criticism, bristle with anger, bristle at the suggestion. Flare up, to suddenly become angry or violent. Tempers flare up in anger, argument flared up. Rage, to feel or express violent uncontrollable anger. Rage against injustice, rage inwardly, storm raged. Seethe, to be filled with intense but unexpressed anger. Seethe with resentment, quietly seethe, made him seethe. Take offense, to feel hurt, angry, or upset by something said or done. Easily take offense at a remark, quick to take offense. A mild word used instead of an offensive one. Euphemism, a mild or indirect word or expression substituted for one considered to be too harsh or blunt. Common euphemism, polite euphemism, use a euphemism. Mild expression, a gentle or non-offensive way of stating something. Prefer a mild expression for death, use mild expressions. Understatement. The presentation of something as being smaller, worse, or less important than it actually is. Classic understatement, bit of an understatement, master of understatement. Polite term, a word or phrase considered courteous and acceptable. Polite term for fat, more polite term, socially polite term. Substitution, the action of replacing someone or something with another. Word substitution, common substitution, simple substitution. Lacking interest or excitement, ordinary. Mundane, lacking interest or excitement, dull. Mundane task, mundane life, mundane details. Ordinary, with no special or distinctive features, normal. Ordinary day, ordinary people, quite ordinary. Boring, not interesting, tedious. Boring job, boring conversation, incredibly boring. Dull, lacking interest or excitement. Dull lecture, dull pain, dreadfully dull. Routine, performed as part of a regular procedure rather than for a special reason. Routine work, routine inspection, daily routine. Out of place. Not in harmony. Incongruous, not in harmony or keeping with the surroundings or other aspects of something. Incongruous element, seem incongruous, utterly incongruous. Out of place, not in the correct position or order, feeling uncomfortable in a situation. Feel out of place, look out of place, completely out of place. Inconsistent, not staying the same throughout, containing parts that do not agree with one another. Inconsistent with, internally inconsistent, inconsistent story. Inappropriate, not suitable or proper in the circumstances. Inappropriate behavior, inappropriate comment, wholly inappropriate. Contradictory, mutually opposed or inconsistent. Contradictory statements, contradictory evidence, seemingly contradictory. An expression of sympathy. Condolence, an expression of sympathy, especially on the occasion of a death. Offer condolences, letter of condolence, deepest condolences. Sympathy, feelings of pity and sorrow for someone else's misfortune. Express sympathy, deepest sympathy, sympathy card. Compassion, sympathetic pity and concern for the sufferings or misfortunes of others. Show compassion, deep compassion, compassion fatigue. Commiseration, sympathy and sorrow for the misfortunes of others, compassion. Mutual commiseration, offer commiseration, commiseration for. Comfort, consolation for grief or anxiety. Words of comfort, offer comfort, find comfort. To demand or specify a condition. Stipulate, to demand or specify a requirement, typically as part of an agreement. Stipulate a deadline, contract stipulates, clearly stipulate. Specify, to identify clearly and definitely. Specify a time, as specified, please specify. Demand, to ask authoritatively or brusquely. Demand payment, demand an answer, list of demands. Require, to need for a particular purpose, to make necessary. Require a signature, required reading, legally require. Set out, to arrange or display something, to present information or instructions. Term set out in law, clearly set out. Brisk and cheerful readiness. Alacrity, brisk and cheerful readiness. With alacrity, surprising alacrity, greet with alacrity. Eagerness, enthusiasm to do or to have something, keenness. Eagerness to please, eagerness to learn, show eagerness. Enthusiasm, intense and eager enjoyment, interest, or approval. Full of enthusiasm, boundless enthusiasm, lack of enthusiasm. Willingness, the quality or state of being prepared to do something, readiness. Willingness to help, show willingness, demonstrate willingness. Promptness, the quality of being done without delay, punctuality. Admire your promptness, promptness of payment, known for promptness. Dislike and disrespect. Disdain. The feeling that someone or something is unworthy of one's consideration or respect. With disdain, utter disdain, disdain for. Contempt, the feeling that a person or a thing is beneath consideration, worthless, or deserving scorn. Hold in contempt, contempt of court, utter contempt. Scorn, a feeling and expression of contempt or disdain for someone or something. Pour scorn on, with scorn, scornful laugh. Disrespect, lack of respect or courtesy. Show disrespect, disrespect for authority, total disrespect. Disapproval, possession or expression of an unfavorable opinion. Expression of disapproval, frown of disapproval, strong disapproval. To criticize or scold severely. Castigate, to reprimand someone severely. Castigate publicly, castigate the opposition, harshly castigate. Criticize, to indicate the faults of someone or something in a disapproving way. Criticize harshly, criticize fairly, openly criticize. Rebuke, an expression of sharp disapproval or criticism. Sharp rebuke, deliver a rebuke, stern rebuke. Scold, to remonstrate with or rebuke someone angrily. Scold a child, scold severely, always scolding. Admonish, to warn or reprimand someone firmly. Admonish gently, admonish for being late, admonish the crowd. Aggressive and hostile behavior. Belligerent, hostile and aggressive. Belligerent attitude, belligerent tone, become belligerent. Aggressive, ready or likely to attack or confront. Aggressive behavior, aggressive stance, overly aggressive. Hostile, unfriendly, antagonistic. Hostile environment, hostile takeover, hostile witness. Combative, ready or eager to fight or argue. Combative mood, combative style, unnecessarily combative. Confrontational, tending to deal with situations in an aggressive way, hostile. Confrontational approach, confrontational politics, avoid being confrontational. To frighten or threaten. Intimidate, to frighten or overawe, especially in order to make them do what one wants. Intimidate a witness, try to intimidate, feel intimidated. Frighten, to make someone afraid or anxious. Frighten easily, frighten away, frighten children. Bully, to use superior strength or influence to intimidate someone, typically to force them to do something. Bully into submission, school bully, cyber bully. Scare, to cause great fear or nervousness in, frighten. Scare tactics, scare easily, scare off. Terrorize, to create and maintain a state of extreme fear and distress in someone. Terrorize a population, terrorize the neighborhood, terrorize victims. A trick or deceptive move. Feint, a deceptive or pretended blow, thrust, or other movement. Military feint, clever feint, feint attack. Bluff, an attempt to deceive someone into believing that one can or will do something. Call his bluff, bluff your way, sheer bluff. Deception, the act of deceiving someone. Deliberate deception, web of deception, practice deception. Ruse, an action intended to deceive someone, a trick. Clever ruse, elaborate ruse, use a ruse. Trick, a cunning act or scheme intended to deceive or outwit someone. Dirty trick, magic trick, cheap trick. Unpredictability and lack of judgment. Capricious, given to sudden changes of mood or behavior, unpredictable. Capricious nature, capricious weather, capricious leader. Gullible, easily persuaded to believe something, credulous. Incredibly gullible, gullible person, gullible enough to believe. Impetuous, acting or done quickly and without thought or care. Impetuous decision, impetuous youth, impetuous act. Mercurial, subject to sudden or unpredictable changes of mood or mind. Mercurial temperament, mercurial artist, famously mercurial. Naive, showing a lack of experience, wisdom, or judgment. Naive belief, surprisingly naive, naive view of the world. Reckless, without thinking or caring about the consequences of an action. Reckless driver, reckless behavior, reckless abandon. Fickle, changing frequently, especially as regards one's loyalties or affections. Fickle friends, fickle public, fickle in matters of love. Vacillating, alternating between different opinions or actions. Indecisive. Vacillating leadership, vacillating on the issue. Criticism, control, and restriction. Censor, to officially examine and suppress parts of a work. Censor information, heavily censored, state censor. Censure, to express severe disapproval of, typically in a formal statement. Vote of censure, official censure, public censure. Complacent, showing smug or uncritical satisfaction. Complacent attitude, never become complacent. Chide, to scold or reprimand mildly. Gently chide someone for their forgetfulness. Reprimand, a formal expression of disapproval. Official reprimand, severe reprimand, reprimand an employee. Castigate, to reprimand someone severely. Publicly castigated, castigate the government's failure. Suppress, to forcibly put an end to prevent the dissemination of information. Suppress a rebellion, suppress evidence, suppress a smile. Condemn, to express complete disapproval of, to sentence someone to a punishment. Strongly condemn, condemn the violence, condemn a building. Stubbornness and inflexibility. Adamant, refusing to be persuaded or to change one's mind. Adamant refusal, remain adamant, adamant that. Intransigent, unwilling or refusing to change one's views or to agree about something. Intransigent attitude, remain intransigent. Obstinate, stubbornly refusing to change one's opinion or chosen course of action. Obstinate child, obstinate refusal, obstinate streak. Tenacious, tending to keep a firm hold of something, clinging or adhering closely. Tenacious grip, tenacious memory, tenacious defender. Incorrigible, not able to be changed or reformed. Incorrigible optimist, incorrigible flirt, an incorrigible habit. Unyielding, not giving way to pressure, hard or solid. Unyielding stance, unyielding resolve, unyielding material. Mulish, stubborn and intractable, like a mule. Mulish obstinacy, a mulish expression. Negative dispositions and temperaments. Aloof, not friendly or forthcoming, cool and distant. Stand aloof, remain aloof, aloof manner. Cantankerous, bad-tempered, argumentative, and uncooperative. Cantankerous old man, cantankerous mood. Morose, sullen and ill-tempered. Morose mood, morose expression, become morose. Peevish, easily irritated, especially by unimportant things. Peevish remark, peevish mood, become peevish. Jaded, tired, bored, or lacking enthusiasm, typically after having had too much of something. Jaded appetite, jaded audience, feel jaded. Cynical, believing that people are motivated purely by self-interest, distrustful of human sincerity or integrity. Cynical view, cynical remark, deeply cynical. Pernicious, having a harmful effect, especially in a gradual or subtle way. Pernicious influence, pernicious effects, pernicious ideology. Petulant, childishly sulky or bad-tempered. Petulant child, petulant tone, petulant outburst. Surly, bad-tempered and unfriendly. Surly manner, surly response, surly taxi driver. Gains. Profit, financial gain. The company reported record profits. Benefit, advantage obtained. Exercise has many health benefits. Yield, return on investment. The bonds yield 5% annually. Advancement, progress or promotion. Career advancement is important. Windfall, unexpected gain. They received a tax windfall. Surplus, excess amount. The budget had a surplus. Appreciation, increase in value. Property appreciation boosts wealth. Dividend, share of earnings. Stocks pay quarterly dividends. Upside, positive potential. The deal has significant upside. Boom, rapid growth. The tech sector is booming. Poor. Impoverished, extremely poor. The region is impoverished. Destitute, lacking basic needs. Many were left destitute after the war. Needy, in need of help. Charities support the needy. Underprivileged, lacking advantages. Programs help underprivileged children. Bankrupt, financially ruined. The company went bankrupt. Penniless, having no money. He was left penniless. Deprived, lacking necessities. Deprived communities need aid. Struggling, facing hardship. Struggling families need support. Indigent, poor, needy. Legal aid helps the indigent. Broke, informal for no money. I'm broke until payday. Baffle. Confuse, make unclear. The instructions confused me. Perplex, puzzle deeply. His behavior perplexed everyone. Bewilder, cause confusion. The maze bewildered the visitors. Mystify, make mysterious. The magic trick mystified the audience. Flummox, totally confuse. The riddle flummoxed him. Stump, unable to solve. The question stumped the experts. Dumbfound, shock into silence. His reply dumbfounded them. Nonplus, leave speechless. She was nonplussed by the news. Disconcert, disturb composure. The sudden noise disconcerted her. Befuddle, make mentally unclear. The complex theory befuddled students. Carry. Transport, move from place to place. Trucks transport goods. Lug, carry with effort. He lugged the heavy suitcase. Haul, pull or drag. They hauled the boat ashore. Bear, support weight. She bore the burden alone. Tote, carry casually. She toted her laptop everywhere. Ferry, transport across. The boat ferried passengers. Schlep, carry awkwardly, informal. I had to schlep these bags. Shoulder, carry on shoulders. He shouldered the backpack. Convey, transport formally. Pipes convey water to homes. Portage, carry over land. Canoes require portage between lakes. Spend. Expend, use up. They expended all their energy. Splurge, spend lavishly. She splurged on a designer bag. Invest, spend for future gain. He invested in stocks. Allocate, assign funds. The budget allocates money for schools. Squander, waste foolishly. He squandered his inheritance. Fritter, spend frivolously. She frittered away her savings. Consume, use up resources. The project consumed time and money. Disburse, pay out. The bank disbursed the loan. Outlay, initial spending. The business required a large outlay. Foot, pay the bill, informal. He footed the dinner bill. Take. Seize, take forcibly. The army seized the city. Grab, take quickly. She grabbed her coat and left. Acquire, obtain possession. He acquired a rare painting. Confiscate, take officially. The teacher confiscated his phone. Pluck, take by picking. She plucked an apple from the tree. Snatch, take suddenly. The thief snatched her purse. Withdraw, take back. He withdrew money from the ATM. Collect, gather together. She collects vintage stamps. Appropriate, take for use. The government appropriated the land. Pocket, take secretly. He pocketed the extra change. Understand. Comprehend, grasp mentally. She comprehended the complex theory. Fathom, understand deeply. I can't fathom his motives. Grasp, get the meaning. He quickly grasped the concept. Decipher, interpret meaning. She deciphered the ancient text. Perceive, become aware. He perceived the hidden message. Discern, recognize clearly. She discerned the truth. Apprehend, understand fully. Few apprehend the full impact. Realize, become aware. He realized his mistake. Absorb, take in knowledge. She absorbed the information quickly. Interpret, explain meaning. Can you interpret these results? To contain something. Hold, to have inside. The box holds old books. Enclose, to surround completely. The fence encloses the garden. Include, to contain as part of a whole. The package includes batteries. House, to provide storage. The building houses a museum. Carry, to hold and transport. The bag carries my laptop. Store, to keep for later use. The warehouse stores goods. Embrace, to include comprehensively. The plan embraces all details. Comprise, to consist of. The team comprises 5 members. Encapsulate, to summarize within limits. The report encapsulates key findings. Seal, to close securely. The jar is sealed tightly. Inside something. Within, inside limits. The answer lies within the text. Internal, located inside. Internal organs like the heart. Inner, inside a boundary. Inner thoughts are private. Interior, the inside part. The car's interior is leather. Inward, directed inside. She turned her gaze inward. Indoor, inside a building. Indoor plants need light. Embedded, fixed inside. A bullet embedded in the wall. Enclosed, surrounded inside. A letter enclosed in an envelope. Subsurface, below the surface. Subsurface water sources. Inbuilt, naturally inside. An inbuilt camera in the phone. To go through something. Penetrate, to enter forcefully. The bullet penetrated the wall. Traverse, to travel across. They traversed the desert. Permeate, to spread throughout. The smell permeated the room. Pierce, to make a hole through. The needle pierced the skin. Cross, to go from one side to another. Cross the bridge carefully. Navigate, to find a way through. He navigated through the crowd. Thread, to pass carefully. She threaded the needle. Infiltrate, to enter secretly. Spies infiltrated the organization. Bore, to drill through. The machine bored through rock. Pass, to move through. Light passes through glass. To communicate. Convey, to express a message. He conveyed his ideas clearly. Transmit, to send information. The radio transmits signals. Express, to articulate thoughts. She expressed her feelings. Announce, to declare publicly. They announced the winner. Discuss, to talk about. We discussed the project. Inform, to give knowledge. She informed me of the change. Chat, to talk casually. They chatted for hours. Debate, to argue formally. Politicians debated the issue. Whisper, to speak softly. He whispered a secret. Broadcast, to transmit widely. The news was broadcast live. Defense and protection. Guard, to protect from harm. Soldiers guard the palace. Shield, to block danger. She shielded her eyes from the sun. Defend, to resist attack. The lawyer defended his client. Secure, to make safe. They secured the building. Fortify, to strengthen defenses. The army fortified the border. Resist, to oppose forcefully. He resisted the temptation. Safeguard, to protect carefully. Laws safeguard human rights. Barricade, to block entry. Protesters barricaded the street. Armor, protective covering. Knights wore armor in battle. Deter, to discourage threats. Cameras deter thieves. To endanger or risk. Threaten, to pose danger. Smoking threatens health. Jeopardize, to put at risk. Lying jeopardizes trust. Imperil, to endanger seriously. Pollution imperils wildlife. Hazard, a source of danger. Ice is a driving hazard. Risk, to take a chance. He risked his life. Expose, to leave unprotected. Don't expose your password. Compromise, to weaken safety. A leak compromises security. Menace, a threatening presence. The storm was a menace. vulnerable, easily harmed. Children are vulnerable. Precarious, dangerously unstable. A precarious situation. To shut down or close. Terminate, to end officially. The contract was terminated. Cease, to stop completely. The factory ceased operations. Halt, to bring to a stop. Production halted suddenly. Suspend, to pause temporarily. Services were suspended. Discontinue, to no longer continue. The product was discontinued. Deactivate, to turn off. Deactivate the alarm. Seal off, to close access. Police sealed off the area. Power down, to turn off a machine. Power down the computer. Lock, to secure by closing. Lock the door at night. Fold, to close a business. The company folded last year. Strike, to hit or refuse work. Hit, to deliver a blow. He hit the ball hard. Punch, to strike with a fist. She punched the bag angrily. Slap, to strike with an open hand. He slapped the table in frustration. Knock, to strike a surface. She knocked on the door. Smack, a sharp slap. The book smacked the floor. Whack, a hard strike. He whacked the nail with a hammer. Thump, a dull, heavy hit. The box thumped onto the ground. Clash, a violent collision. Protesters clashed with police. Walkout, a labor strike. Workers staged a walkout. Boycott, refusal to participate. They boycotted the unfair policy. Stringent, strict, precise. Strict, firmly enforced. The school has strict rules. Rigorous, thorough and exacting. Rigorous testing was done. Tight, highly controlled. Tight security was in place. Severe, extremely strict. Severe penalties apply. Harsh, unpleasantly strict. Harsh conditions weakened them. Demanding, requiring high standards. A demanding professor. Exacting, highly precise. Exacting measurements needed. Inflexible, unyielding. An inflexible deadline. Uncompromising, refusing concessions. An uncompromising stance. Draconian, excessively harsh. Draconian laws were imposed. Sacrifice, to give up for a purpose. Surrender, to yield. He surrendered his seat. Relinquish, to let go. She relinquished her claim. Forfeit, to lose by penalty. They forfeited the match. Yield, to give way. He yielded his position. Abandon, to leave behind. They abandoned the plan. Renounce, to reject formally. He renounced his title. Concede, to admit defeat. She conceded the argument. Devote, to dedicate fully. He devoted his life to art. Offer, to present willingly. They offered help. Endure, to suffer for a cause. She endured hardships. Far, distant in space or time. Distant, far away. A distant memory. Remote, isolated. A remote village. Far off, very distant. Far off galaxies. Removed, separated. A cousin twice removed. Outlying, distant from center. Outlying regions. Extended, long in range. An extended journey. Lengthy, long in duration. A lengthy delay. Prolonged, drawn out. Prolonged silence. Deep, far within. Deep in thought. Beyond, further than. Beyond the horizon. Await, to wait for. Expect, to anticipate. We expect news soon. Anticipate, to await eagerly. She anticipated his arrival. Await, to wait for. They await the verdict. Look forward to await happily. I look forward to the trip. Hang on, to wait. Hang on for updates. Stay for, to remain waiting. Stay for the results. Hold out for, to wait stubbornly. He held out for a better deal. Bade time, to wait patiently. She bided her time. Countdown, to await an event. We count down to launch. Linger, to wait around. He lingered after class. A lot of, many, much. Numerous, many. Numerous attempts. Plenty, more than enough. Plenty of food. Abundant, very plentiful. Abundant resources. Copious, large in amount. Copious notes. Myriad, countless. Myriad possibilities. Excessive, too much. Excessive noise. Substantial, considerable. A substantial amount. Profuse, overflowing. Profuse apologies. Heaps, informal for many. Heaps of praise. Loads, informal for much. Loads of fun. Large, big in size, amount. Huge, very big. A huge building. Massive, extremely large. A massive crowd. Giant, exceptionally big. A giant corporation. Colossal, immense. A colossal mistake. Enormous, very large. An enormous appetite. Vast, wide in extent. A vast desert. Tremendous, great in degree. Tremendous effort. Gigantic, like a giant. Gigantic waves. Immense, extremely large. Immense pressure. Monumental, huge in importance. A monumental task. Operation, a process or mission. Mission, a task. A rescue mission. Procedure, a method. A medical procedure. Campaign, organized effort. A military campaign. Exercise, a practice operation. A training exercise. Undertaking, a major task. A risky undertaking. Maneuver, a tactical move. A strategic maneuver. Initiative, a new project. A business initiative. Process, a series of steps. A manufacturing process. Execution, carrying out a plan. Flawless execution. Venture, a risky project. A commercial venture. Attack, to assault. Assault, a violent attack. A brutal assault. Ambush, a surprise attack. Soldiers set an ambush. Raid, a sudden strike. A police raid. Charge, a frontal attack. The army charged forward. Bombard, to attack heavily. They bombarded the city. Strike, a sudden attack. An airstrike hit the base. Invade, to enter forcefully. Enemy troops invaded. Besiege, to surround and attack. Rebels besieged the castle. Counterattack, a retaliatory strike. They launched a counterattack. Blitz, a rapid, intense attack. A media blitz. Airborne, in the air. Flying, moving through air. A flying bird. Hovering, staying in one place in air. A drone hovering. Gliding, smoothly flying. An eagle gliding. Soaring, flying high. A plane soaring. Drifting, moving slowly in air. A balloon drifting. Suspended, held in air. Dust suspended in light. Aerial, related to the air. Aerial photography. Levitated, floating in air. A magician levitated. Parachuting, descending with a parachute. Troops parachuting. Jet-propelled, moved by jet engines. A jet-propelled aircraft. Words related to exist. Exist, to be real. Do aliens exist? Live, to be alive. We live on Earth. Survive, to continue existing. Some species survive extreme conditions. Dwell, to live in a place. They dwell in the mountains. Subsist, to barely exist. They subsist on minimal food. Persist, to continue despite challenges. The tradition persists today. Endure, to last over time. Ancient ruins endure for centuries. Prevail, to remain widespread. This belief still prevails. Occur, to happen or exist. Earthquakes occur along fault lines. Inhabit, to live in a place. Many animals inhabit this forest. Words related to information. Data, facts and statistics. Scientists analyzed the data. Details, specific information. She provided all the details. Knowledge, understanding gained. He has deep knowledge of history. Intel, informal for intelligence. The spy gathered intel. Facts, proven truths. Check the facts before arguing. Report, a summary of information. The news report was accurate. Evidence, proof supporting a claim. The lawyer presented evidence. Findings, discoveries from research. The findings were surprising. Insight, deep understanding. Her insight solved the problem. Briefing, a short informational meeting. The team received a briefing. Words related to find out. Discover, to find something new. They discovered a hidden cave. Uncover, to reveal something hidden. Journalists uncovered the scandal. Learn, to gain knowledge. I learned the truth yesterday. Detect, to notice something subtle. The test detected a virus. Realize, to become aware. She realized her mistake. Determine, to figure out conclusively. Experts determined the cause. Identify, to recognize something. He identified the suspect. Ascertain, to confirm with certainty. We must ascertain the facts. Reveal, to make known. The document revealed secrets. Notice, to observe. Did you notice the error? Words related to gas. Oxygen, essential for breathing. Oxygen sustains life. Hydrogen, lightest element. Hydrogen is used in fuel. Carbon dioxide, exhaled gas. Plants absorb carbon dioxide. Methane, natural gas. Methane is a greenhouse gas. Helium, lighter than air gas. Helium fills balloons. Nitrogen, most abundant atmospheric gas. Nitrogen is inert. Propane, fuel gas. Propane powers grills. Neon, used in signs. Neon lights glow brightly. Chlorine, toxic gas. Chlorine disinfects pools. Vapor, gaseous form of liquid. Water vapor forms clouds. Words related to summit. Peak, highest point. They reached the mountain peak. Apex, topmost point. The apex of his career. Pinnacle, highest achievement. Winning the award was her pinnacle. Crest, top of a hill. The hikers reached the crest. Zenith, highest point in the sky. The sun at its zenith. Climax, highest dramatic point. The movie's climax was intense. Crown, top part. The crown of the tree. Tip, very top. The tip of the iceberg. High point, best moment. Graduation was her high point. Summit meeting, high-level conference. World leaders held a summit. Words related to worthy. Deserving, meriting something. She's deserving of praise. Valuable, of great worth. A valuable lesson. Esteemed, highly respected. An esteemed professor. Praiseworthy, commendable. His effort was praiseworthy. Honorable, morally upright. An honorable leader. Respectable, admirable. A respectable achievement. Commendable, worthy of approval. Her dedication is commendable. Noble, having high morals. A noble cause. Meritorious, deserving reward. A meritorious service award. Creditable, deserving recognition. A creditable performance. Words related to will, determination. Resolve, firm determination. She had the resolve to succeed. Intend, plan to do something. He intends to travel next year. Determination, firmness of purpose. Her determination was inspiring. Volition, the power of choosing. He left of his own volition. Commitment, dedication to a cause. Their commitment was unwavering. Perseverance, steady persistence. Success requires perseverance. Insist, demand firmly. She insisted on the truth. Willpower, mental self-control. He used willpower to quit. Decree, official order. The king issued a decree. Mandate, authoritative command. The election gave them a mandate. Words for support. Endorse, publicly approve. The celebrity endorsed the product. Advocate, speak in favor of. She advocates for human rights. Back, give financial, political support. The company backed the project. Uphold, maintain or defend. The court upheld the law. Champion, fight for a cause. He championed education reform. Bolster, strengthen or reinforce. The evidence bolstered his case. Sustain, keep going. Their encouragement sustained her. Defend, protect from attack. He defended his friend's reputation. Stand by, remain loyal. She stood by her decision. Promote, help to flourish. They promoted local businesses.
To make clear or understandable. Interpret, to explain the meaning of something. Interpret a dream, interpret a text, interpret data. Explain, to make an idea or situation clear by describing it in more detail. Explain a concept, explain a rule, explain carefully. Clarify, to make a statement or situation less confused and more comprehensible. Clarify a point, clarify instructions, issue a clarification. Decipher, to convert a text written in code into normal language, to understand something mysterious. Decipher a message, decipher handwriting, decipher a clue. Elucidate, to make something clear, to explain. Elucidate a theory, elucidate a process, elucidate clearly. Explicate, to analyze and develop an idea or principle in detail. Explicate a poem, explicate a philosophical concept. Expound, to present and explain a theory or idea systematically and in detail. Expound on a theory, expound one's views. Unravel, to investigate and solve or explain something complicated or puzzling. Unravel a mystery, unravel a complex plot. Demystify, to make a difficult or esoteric subject clearer and easier to understand. Demystify technology, demystify the legal process. Construe, to interpret a word or action in a particular way. Construe a remark as hostile, construe the law broadly. Freedom from penalty or harm. Impunity, exemption from punishment or freedom from the injurious consequences of an action. With impunity, act with impunity. Immunity, protection or exemption from something, especially an obligation or penalty. Diplomatic immunity, grant immunity, immunity from prosecution. Exemption, the process of freeing or state of being free from an obligation or liability imposed on others. Tax exemption, exemption from duty, apply for an exemption. Freedom, the power or right to act, speak, or think without hindrance or restraint. Freedom of speech, freedom to act, academic freedom. Indemnity, security or protection against a loss or other financial burden. Contractual indemnity, offer indemnity, indemnity clause. Amnesty, an official pardon for people who have been convicted of political offenses. Grant amnesty, general amnesty, amnesty for prisoners. Dispensation, exemption from a rule or usual requirement. Special dispensation, grant a dispensation. Absolution, formal release from guilt, obligation, or punishment, often in a religious or moral context. Grant absolution, receive absolution for one's sins. Carte blanche, complete freedom to act as one wishes. Given carte blanche, have carte blanche to make changes. Reprieve, the cancellation or postponement of a punishment. Last-minute reprieve, grant a reprieve.
To take forcefully. Wrest, to forcibly pull something from a person's grasp. Wrest control, wrest power, wrest away. Seize, to take hold of suddenly and forcibly. Seize power, seize opportunity, seize assets. Snatch, to quickly seize something in a rude or eager way. Snatch a purse, snatch victory, snatch a kiss. Commandeer, to take possession of something by force, especially for military or official use. Commandeer a vehicle, commandeer supplies, commandeer a building. Expropriate, to take property from its owner for public use or benefit, often through legal authority. Expropriate land, expropriate assets, expropriate without compensation. Usurp, to take a position of power or importance illegally or by force. Usurp the throne, usurp authority, usurp a leader's role. Annex, to seize and add territory to one's own, typically without the consent of the owner. Annex a region, annex a neighboring state, forcibly annex. Plunder. To steal goods from a place, typically using force and in a time of war or civil disorder. Plunder a village, plunder resources, plunder and loot. An insincere display of emotion. Crocodile tears, an insincere display of grief or remorse. Crocodile tears, shed crocodile tears, cry crocodile tears. Fake tears, tears that are not genuine and are intended to deceive. Fake tears, cry fake tears, sob fake tears. Hypocritical tears, tears that are contrary to a person's true beliefs or feelings. Hypocritical tears, shed hypocritical tears. Pretended grief, a false or feigned show of sorrow. Pretended grief, show pretended grief. Sham sobs, false or pretend cries. Sham sobs, sob sham sobs. Histrionics, exaggerated, dramatic behavior designed to attract attention or elicit sympathy. Emotional histrionics, a performance full of histrionics. Maudlin, self-pityingly or tearfully sentimental, often to an insincere degree. Maudlin display, maudlin apology, become maudlin. Perfunctory. Carried out with a minimum of effort or reflection, making emotion seem fake. Perfunctory apology, perfunctory condolences. Dissembling, concealing one's true motives, feelings, or beliefs under a false appearance. A dissembling smile, dissembling sorrow. Theatricality, excessively dramatic and exaggerated behavior, implying a lack of genuine feeling. The theatricality of her grief, pure theatricality.
To praise or honor highly. Leonize, to treat someone as a celebrity or a very important person. Leonize a hero, leonize a scientist. Celebrate, to acknowledge a significant or happy day or event with a social gathering or enjoyable activity. Celebrate an achievement, celebrate a birthday. Glorify, to describe or represent something as admirable, especially unjustifiably. Glorify war, glorify the past. Idolize, to admire, revere, or love greatly or excessively. Idolize a celebrity, idolize a parent. Exalt, to hold someone or something in very high regard, to think or speak very highly of. Exalt the virtues, exalt a leader. Venerate, to regard with great respect, reverence, or deep admiration. Venerate a saint, venerate tradition, venerated elder. Revere, to feel deep respect or admiration for something. Revere a founder, revere nature, deeply revere. Extol, to praise enthusiastically and highly. Extol the benefits, extol someone's virtues. Eulogize, to praise highly, especially in a formal statement or speech, typically someone who has just died. Eulogize a leader, eulogize a friend's life. Aggrandize, to enhance the power, wealth, status, or reputation of someone beyond normal limits. Aggrandize a ruler's legacy, self-aggrandizement. having a lot of money. Affluent, having a great deal of money, wealthy. Affluent neighborhood, affluent society, affluent family. Wealthy, having a great deal of money, resources, or assets, rich. Wealthy individual, wealthy nation, extremely wealthy. Prosperous, successful in material terms, flourishing financially. Prosperous business, prosperous city, prosperous era. Rich, having a lot of money or assets, wealthy. Rich man, rich chocolate, rich in resources. Well off, in a comfortable financial position. Well off family, quite well off. Opulent, ostentatiously rich and luxurious or lavish. Opulent lifestyle, opulent mansion, opulent decoration. Moneyed, having much money, affluent. Moneyed classes, moneyed interests, moneyed elite. Flush, having plenty of something, especially money. Flush with cash, feeling flush. Sumptuous, splendid and expensive looking. Sumptuous feast, sumptuous apartment. Palatial, resembling a palace in being spacious and splendid. Palatial home, palatial estate. Capable of being done. Feasible, possible and practical to do easily or conveniently. Feasible plan, feasible solution, economically feasible. Possible, able to be done, within the power or capacity of someone or something. Possible outcome, entirely possible, possible to achieve. Practicable, able to be done or put into practice successfully. Practicable idea, legally practicable. Viable, capable of working successfully, feasible. Viable option, viable business, financially viable. Achievable, able to be brought about or reached successfully. Achievable goal, easily achievable. Attainable, able to be accomplished or achieved. Attainable objective, easily attainable. Executable, able to be performed or carried out. Executable plan, executable strategy. Workable, capable of producing the desired result or effect, practicable. Workable solution, workable compromise. Tenable, able to be maintained or defended against attack or objection. Tenable position, tenable theory. Realizable, able to be achieved or made to happen. Realizable vision, realizable profit. To notice or understand something. Discern, to perceive or recognize something that is not immediately obvious. Discern a difference, discern a pattern, barely discern. Detect, to discover or identify the presence or existence of something. Detect a smell, detect motion, detect fraud. Perceive, to become aware or conscious of something, to interpret or regard in a particular way. Perceive a change, perceive a threat, perceive as rude. Recognize, to identify someone or something from having encountered them before, to acknowledge the existence, validity, or legality of something. Recognize a face, recognize a symptom, recognize a right. Identify, to establish or indicate who or what someone or something is. Identify a plant, identify a problem, identify the cause. Espy, to catch sight of, to discern, especially something distant or obscure. Espy a ship on the horizon. Descry, to catch sight of. To discover by careful observation. Descry a figure in the mist. Apprehend, to understand or perceive. Apprehend the danger, apprehend the concept. Fathom, to understand, a difficult problem or an enigmatic person, after much thought. Fathom his motives, cannot fathom why. Grok, to understand intuitively or by empathy, to establish a rapport with. Grok the philosophy, grok a situation. A sudden attack or movement. Sally, a sudden charge out of a besieged place against the enemy, a brief journey or sudden start into activity. Make a sally, sally forth. Attack, to take aggressive action against with weapons or armed force. Launch an attack, under attack, attack at dawn. Foray, a sudden attack or incursion into enemy territory, a brief but spirited attempt to become involved in a new activity. Foray into enemy territory, first foray into business. Raid, a rapid surprise attack on an enemy by troops, aircraft, or other armed forces. Police raid, air raid, raid a camp. Sortie, an attack made by troops coming out from a position of defense, a operational flight by a single military aircraft. Fly a sortie, make a sortie. Incursion, an invasion or attack, especially a sudden or brief one. Enemy incursion, make an incursion. Onslaught, a fierce or destructive attack. Violent onslaught, onslaught of criticism. Blitz, an intense or sudden military attack. A sudden concerted effort. Media blitz, blitz the quarterback. Eruption, a sudden, violent, or forcible entry. Eruption into the room. Charge, a rush forward, typically in an attack. Cavalry charge, charge up the hill. A feeling of anxiety or dismay. Consternation, feelings of anxiety or dismay, typically at something unexpected. Cause consternation, look of consternation, filled with consternation. Dismay, concern and distress caused by something unexpected. To one's dismay, feel dismay, great dismay. Shock, a sudden upsetting or surprising event or experience. State of shock, culture shock, shock of discovery. Alarm, an anxious awareness of danger. Grow with alarm, cause alarm, alarm bells. Anxiety, a feeling of worry, nervousness, or unease about something with an uncertain outcome. Full of anxiety, anxiety about the future, sense of anxiety. Trepidation, a feeling of fear or agitation about something that may happen. View with trepidation, feeling of trepidation. Apprehension, anxiety or fear that something bad or unpleasant will happen. Apprehension about the future, filled with apprehension. Angst, a feeling of deep anxiety or dread, typically an unfocused one about the human condition or the state of the world. Teenage angst, existential angst. Dread, great fear or apprehension. Live in dread, sense of dread. Disquiet, a feeling of worry or unease. Public disquiet, growing disquiet. Developing earlier than usual. Precocious, having developed certain abilities or inclinations at an earlier age than is usual or expected. Precocious child, precocious talent. Advanced, far on or ahead in development or progress. Advanced for her age, advanced skills, advanced student. Mature, fully developed physically, having reached an advanced stage of mental or emotional development. Mature child, mature attitude, mature response. Gifted, having exceptional talent or natural ability. Gifted student, gifted musician, gifted artist. Talented, having a natural aptitude or skill for something. Talented writer, talented team, immensely talented. Prodigious, remarkably or impressively great in extent, size, or degree, often used to describe a young person with extraordinary abilities. Prodigious talent, prodigious memory, child prodigy. Premature, occurring or done before the usual or proper time, too early. Premature development, premature baby. Ahead, more advanced in progress or development. Ahead of his peers, ahead of the curve. Preternatural, beyond what is normal or natural, used to describe unusually advanced ability. Preternatural wisdom, preternatural understanding. Forward, of a person, bold or over-familiar in manner, advanced for one's age. Forward child, forward thinking. Done with minimal effort or care. Perfunctory, carried out with a minimum of effort or reflection. Perfunctory glance, perfunctory nod, perfunctory inspection. Mechanical, done without thought or spontaneity, automatic. Mechanical response, mechanical apology. Superficial, existing or occurring at or on the surface, not thorough or deep. Superficial cleaning, superficial knowledge, superficial wound. Automatic, done or occurring spontaneously, without conscious thought or attention. Automatic reply, automatic reaction. Hasty, done with excessive speed or urgency, hurried. Hasty decision, hasty exit, hasty generalization. Cursory. Hasty and therefore not thorough or detailed. Cursory glance, cursory examination. Desultory, lacking a plan, purpose, or enthusiasm, occurring randomly. Desultory conversation, desultory effort. Token, done for the sake of appearances or as a symbolic gesture, minimal. Token effort, token gesture. Negligent, failing to take proper care in doing something. Negligent work, negligent attitude. Slapdash, done too hurriedly and carelessly. Slapdash job, slapdash approach. Annoyance or distress from failure. Chagrin, distress or embarrassment at having failed or been humiliated. Much to my chagrin, feel chagrin, chagrin at failing. Embarrassment, a feeling of self-consciousness, shame, or awkwardness. Embarrassment over the mistake, face flushed with embarrassment. Humiliation, the action of humiliating someone or the state of being humiliated. Public humiliation, sense of humiliation. Disappointment, sadness or displeasure caused by the non-fulfillment of one's hopes or expectations. Disappointment in the results, bitter disappointment. Shame, a painful feeling of humiliation or distress caused by the consciousness of wrong or foolish behavior. Flush with shame, feel shame, cry from shame. Mortification, great embarrassment and shame. Utter mortification, to my mortification. Frustration, the feeling of being upset or annoyed as a result of being unable to change or achieve something. Frustration with the failure, sense of frustration. Vexation, the state of being annoyed, frustrated, or worried. Much to my vexation, feelings of vexation. Disfavor, disapproval or dislike. Fall into disfavor, look upon with disfavor. Discomfiture, a feeling of unease or embarrassment, awkwardness. Cause discomfiture, obvious discomfiture. Stubbornly contrary. Perverse, showing a deliberate and obstinate desire to behave in a way that is unreasonable or unacceptable. Perverse streak, perverse satisfaction, perverse refusal. Contrary, opposite in nature, direction, or meaning, perversely inclined to disagree or to do the opposite of what is expected or desired. Contrary to advice, contrary child. Unreasonable, not guided by or based on good sense, not fair or acceptable. Unreasonable demand, utterly unreasonable. Stubborn, having or showing dogged determination not to change one's attitude or position on something, especially in spite of good arguments or reasons to do so. Stubborn person, stubborn resistance, stubborn stain. Obstinate, stubbornly refusing to change one's opinion or chosen course of action, despite attempts to persuade one to do so. Obstinate man, obstinate refusal. Intransigent, unwilling or refusing to change one's views or to agree about something. Intransigent attitude, intransigent negotiator. Recalcitrant, having an obstinately uncooperative attitude toward authority or discipline. Recalcitrant child, recalcitrant behavior. Inflexible, unwilling to change or compromise. Inflexible stance, inflexible rules. Obdurate, stubbornly refusing to change one's opinion or course of action. Obdurate refusal, obdurate heart. Mulish, resembling a mule in being stubborn. Mulish stubbornness, mulish expression. To express contempt for. Deride, to express contempt for, to ridicule. Deride a proposal, publicly deride. Mock, to tease or laugh at in a scornful or contemptuous manner. Mock someone's accent, mock relentlessly. Ridicule, the subjection of someone or something to contemptuous and dismissive language or behavior. Subject to ridicule, ridicule an idea. Scorn, a feeling and expression of contempt or disdain for someone or something. Scorn the idea, pour scorn on. Disparage, to represent as being of little worth, to belittle. Disparage someone's achievements, openly disparage. Scoff, to speak about something in a scornfully derisive or mocking way. Scoff at the idea, scoff at tradition. Jeer, to make rude and mocking remarks, typically in a loud voice. Jeer at a performer, jeer from the crowd. Taunt, to provoke or challenge someone with insulting remarks. Taunt an opponent, cruel taunt. Flout, to openly disregard a rule, law, or convention, showing a lack of respect. Flout authority, flout conventions. Jibe, an insulting or mocking remark, a taunt. Hurl jibes, jibe at his rival. An important or memorable day. Red letter day, a day that is pleasantly noteworthy or memorable. A red letter day, true red letter day. Memorable day, a day that is worth remembering or easily remembered, especially because of something special. Memorable day, highly memorable day. Special day, a day that is better, greater, or otherwise different from what is usual. Special day, very special day. Significant day, a day that is sufficiently great or important to be worthy of attention, noteworthy. Significant day, historically significant day. Celebrated day, a day that is greatly admired, renowned. Celebrated day, widely celebrated day. Momentous day, a day of great importance or significance, especially in its bearing on the future. Momentous day, momentous occasion. Landmark day, a day marking a unique or important historical change or event. Landmark day in history, landmark decision. Milestone, a significant stage or event in the development of something. Milestone birthday, reach a milestone. Signal day, a day that is striking in its importance and serves as a clear indicator. Signal honor, signal victory. Notable day, a day worthy of attention or notice, remarkable. Notable day, particularly notable achievement. To criticize or belittle. Disparage, to represent as being of little worth, to belittle. Disparage someone's efforts, disparage constantly. Belittle, to make someone or something seem unimportant. Belittle an accomplishment, belittle others. Degrade, to treat or regard someone with contempt or disrespect. Degrade a person, feel degraded. Denigrate, to criticize unfairly, to disparage. Denigrate someone's character, denigrate achievements. Dismiss, to treat as unworthy of serious consideration. Dismiss an idea, dismiss out of hand. Decry, to publicly denounce or express strong disapproval of. Decry the injustice, decry the decline in values. Lambaste, to criticize harshly or severely. Lambaste a critic, lambaste the administration's policy. Vilify, to speak or write about in an abusively disparaging manner. Vilify in the press, vilify an opponent. Deprecate, to express disapproval of, to belittle. Self-deprecating humor, deprecate a colleague's work. Censure, to express severe disapproval of someone or something, typically in a formal statement. Official censure, vote to censure. To harass or annoy. Harass, to subject to aggressive pressure or intimidation. Harass constantly, sexually harass. Bother, to take the trouble to do something, to cause annoyance or worry to. Bother a neighbor, don't bother me. Persecute, to subject someone to hostility and ill treatment, especially because of their race or political or religious beliefs. Persecute a minority, persecute relentlessly. Torment, to cause severe suffering to. Torment animals, torment with questions. Pester, to trouble or annoy someone with frequent or persistent requests or interruptions. Pester a parent, pester for candy. Badger, to pester or harass someone persistently. Badger with questions, badger for an answer. Hector, to talk to someone in a bullying way. Hector a subordinate, hector and intimidate. Vex, to make someone feel annoyed, frustrated, or worried, especially with trivial matters. Vexing problem, vexed by the delay. Harry, to persistently harass or carry out attacks on. Harried by creditors, harry the enemy forces. Chivvy, to tell someone repeatedly to do something, to nag. Chivvy along, chivvy into action. Very large. Monolithic, massive, solid, and uniform, often implying an indivisible and impenetrable whole. Monolithic structure, monolithic corporation. Massive, large and heavy or solid, immense. Massive building, massive support. Immense, extremely large or great, especially in scale or degree. Immense size, immense pleasure. Enormous, very large in size, quantity, or extent. Enormous amount, enormous elephant. Colossal, extremely large, gigantic. Colossal statue, colossal mistake. Prodigious, remarkably or impressively great in extent, size, or degree. Prodigious memory, prodigious amount of work. Gargantuan, enormous, gigantic. Gargantuan appetite, gargantuan task. Astronomical, informal, extremely large. Astronomical sum, astronomical prices. Titanic, of exceptional strength, size, or power. Titanic struggle, titanic forces. Monumental, great in importance, extent, or size. Monumental effort, monumental architecture. Based on whim, not rule. Arbitrary. Based on random choice or personal whim, rather than any reason or system. Arbitrary decision, arbitrary rules. Random, made, done, or happening without method or conscious decision. Random selection, completely random. Capricious, given to sudden and unaccountable changes of mood or behavior. Capricious nature, capricious leader. Unpredictable, not able to be predicted, changeable. Unpredictable weather, unpredictable behavior. Whimsical, playfully quaint or fanciful, especially in an appealing and amusing way, acting or behaving in a capricious manner. Whimsical decision, whimsical humor. Erratic, not even or regular in pattern or movement, unpredictable. Erratic behavior, erratic performance. Impulsive, acting or done without forethought. Impulsive purchase, impulsive decision. Mercurial, subject to sudden or unpredictable changes of mood or mind. Mercurial temperament, mercurial artist. Fickle, changing frequently, especially as regards one's loyalties, interests, or affection. Fickle fans, fickle fortune. Volatile, liable to change rapidly and unpredictably, especially for the worse. Volatile mood, volatile situation. Very poor. Indigent, poor, needy. Indigent family, aid the indigent. Impoverished, reduced to poverty, deprived of strength or vitality. Impoverished nation, impoverished soil. Destitute, without the basic necessities of life, extremely poor. Destitute family, left destitute. Penniless, having no money, very poor. Penniless traveler, completely penniless. Needy, of a person lacking the necessities of life, very poor. Needy children, help the needy. Impecunious, having little or no money. Impecunious student, impecunious artist. Penurious, extremely poor, poverty-stricken. Penurious existence, penurious conditions. Poverty-stricken, suffering from extreme poverty. Poverty-stricken area, poverty-stricken family. Bankrupt, completely lacking in a particular quality or value, impoverished. Morally bankrupt, bankrupt of ideas. Mendicant, depending on begging for a living. Mendicant friar, mendicant lifestyle. A fight or disagreement. Fray, a situation of intense competitive activity. A battle or fight. Join the fray, political fray. Conflict, a serious disagreement or argument, typically a protracted one. Armed conflict, conflict of interest. Clash, a violent confrontation, a conflict of opinions or interests. Clash of ideologies, violent clash. Dispute, a disagreement, argument, or debate. Legal dispute, bitter dispute. Battle, a sustained fight between large, organized armed forces, a struggle or conflict. Fierce battle, battle of wills. Altercation, a noisy argument or disagreement, especially in public. Heated altercation, verbal altercation. Contretemps, an unexpected and unfortunate occurrence, a minor dispute or argument. Embarrassing contretemps, diplomatic contretemps. Imbroglio, an extremely confused, complicated, or embarrassing situation. Political imbroglio, legal imbroglio. Schism, a split or division between strongly opposed sections or parties, caused by differences in opinion or belief. Deep schism causes schism. Dissension. Disagreement that leads to discord. Internal dissension, political dissension. To block or hinder. Stymie, to prevent or hinder the progress of. Stymie an investigation, stymie efforts. Thwart, to oppose successfully, to prevent from accomplishing something. Thwart a plan, thwart an attack. Obstruct, to block or get in the way of. Obstruct justice, obstruct the view. Impede, to delay or prevent by obstructing them, to hinder. Impede progress, impede traffic. Hinder, to create difficulties for, resulting in delay or obstruction. Hinder recovery, hinder movement. Hamper, to hinder or impede the movement or progress of. Hamper progress, hamper efforts. Frustrate, to prevent, a plan or attempted action. from progressing, succeeding, or being fulfilled. Frustrate an attempt, frustrate the purpose. Inhibit, to hinder, restrain, or prevent an action or process. Inhibit growth, inhibit progress. Stultify, to cause to lose enthusiasm and initiative, especially as a result of a tedious or restrictive routine. Stultifying rules, stultify creativity. Forestall, to prevent or obstruct an anticipated event or action by taking action ahead of time. Forestall a crisis, forestall competition. A representation of a person. Effigy, a sculpture or model of a person, often crude and used for mockery. Burn an effigy, straw effigy. Statue, a carved or cast figure of a person or animal, especially one that is life-size or larger. Bronze statue, Statue of Liberty. Likeness, a resemblance in appearance or character, a portrait or representation. Good likeness, striking likeness. Representation, the description or portrayal of someone or something in a particular way. Visual representation, accurate representation. Dummy, a model of a human being, often used for display or practice. Crash test dummy, ventriloquist's dummy. Bust, a sculpture of a person's head, shoulders, and chest. Marble bust, bust of a philosopher. Figurine, a small molded or sculptured figure, a statuette. Clay figurine, ceramic figurine. Icon, a person or thing regarded as a representative symbol or as worthy of veneration. Cultural icon, pop icon. Silhouette, the dark shape and outline of someone or something visible against a lighter background. Recognize a silhouette, silhouette against the sky. Avatar, an image or figure that represents a particular person in a video game, internet forum, etc. Digital avatar, create an avatar. To openly disrespect a rule. Flout, to openly disregard a rule, law, or convention. Flout the law, flout convention. Defy, to openly resist or refuse to obey. Defy authority, defy orders. Disobey, to fail to obey rules, a command, or someone in authority. Disobey a command, disobey parents. Ignore, to refuse to acknowledge, to disregard intentionally. Ignore a warning, ignore the rules. Violate, to break or fail to comply with a rule or formal agreement. Violate a law, violate the terms. Contravene, to violate the provisions of a law, agreement, etc., to conflict with. Contravene a regulation, contravene international law. Infringe, to actively break the terms of a law, agreement, etc. Infringe on a copyright, infringe upon rights. Transgress, to go beyond the limits set by a moral principle, standard, law, etc., to violate. Transgress a boundary, transgress the law. Breach, to make a gap in and break through, a wall, barrier, or defense. To break or fail to observe a law, agreement, or code of conduct. Breach security, breach contract. Repudiate, to refuse to accept or be associated with, to deny the truth or validity of. Repudiate an agreement, repudiate the doctrine. Aware or informed. Cognizant, having knowledge or being aware of. Cognizant of the risks, fully cognizant. Aware, having knowledge or perception of a situation or fact. Aware of the danger, politically aware. Conscious, aware of and responding to one's surroundings, having knowledge of something. Conscious of the time, socially conscious. Informed, having or showing knowledge of a particular subject or situation. Informed decision, keep me informed. Mindful, conscious or aware of something. Mindful of the cost, be mindful. Apprised, informed or told. Keep me apprised of the situation. Au fait, being familiar with or informed about something. Au fait with the latest trends, keep him au fait. Conversant. Familiar with or knowledgeable about something. Conversant with the rules, conversant in technology. Enlightened, having or showing a rational, modern, and well-informed outlook. Enlightened society, enlightened opinion. Versed, experienced or skilled in, knowledgeable about. Well-versed in literature, versed in the arts. Passage 1. The coup. The general, long known for his perverse need to oppose any policy not his own, decided to act. He could no longer stand the discomfiture of serving a leader he viewed as weak. With a cadre of loyal soldiers, he moved to wrest control of the government. They moved swiftly to seize key communication hubs and commandeer all military vehicles in the capital. In the ensuing clash, the rebels did not hesitate to plunder the national armory. By dawn, the general had managed to usurp the president's role. He declared his intention to annex the disputed borderlands, a move international leaders immediately vowed to thwart. To the world's consternation, he announced he would rule with absolute power, acting with complete impunity. Passage 2. The public apology. The CEO's press conference was a masterclass in insincerity. As she addressed the scandal, she offered a perfunctory apology, her voice dripping with maudlin sentiment. She shed what many in the audience recognized as crocodile tears, a dissembling performance meant to elicit sympathy. The theatricality of her pretended grief was obvious, her sham sobs failing to mask her true indifference. Critics were quick to deride the display as a token gesture, while commentators lambasted her for this hypocritical attempt to avoid responsibility. It was a memorable day, but for all the wrong reasons, leaving the public with a feeling of deep fixation. Passage 3. The technical breakthrough. Dr. Evans held the complex dataset, her mind racing to decipher its hidden meaning. The numbers were a puzzle that had stymied her competitors for years. She began to explicate each variable, her goal to demystify the results for the broader scientific community. After hours of intense focus, she started to fathom the underlying pattern. "Allow me to elucidate," she said to her team, preparing to expound on her theory. She could discern the solution clearly now, a viable and feasible process that was entirely attainable. This was a momentous day, a landmark achievement that would aggrandize her reputation and likely Leonize her in the annals of science. Passage 4. The legal battle. The corporation's attempt to expropriate the private land without compensation caused a bitter dispute. The landowners, cognizant of their rights, fought back. The company's actions were arbitrary and capricious, a flagrant attempt to flout environmental regulations. Their lawyers, well-versed in property law, argued the developers should not enjoy immunity from prosecution. They sought indemnity for all future losses. The judge, known for his intransigent stance on corporate overreach, was mindful of the case's significance. His ruling would either grant the corporation carte blanche or frustrate their plans entirely, setting a monumental precedent. Passage 5. The Grand Celebration. It was a red-letter day for the venerated composer, a prodigious talent who had been idolized since his precocious youth. The concert hall, filled with an opulent and affluent crowd, was a palatial setting for the event. Critics gathered to extol his latest symphony, a sumptuous work that glorified the human spirit. As the final note hung in the air, the audience erupted in applause, rising to celebrate the man they so deeply revered. There would be no perfunctory reviews tomorrow. This was a signal achievement in a legendary career, a night that would be eulogized for generations. Passage 6. The Reluctant Heir. The young king's first official act was met with trepidation. His council, comprised of the old-moneyed elite, viewed him with dismay, considering him a forward and impulsive youth. They expected a token effort, but he was cognizant of their attempts to thwart his authority. In a move that caused consternation among the nobles, he refused to grant them exemption from the new taxes. He would not be a dummy ruler. He was conversant with the kingdom's impoverished state and knew their arbitrary system of privilege was bankrupt of fairness. To their chagrin, he began to disparage their recalcitrant stance publicly, chivying them into action. He was determined to wrest real power from their grasp and usher in a more prosperous era. Passage 7. The Art Theft. The museum's monolithic security system was supposed to be impenetrable. Yet, the thieves, well-versed in electronic countermeasures, managed to thwart it. Their viable plan was executed with mechanical precision. They didn't plunder the entire wing, their target was singular, a small figurine of immense cultural value. In a daring raid, They used the ensuing fray as a distraction to snatch the artifact from its case. The investigation was stymied from the start. The lead detective, apprised of the colossal failure, felt a wave of mortification. The thieves had acted with shocking impunity, leaving behind only a sham replica and a maudlin note that derided the museum's efforts. Passage 8. The corporate takeover. The hostile takeover bid was a gargantuan gamble. Alexander Croft, known for his mercurial and often capricious management style, sought to usurp the board of the rival tech giant. His first move was to quietly seize a controlling share of the company's stock. In a momentous shareholder meeting, he argued it was not only feasible but necessary to commandeer their research division to save both companies. His opponents scoffed, calling the plan a prodigious folly. They accused him of trying to expropriate value for his own aggrandizement. The resulting schism was deep, a fray of legal threats and heated altercations. Yet, Croft, cognizant of his advantage, pressed on, flouting all conventions of corporate diplomacy to wrest power from their grasp.
Eager to argue or fight. Pugnacious, eager or quick to argue, quarrel, or fight. Pugnacious attitude. The talk show host was known for his pugnacious attitude, never shying away from a heated exchange. Pugnacious boxer. In his prime, he was a pugnacious boxer who overwhelmed his opponents with relentless attacks. Naturally pugnacious. The little terrier was naturally pugnacious, always challenging dogs 3 times its size. Combative, ready or eager to fight or argue. Combative spirit. Despite being the underdog, the team entered the game with a combative spirit. Combative debate. The discussion quickly turned into a combative debate with both candidates constantly interrupting each other. Become combative. He tends to become combative whenever someone criticizes his work. Aggressive. Behaving in an angry, threatening way, as if you want to fight or attack someone. Get aggressive. The driver started to get aggressive, honking and shouting after being cut off. Overly aggressive. The salesperson's overly aggressive tactics made the customers uncomfortable. Verbally aggressive. The critic wasn't just harsh, he was verbally aggressive, launching personal insults at the author. Belligerent, hostile and aggressive. Belligerent drunk. The bartender refused to serve the belligerent drunk who was starting arguments with other patrons. Belligerent tone. What are you looking at? He asked in a belligerent tone. Belligerent nation. The UN imposed sanctions on the belligerent nation for its unprovoked invasion. Quarrelsome. Given to or characterized by quarreling. Quarrelsome child. The tired toddler became a quarrelsome child, arguing about everything from her snack to her socks. Quarrelsome nature. His quarrelsome nature made it difficult to maintain long-term friendships. Avoid being quarrelsome. For the sake of peace, I decided to avoid being quarrelsome and simply nodded in agreement. To announce or spread widely. Promulgate. To promote or make widely known, an idea or cause. Promulgate a law. The new government moved quickly to promulgate a law guaranteeing freedom of speech. Promulgate doctrine. It was the council's role to promulgate doctrine to the faithful across the region. Widely promulgated. The safety guidelines were widely promulgated through posters and training sessions. Announce. To make a formal public statement about a fact, occurrence, or intention. Announce plans. The CEO will announce plans for a company merger at the press conference tomorrow. Announce a winner. The judges are about to step on stage and announce the winner of the competition. Formally announce. The couple will formally announce their engagement at a family dinner this weekend. Proclaim. To announce officially or publicly. Proclaim victory. The winning team's captain climbed the podium to proclaim victory. Proclaim independence. On July 4, 1776, the American colonies proclaimed independence from Great Britain. Loudly proclaim. He loudly proclaimed his innocence to anyone who would listen. Disseminate. To spread, something, especially information, widely. Disseminate information. Health organizations work to disseminate information about the virus to the public. Disseminate knowledge. The university's mission is to create and disseminate knowledge to the world. Widely disseminated. the false rumor was widely disseminated on social media before it could be debunked. Broadcast, to transmit, a program or some information, by radio or television. Broadcast news, every major network interrupted their programming to broadcast the news of the election result. Broadcast live, the concert will be broadcast live to millions of viewers around the globe. Broadcast a message, the captain used the ship's intercom to broadcast a message to all passengers. Overly bold or shameless. Brash, self-assertive in a rude, noisy, or overbearing way. Brash behavior, his brash behavior at the meeting, interrupting senior managers, cost him any chance of a promotion. Brash salesman, the brash salesman refused to take no for an answer, making the customers uncomfortable. Brash confidence, despite his lack of experience, he faced the challenge with a brash confidence that surprised everyone. Bold, showing a willingness to take risks, confident and courageous. Bold move, quitting her job to start her own business was a bold move that ultimately paid off. Bold statement, wearing that bright red dress to the somber event was a real bold statement. Bold leader, the company needed a bold leader to guide it through the period of difficult change. Impudent, not showing due respect for another person, impertinent. Impudent remark, the student was disciplined for his impudent remark to the teacher. Impudent child. The impudent child stuck her tongue out at her mother after being told she couldn't have a cookie. Impudent response, her impudent response to the police officer's simple question nearly got her a ticket. Brazen, bold and without shame. Brazen lie, he told a brazen lie right to my face, even though he knew I had evidence proving the truth. Brazen act, the daylight robbery was a brazen act that shocked the entire neighborhood. Brazen attitude, the suspect's brazen attitude in the courtroom angered the jury. Reckless, without thinking or caring about the consequences of an action. Reckless driving, he was arrested for reckless driving after speeding through a school zone. Reckless decision, investing his entire life savings in a get-rich-quick scheme was a reckless decision. Reckless abandon, the children slid down the hill on the cardboard box with reckless abandon, not caring about the mud or scratches. To mock or make fun of. Scoff, to speak to someone or about something in a scornfully derisive or mocking way. Scoff at an idea, the senior engineers would often scoff at the ideas presented by the new interns. Scoff at authority, the rebellious teenager loved to scoff at authority whenever he had the chance. Scoff at tradition, modernist artists sought to scoff at tradition and create entirely new forms of expression. Mock, to tease or laugh at in a scornful or contemptuous manner. Mock someone's accent, it is cruel and unprofessional to mock someone's accent. Mock a performance, the harsh critic proceeded to mock the entire performance in his scathing review. Mock defeat, after losing the play fight, the father fell to the ground in mock defeat as his children giggled. Ridicule, the subjection of someone or something to contemptuous and dismissive language or behavior. Face ridicule, early proponents of a round earth had to face ridicule from the scientific community. Subject to ridicule, his unfashionable outfit made him subject to ridicule from his classmates. Utter ridicule, her proposal was met with utter ridicule and dismissed without a proper debate. Deride, to express contempt for, ridicule. Deride a proposal, the opposition party quickly moved to deride the government's new proposal as unworkable. Deride an opponent, the politician chose to deride his opponent rather than discuss the actual issues. Publicly deride, the coach was fired for publicly deriding his own players in a post-game interview. Jeer, to make rude and mocking remarks, typically in a loud voice. Jeer at a player, frustrated fans began to jeer at the player who had missed the crucial penalty kick. Jeer from the crowd, the speaker struggled to be heard over the jeers from the crowd. Shouts and jeers, the condemned man walked to the gallows amid the shouts and jeers of the angry mob. To put down or reduce in value. Belittle, to make someone or something seem unimportant. Belittle an achievement, after she won the science fair, her jealous rival tried to belittle her achievement by saying it was just luck. Belittle someone's efforts, don't belittle my efforts to eat healthier, it's a big step for me. Belittling comment, his constant belittling comments about her art slowly crushed her confidence. Disparage, to represent as being of little worth, to belittle. Disparage a rival, the politician refused to disparage his rival, choosing to focus on his own policies instead. Disparage someone's work, it's unprofessional to disparage a colleague's work in front of their boss. Openly disparage, the critic openly disparaged the film, calling it the worst of the decade. Demean, to cause a severe loss in the dignity of and respect for someone or something. Demeaning task. Being forced to clean the toilets with a toothbrush was a demeaning task meant to humiliate him. Demean a profession, saying he's just a janitor demeans the profession and ignores its importance. Feel demeaned, she felt demeaned when her boss checked her work every 5 minutes, as if she were incompetent. Downgrade, to reduce to a lower grade, rank, or level of importance. Downgrade a credit rating, the agency had to downgrade the country's credit rating after it defaulted on its loans. Downgrade software, I had to downgrade the software to the previous version because the new update was full of bugs. Downgrade service, the airline started to downgrade its service by charging for snacks and legroom. Devalue, to reduce the worth or importance of. Devalue a currency, the government's decision to print more money threatened to devalue the currency and cause inflation. Devalue a contribution. By taking all the credit, he devalued his team's crucial contribution to the project. Devalue property, building a noisy factory nearby will devalue all the property in this neighborhood. A test of abilities or disagreement. Challenge, a task or situation that tests someone's abilities. Face a challenge, learning a new language as an adult is a challenge I'm ready to face. Intellectual challenge, solving a complex chess problem is a satisfying intellectual challenge. Physical challenge, running a marathon is the ultimate physical challenge for many athletes. Test, a procedure intended to establish the quality, performance, or reliability of something. Test of strength, the final round of the competition was a test of strength, requiring them to lift heavy weights. Test of loyalty, when he offered me a job at a rival company, it was a real test of my loyalty to my current boss. Ultimate test, surviving alone on a deserted island is the ultimate test of survival skills. Confrontation, a hostile or argumentative meeting or situation between opposing parties. Avoid a confrontation, I decided to apologize to avoid a confrontation with my angry neighbor. Direct confrontation, the two leaders finally had a direct confrontation during the heated debate. Violent confrontation, the protest turned into a violent confrontation with the police. Dispute, a disagreement, argument, or debate. Dispute over territory, the two countries have a long-standing dispute over the territory near the border. Legal dispute, the brothers ended up in a legal dispute over their father's will. Bitter dispute, the bitter dispute between the two companies lasted for years in the courts. Contest, an event in which people compete for supremacy in a sport, activity, or particular quality. Beauty contest, she won the local beauty contest and went on to compete nationally. Contest of wills, getting a toddler to eat vegetables often becomes a contest of wills between parent and child. Speaking contest, he overcame his stutter to win the school speaking contest. Real, touchable, physical. Tangible, perceptible by touch, clear and definite, real. Tangible evidence, the detective needed tangible evidence, like a fingerprint or DNA, to make an arrest. Tangible benefits, the new health plan offers tangible benefits, such as lower premiums and better dental coverage. Tangible asset, the company's building is its most valuable tangible asset. Concrete, existing in a material or physical form, not abstract. Concrete example, for your essay, please provide a concrete example to support your abstract theory. Concrete proof, he claimed he was innocent but had no concrete proof to back up his alibi. Concrete object, a philosopher might debate the idea of a table, but you can't stub your toe on an idea, only on the concrete object. Physical, relating to the body as opposed to the mind, relating to things that can be seen and touched. Physical world, augmented reality apps overlay digital information onto the physical world. Physical book, I prefer the smell and feel of a physical book to an e-book. Physical contact, rugby is a sport that involves a great deal of physical contact. Real, actually existing as a thing or occurring in fact, not imagined or supposed. Real danger, when the hurricane approached, the residents were in real danger and had to evacuate. Real money, you can earn real money by selling your old clothes online, not just store credit. Real experience, working in a restaurant gives you real experience in customer service. Palpable, especially of a feeling or atmosphere, so intense as to seem almost tangible. Palpable tension, the palpable tension in the room made it hard to breathe as everyone waited for the verdict. Palpable excitement, there was a palpable excitement in the air on the morning of the championship game. Palpable fear, after the earthquake, a palpable fear of aftershocks kept everyone outdoors. A deep cut or tear. Laceration, a deep cut or tear in skin or flesh. Deep laceration, the broken glass caused a deep laceration on his arm that required stitches. Severe laceration, the car accident victim suffered a severe laceration to her forehead. Laceration on the leg, the surgeon carefully cleaned the laceration on the cyclist's leg after the crash. Gash, a long, deep cut or wound. Deep gash, the falling branch left a deep gash on the roof of the car. Gash on the head, the boxer had a nasty gash on his head that the referee had to check. Open gash, the paramedic applied pressure to the open gash to stop the bleeding. Slash, a long, deep cut made by a knife or sword. Slash with a knife, the victim defended himself, resulting in a slash with a knife across the attacker's hand. Slash across the arm, the knight received a slash across the arm during the duel. Defensive slash, the cat's defensive slash left scratches on the dog's nose. Rip. A long tear or cut. Rip in the fabric, he caught his ring on his sweater, causing a huge rip in the fabric. Huge rip, there was a huge rip in the sail after the storm. Clean rip, the paper tore with a clean rip down the middle. Tear, a hole or split in something caused by it being pulled apart forcefully. Tear in the paper, a tear in the important document made part of the text unreadable. Muscle tear, the athlete was sidelined for weeks with a painful muscle tear in his hamstring. Repair a tear, you can use this special glue to repair the tear in the canvas of your tent. Dishonorable, dirty, or immoral. Sordid, involving immoral or dishonorable actions and motives, arousing moral distaste and contempt. Sordid affair, the newspaper exposed the mayor's sordid affair and the bribes that accompanied it. Sordid details, the biography skipped the sordid details of the star's early drug addiction. Sordid history, the old mansion had a sordid history of bootlegging and organized crime. Vile, extremely unpleasant, morally bad, wicked. Vile act, betraying your best friend is a truly vile act. Vile language, he was shocked by the vile language the angry customer used. Vile smell, a vile smell was coming from the blocked drain. Sleazy, of a person or situation, immoral, dishonest, and not to be trusted. Sleazy politician, the sleazy politician was always being investigated for corruption. Sleazy motel, they spent the night in a sleazy motel with stained carpets and flickering lights. Sleazy behavior. His sleazy behavior, like making inappropriate comments, made everyone uncomfortable. Dishonorable, bringing shame or disgrace on someone or something. Dishonorable conduct, the soldier was court-martialed for dishonorable conduct on the battlefield. Dishonorable discharge, he received a dishonorable discharge from the military for his actions. Dishonorable act, cheating to win is a dishonorable act that taints the victory. Squalid, morally degrading, sordid. Squalid affair, the divorce revealed the squalid affair and the blackmail that ended the marriage. Squalid lifestyle, the celebrity's descent into a squalid lifestyle of addiction was tragic. Squalid conditions, the health inspectors shut down the restaurant due to the squalid conditions in the kitchen. An elderly person. Octogenarian, a person who is between 80 and 89 years old. Spry octogenarian, despite being a spry octogenarian, my grandfather still jogs every morning. Healthy octogenarian, she is a remarkably healthy octogenarian who has never needed prescription medication. Octogenarian patient, the octogenarian patient recovered from surgery faster than some patients half his age. Elderly, of a person, old or aging. Elderly woman, a kind elderly woman feeds the pigeons on the same park bench every day. Elderly care, the country is reforming its system for elderly care to support its aging population. Elderly population, the elderly population is growing, requiring more accessible housing and healthcare. Senior, an elderly person, especially one who is retired. Community senior, Mr. Higgins is a beloved community senior who volunteers at the library. Senior citizen, the movie theater offers a discount for every senior citizen. Discount for seniors. We asked, do you have a discount for seniors, at the museum ticket counter? Aged, of advanced age, old. The aged, the charity organizes weekly social events for the aged who live alone. Care for the aged, this philosophy prioritizes respectful care for the aged within the family home. Aged parent, he moved back to his hometown to look after his aged parent. Old, having lived for a long time, no longer young. Old man, the old man smiled, the wrinkles on his face mapping a lifetime of stories. Old tree, the old tree in the village square had stood for over 3 centuries. Old tradition, making tamales during the holidays is an old tradition in our family. A choice with no real alternative. Hobson's choice, a situation where there is only one real option. Faced with a Hobson's choice, the workers were faced with a Hobson's choice, accept a pay cut or lose their jobs. A true Hobson's choice, it was a true Hobson's choice, either sign the unfair contract or lose the house. Economic Hobson's choice, the austerity measures presented an economic Hobson's choice that angered the public. No choice, the only option available. Have no choice, I have no choice but to report this violation. Left with no choice, after the 3rd warning, the manager was left with no choice but to fire him. No choice but to comply, the rebels were surrounded and had no choice but to comply. Only option, the one and only possibility. Only option left, surgery was the only option left to relieve the pain. Only viable option, for the stranded hikers, staying put was their only viable option for rescue. Only safe option. Given the storm, postponing the flight was the only safe option. Take it or leave it, said when you are not willing to negotiate. A take it or leave it offer, the buyer gave us a take it or leave it offer on the car. Take it or leave it attitude, his take it or leave it attitude during the negotiation was frustrating. Final take it or leave it deal, this is my final take it or leave it deal, he said, sliding the paper across the table. No alternative, no other possibility. No alternative route, the landslide meant there was no alternative route to the mountain village. No alternative solution, we've exhausted all ideas, there is no alternative solution. No alternative but to fight, when the enemy invaded, they felt they had no alternative but to fight. Comfort in a time of sadness. Solace, comfort or consolation in a time of distress. Find solace, she would find solace by walking along the beach after her loss. Seek solace, he didn't want to talk, he just wanted to seek solace in his music. Great solace, it was a great solace to know that her friends were there for her. Comfort, a state of physical ease, consolation for grief. Words of comfort, he struggled to find the right words of comfort for his grieving friend. Source of comfort, her old dog was a constant source of comfort during her illness. Find comfort, many find comfort in their faith during difficult times. Consolation, the comfort received after a loss or disappointment. Small consolation, knowing it could have been worse was only a small consolation. Consolation prize, even though she lost the race, she was proud to win the consolation prize for effort. Find consolation, he tried to find consolation in the fact that he had tried his best. Relief. A feeling of reassurance following anxiety. Sense of relief. We felt a huge sense of relief when we heard everyone was safe. Great relief. To my great relief, the test results came back negative. Relief from pain. The cold compress provided some relief from pain. Support. Encouragement or comfort given to someone. Emotional support. The therapy group provides crucial emotional support. Support system. Her family was her strongest support system after the accident. Offer support. The best thing you can do is simply offer support and listen. A person who seeks a goal or position. Aspirant. A person who has ambitions to achieve something. Political aspirant. The young political aspirant campaigned tirelessly for a seat on the city council. Aspirant to the throne. The aspirant to the throne gathered an army to challenge the queen. Young aspirant. The seasoned lawyer decided to mentor a young aspirant. Candidate. A person who applies for a job or is nominated for election. Presidential candidate. The presidential candidate gave a powerful speech at the convention. Job candidate. We have 3 strong job candidates to interview for the position. Likely candidate. Her years of experience make her a likely candidate for promotion. Hopeful. A person who aspires to success or shows promise. Young hopeful. The coach watched the young hopefuls practice on the field. Olympic hopeful. She trained 6 hours a day as an Olympic hopeful. Presidential hopeful. Several presidential hopefuls began fundraising early. Contender. A person or group competing to achieve something. Top contender. After her recent win, she became a top contender for the championship title. Serious contender. He is a serious contender for the CEO position. Contender for the title. The undefeated boxer was the main contender for the title. Seeker. A person who is attempting to find or obtain something. Truth seeker. The philosopher was a lifelong truth seeker. Job seeker. The workshop offers resources for job seekers to improve their resumes. Pleasure seeker. He lived his life as a pleasure seeker, never thinking about tomorrow.
Shockingly bad or wrong. Egregious. Outstandingly bad. Shocking. Egregious error. The newspaper had to print an apology for its egregious error in the headline. Egregious violation. The judge called it an egregious violation of the defendant's rights. Egregious behavior. His egregious behavior at the formal dinner embarrassed everyone. Appalling, causing shock or dismay, horrific. Appalling conditions. The inspectors discovered appalling conditions at the factory. Appalling ignorance. His comment revealed an appalling ignorance of world history. Appalling violence. The documentary showed the appalling violence of the conflict. Atrocious. Horrifyingly wicked, of a very poor quality. Atrocious crime. The community was shaken by the atrocious crime. Atrocious weather. The atrocious weather forced the cancellation of the outdoor concert. Atrocious acting. The movie had a great plot but was ruined by atrocious acting. Outrageous. Shockingly bad or excessive. Outrageous price. They charged an outrageous price for a bottle of water. Outrageous claim. The article made the outrageous claim that the moon landing was faked. Outrageous behavior. The celebrity's outrageous behavior was all over the news. Horrific, causing horror. Horrific accident. Emergency services arrived at the scene of the horrific accident. Horrific injury. The soldier survived a horrific injury and a long recovery. Horrific story. The survivor told a horrific story of her captivity. Very upset and agitated. Distraught. Deeply upset and agitated. Distraught parent. The distraught parent pleaded for help finding her missing child. Distraught with grief. She was distraught with grief after the sudden loss of her husband. Visibly distraught. Although he tried to stay calm, he was visibly distraught. Agitated. Feeling or appearing troubled or nervous. Agitated state. The loud noises put the dog in an agitated state. Become agitated. He began to become agitated as the deadline approached. Agitated patient. The nurse tried to calm the agitated patient. Anxious. Experiencing worry, unease, or nervousness. Anxious feeling. She had an anxious feeling that she had forgotten something important. Anxious mood. The bad news put everyone in an anxious mood. Anxious wait. It was an anxious wait for the jury to return with the verdict. Distressed. Suffering from anxiety, sorrow, or pain. Distressed animal. The Wildlife Center rescued the distressed animal from the trap. Distressed call. The Coast Guard responded to a distressed call from a sinking ship. Financially distressed. The financially distressed company was forced to sell its assets. Troubled, concerned, or worried. Troubled mind. She couldn't sleep, her troubled mind racing with worries. Troubled expression. He listened to the news with a troubled expression. Troubled times. The leader tried to guide the country through its troubled times. Deceitfulness. Double dealing. Duplicity. Deceitfulness. Double dealing. Political duplicity. The senator's public tears were an act of political duplicity. Privately, he was celebrating the disaster that would get him elected. Sheer duplicity. Her apology was an example of sheer duplicity, as she was already planning her next scheme. Act with duplicity. A spy must act with duplicity, living a lie every single day. Deception. The act of deceiving someone by concealing or misrepresenting the truth. Deliberate deception. The forged signature was not a mistake, but a deliberate deception. Web of deception. To cover his affair, he spun a complex web of deception that eventually trapped him in his own lies. Practice deception. The magician appeared to practice deception, but it was all just clever illusion for entertainment. Fraud. Wrongful or criminal deception intended to result in financial or personal gain. Commit fraud. He was sent to prison for using fake identities to commit fraud against the bank. Electoral fraud. The election was overturned due to widespread electoral fraud, including fake votes and voter intimidation. Exposed as a fraud. The psychic was exposed as a fraud when a hidden camera showed her using an earpiece to get information. Dishonesty. Deceitfulness shown in someone's character or behavior. Academic dishonesty. Copying another student's exam is a serious case of academic dishonesty that can get you expelled. Pattern of dishonesty. The employee was fired not for one mistake, but for a pattern of dishonesty, including lying about hours and stealing supplies. Outright dishonesty. Claiming you never received the email when I have your red receipt is outright dishonesty. Trickery. The practice of deception. Use trickery. The fox used trickery, pretending to be dead, to lure the crow into dropping its cheese. Sly trickery. The hero won through bravery, but the villain relied on sly trickery and traps. Win by trickery. In Greek myths, Odysseus doesn't always win by strength, but often uses cleverness to win by trickery.
Passage 1, The Political Arena. The television studio buzzed with a tense energy. The host, known for his pugnacious attitude, adjusted his microphone, eager to begin. His guest was a senator with a famously combative spirit, especially when defending her policies. The discussion began calmly but quickly devolved into a combative debate. The senator, feeling her record was under attack, began to become combative. "Your facts are wrong," she stated, her tone growing verbally aggressive. The host, eager to argue or fight, shot back, his style more overly aggressive than probing. It was less an interview and more a confrontation, a bitter dispute over ideology with no real winner, only viewers left with a sense of palpable tension. Passage 2, The Product Launch. The tech company's CEO stepped onto the stage to announce plans for their revolutionary new device. Their marketing mission was to disseminate information as widely as possible, ensuring the product's features were widely promulgated. "Today, we proclaim independence from outdated technology," he declared. The event was broadcast live to a global audience. This bold move was not without risk. Some analysts were eager to argue or fight the company's claims. But the CEO, a bold leader, was ready for the challenge. He knew that to belittle a rival's product would be unprofessional, so he focused instead on his own team's tangible achievements. Passage 3, The Courtroom Scene. The defense attorney's brash behavior shocked the courtroom. During cross-examination, he made an impudent remark to the judge, who warned him against contempt. His approach with the witness was overly aggressive, a brazen act meant to intimidate. He seemed naturally pugnacious, treating the trial like a contest of wills. When the witness, a quiet elderly woman, seemed confused, he tried to belittle her testimony, making a belittling comment about her memory. The prosecutor objected, arguing the attorney was trying to demean the witness and devalue her crucial account. It was a sordid display, leaving the jury with a feeling of distaste. Passage 4, the schoolyard incident. The new student's quarrelsome nature made it hard for him to make friends. He seemed eager to argue or fight over the smallest things, from the rules of a game to who was first in line. During a debate in history class, he didn't just disagree, he chose to deride an opponent's ideas with a scoff. A group of kids began to mock his accent, their cruel laughter a form of utter ridicule. He responded not with words but with a sudden, reckless shove. The teacher, breaking up the confrontation, explained that to disparage someone's work is one thing, but physical aggression is a serious test of the school's discipline policy.
Passage 5, the corporate takeover. The aspirant to the CEO position knew the board saw her as a serious contender. However, a rival candidate, a brash salesman from a competing division, launched a campaign to disparage her project. In meeting after meeting, he would scoff at an idea she proposed, attempting to downgrade its importance and devalue her contribution to the company. Faced with this challenge, she had to make a choice. Accepting the criticism felt like a demeaning task, but responding in kind would make her seem combative. She felt she had no alternative but to present concrete proof of her success, offering tangible results instead of engaging in a war of words. She refused to be drawn into a squalid game of office politics. Passage 6, the neighborhood dispute. What began as a minor dispute over territory regarding a fence line escalated quickly. One neighbor, a belligerent drunk on weekends, started the confrontation with a belligerent tone. The other, tired of the constant arguing, finally decided not to avoid a confrontation. Their shouting match became the talk of the street, a squalid affair that involved vile language and accusations. For the peaceful residents, it was a Hobson's choice: either get involved and risk becoming a target or listen to the quarrelsome noise every night. Many found solace only when one of the men finally moved away. Passage 7, the critical review. The film critic was known for his pugnacious attitude and loved to scoff at tradition. His review of the new drama was not just negative, it was designed to deride the director and belittle the actor's efforts. He didn't just critique, he was verbally aggressive, launching into utter ridicule of the film's message. The director, in a bold move, responded publicly, accusing the critic of sleazy behavior and arguing that his impudent remarks added no value to the cultural conversation. It was a test of the public's allegiance to the artist or the critic. Passage 8, the emergency situation. The physical world can change in an instant. One moment, the climbers were enjoying the view, the next, a fall caused a deep laceration on one climber's leg. The real danger of blood loss was immediate. With no alternative route for a quick rescue, the group faced a Hobson's choice: attempt a difficult, reckless descent or wait for help that might come too late. The palpable fear was overwhelming, but they tried to offer support and comfort to the injured friend, using their first aid kit to staunch the gash on the head he had also suffered.
Passage 9, the corporate whistleblower. She was a top contender for a vice president role, a serious contender known for her integrity. When she discovered the sordid details of a financial cover-up, she knew she had no choice but to report it. The CEO, a sleazy politician of a man, tried to disparage her work and demean her character, making her feel her position was a demeaning task. He presented her with a take-it-or-leave-it offer: drop the matter and receive a promotion or be fired. It was the ultimate test of loyalty to the company's ethics or her own career. Passage 10, the historical struggle. The aspirants to freedom knew the challenge ahead was immense. They lived under the rule of a belligerent nation that would violently suppress any dissent. To promulgate doctrine of independence was an act of reckless courage. The ruling power would publicly deride their leaders and belittle their achievements, labeling them troublemakers. Yet, the revolutionaries persisted, finally gathering to proclaim independence to the world. This brazen act was a bold statement that changed the course of history, turning political aspirants into founding fathers. Passage 11. The Aging Athlete. The spry octogenarian stood at the starting line, a smile on his wrinkled face. For him, this marathon was not about winning. It was an intellectual challenge and a physical challenge against his own aging body. Some of the young hopefuls might scoff at the old man, but he paid no mind to their jeers. His running club was his support system, and he found great solace in their camaraderie. Each step was a bold defiance of expectations, a tangible reminder that spirit doesn't age. Passage 12. The Failed Negotiation. The merger talks hit a wall when the CEO of the other company became overly aggressive. His brash confidence turned into a combative stance, and he made a take-it-or-leave-it offer that was frankly insulting. "This is our only viable option," he stated with a brazen attitude. Our team felt we had no alternative but to walk away. The palpable tension in the room gave way to disappointment. Later, our leader refused to disparage the other party publicly, though many urged him to do so, calling the entire affair a squalid mess of greed. Passage 13. The Artistic Controversy. The modernist artist sought to scoff at tradition with her new installation, a bold statement that many found impudent. The established critics were eager to argue or fight, subjecting her work to utter ridicule in major publications. They called it a vile act against art itself. This confrontation between old and new became a dispute discussed in every cafe. The artist, however, found comfort in her supporters. She saw the criticism not as a setback, but as a challenge to be overcome, a necessary test for any revolutionary idea. Passage 14. The Diplomatic Crisis. The emergency summit was convened under a palpable tension, so thick it felt like a tangible weight in the air. The cause was the latest provocation from a belligerent nation known for its pugnacious attitude on the world stage. Their state media had just released a brazen lie, widely promulgated to deride the sovereignty of its neighbor. The ambassador, a man with a naturally pugnacious demeanor, stood to speak. Instead of diplomacy, he issued a take-it-or-leave-it offer that was less a negotiation and more a combative ultimatum. "For the smaller nation, this is a true Hobson's choice," whispered an analyst to his colleague. "Cede territory or face invasion. There is no alternative that preserves their borders." The room erupted into a combative debate, with several delegates using verbally aggressive language. The goal was to disseminate information and forge a peaceful path, but the belligerent tone from the aggressor state made it seem like a direct confrontation was inevitable. It was a sordid game of power, leaving the representatives of the threatened nation searching for solace in a situation that offered very little. Passage 15. The Academic Schism. Dr. Eleanor Vance was preparing to promulgate a law, or at least, a revolutionary theoretical framework that would govern her field of quantum physics. Her lecture was the most anticipated of the conference, but she knew she faced a challenge. The old guard, octogenarians who had built their careers on traditional models, were eager to argue or fight. They saw her not as a serious contender in the philosophical arena, but as an impudent aspirant whose brash ideas threatened to devalue their life's work. As she concluded, a renowned professor stood, his expression one of utter ridicule. He proceeded to scoff at her thesis, attempting to belittle her methodology with a series of demeaning comments designed to disparage her entire presentation. The jeers from his sycophantic followers were audible. Eleanor, however, did not become combative. Instead, she offered a concrete example from her recent experiments, tangible evidence that could not be easily dismissed. "You may mock the paradigm shift," she stated calmly, her voice cutting through the quarrelsome murmurs, "but you cannot deny the data. To do so is not skepticism, but a reckless abandonment of scientific principle." She had turned a test of her credibility into a demonstration of her unassailable logic.
Passage 16. The Corporate Takeover Bid. Alexander Croft, a corporate raider with a brazen attitude, saw the venerable company not for its legacy but for its tangible assets, which he intended to liquidate. His initial take-it-or-leave-it offer was widely promulgated in the financial press, a move meant to pressure the nervous board. The CEO, Ms. Evans, was a bold leader facing the ultimate test of her career. Surrendering would be a dishonorable act toward the employees and the company's history, but fighting seemed a reckless decision against Croft's vast resources. The boardroom became the stage for this contest of wills. Croft, verbally aggressive and overly aggressive, tried to downgrade the company's valuation, calling its flagship product obsolete. He was eager to argue or fight, his pugnacious attitude meant to intimidate. Ms. Evans, however, refused to be belittled. She presented a concrete plan for innovation, a bold move that would require immense capital but promised renewal. "Your proposal presents a Hobson's choice that we reject," she declared. "We have another viable option, we will fight for our future, and we will find support from partners who value more than just a quick profit." Her unwavering combative spirit exposed the squalid nature of Croft's ambitions and gave her team a much-needed sense of relief and purpose.
Passage 17. The philosophy of discourse. In the realm of philosophical debate, the line between rigorous argument and mere conflict is often perilously thin. Some philosophers adopt a deliberately pugnacious attitude, believing that the truth is best forged in the fires of intense opposition. This combative spirit, they argue, is essential for testing the strength of an idea. However, this approach can easily devolve into something less productive. A debater may become combative, not in pursuit of truth, but to protect their own ego. When criticism turns personal and a thinker becomes verbally aggressive, the goal of shared understanding is lost. The discourse shifts from a test of logic to a dispute characterized by belligerent tone and quarrelsome nature. The ancient Greeks, for instance, valued dialectic, a cooperative search for truth, precisely to avoid the kind of confrontation where the loudest voice, not the soundest idea, wins. They sought to disseminate knowledge, not to belittle an opponent. In this light, the true challenge is not to win the argument, but to engage in a way that elevates the discussion for all participants. Passage 18. The cutthroat world of art criticism. The art world is not always a gentle place of aesthetic appreciation. It can be an arena of sharp opinions and fierce rivalries. Critics, empowered by their platforms, often promulgate their views with absolute certainty. While some offer constructive analysis, others seem eager to argue or fight, using their reviews not to illuminate but to demolish. A brash critic might scoff at tradition, deride an emerging artist's work, and mock entire artistic movements with impudent wit. This is more than just harsh judgment. It is an attempt to disparage and devalue contributions that challenge the status quo. An artist facing such utter ridicule may find their confidence shaken and their market prospects damaged. The critic's brazen attacks can feel like a deep laceration to an artist's reputation. In such a sordid environment, where vile language is common, the real danger is that innovative art is stifled, and the only viable option for many is to conform to established, safe trends to avoid becoming a target. Passage 19. Economic policy and public perception. When a government decides to promulgate a law or a new economic policy, the public reaction is rarely uniform. An administration might announce plans to devalue a currency as a necessary measure to boost exports. To economists, this might be a bold move required to prevent a deeper crisis, a Hobson's choice with no alternative. However, to the elderly population living on fixed incomes, the resulting inflation represents a real and tangible threat to their livelihood. They are left with no choice but to absorb the higher costs. Opposition leaders will quickly seize on this discontent. They may publicly deride the policy, not just critiquing its mechanics, but belittling the officials who designed it. The debate on news networks becomes a combative debate, with pugnacious hosts inviting belligerent guests to shout over one another. For the senior citizen watching at home, this political theater offers no solace, only a palpable anxiety about the future, and a feeling that their well-being is merely a pawn in a larger contest of wills. Passage 20. The biology of conflict and cooperation. The study of animal behavior provides concrete examples of the evolutionary roots of conflict. The pugnacious boxer in the ring has his analog in the natural world. An alpha male baboon, for instance, displaying a naturally pugnacious demeanor to maintain dominance. This aggressive behavior is a test of strength, a physical challenge to deter rivals. The goal is to intimidate, to force a subordinate animal into a position where it has no choice but to comply, thereby avoiding a violent confrontation that could result in a severe laceration or worse. However, biology is not solely about belligerent interaction. The same evolutionary pressures that select for aggression also favor cooperation. A monkey that grooms another is investing in a social bond, a tangible form of support that may provide comfort in a future challenge. For a young aspirant in the troop, learning when to be combative and when to offer solace is the key to survival and social mobility. This complex interplay between conflict and care is a palpable force shaping the social structures of many species. Passage 21. Historical narratives and national identity. The way a nation recounts its history is rarely a neutral act of recollection. It is an active process of shaping identity. Governments often broadcast a curated version of events, seeking to disseminate a narrative that fosters unity and pride. They proclaim independence as a glorious, inevitable event, emphasizing the bold courage of founders while downplaying more sordid aspects, such as the vile act of displacing indigenous populations. This official story becomes a source of comfort and a real part of the national culture. However, this process can also demean the experiences of marginalized groups. When historians attempt to introduce a more nuanced account, they often face ridicule from those who see it as an attack on national pride. Their work is subject to ridicule and called an attempt to belittle the nation's achievements. A bitter dispute can erupt, not just an academic debate, but a direct confrontation over the nation's soul. For a country, examining its past can feel like reopening an old wound, a deep gash that never fully healed. The challenge is to move from a quarrelsome and combative debate to one that acknowledges complex truths, offering a genuine form of consolation for historical wrongs without resorting to a take-it-or-leave-it version of history.
Passage 22. Ethics in Scientific Journalism. The responsibility of science journalists is to translate complex research for the public with accuracy and integrity. A failure in this duty can have significant consequences. For instance, a 1998 study that falsely linked vaccines to autism was not only methodologically flawed but was later revealed to be an outright case of scientific fraud. However, the initial media coverage was equally culpable. Many outlets, in a rush to break a sensational story, committed an egregious error by reporting the link as conclusive fact without proper context or critique. This deliberate deception by the researcher, combined with irresponsible journalism, sparked a public health crisis. The resulting panic left many new parents anxious and distressed, leading to a decline in vaccination rates. The entire episode stands as an appalling example of how duplicity in science and recklessness in media can mislead the populace, with horrific real-world repercussions for community health. Passage 23. The Philosophy of Self-Deception. Philosophers have long debated the concept of self-deception, a state where an individual holds two contradictory beliefs simultaneously. This is not merely a case of simple dishonesty with others, but a more complex internal deception. For example, a person might know, on one level, that their excessive spending is leading to financial ruin, yet simultaneously believe they are being fiscally responsible. This internal conflict can create a deeply troubled mind and an agitated state of being. The duplicity required to maintain this falsehood, both to oneself and to concerned family members, is exhausting. While a lie to others is a conscious act of trickery, self-deception is often a subconscious coping mechanism to avoid a painful truth, making it a fascinating and outrageous contradiction at the heart of human psychology.
Passage 24. Behavioral Ecology and Deceit in Nature. In behavioral ecology, deception is not a moral failure but a critical survival strategy. Many species engage in trickery to gain an advantage. For example, some orchids practice deception by mimicking the appearance and scent of female bees to lure males into pollinating them without offering any nectar reward. This is a harmless ruse. However, more atrocious acts occur in the animal kingdom. The parasitic cuckoo bird commits a form of reproductive fraud by laying its eggs in the nests of other species. The host bird, often distraught with the loss of its own eggs, which the cuckoo removes, becomes an unwitting foster parent. This egregious violation of the host's reproductive efforts is nonetheless a brilliant evolutionary tactic. The cuckoo's duplicity ensures its offspring's survival, demonstrating that in nature, dishonesty can be a powerful tool for propagation. Passage 25, Political Philosophy and the Social Contract. The social contract theory, explored by philosophers like Hobbes and Locke, examines the relationship between the governed and the government. A central tenet is that a government derives its legitimacy from the consent of the people to protect their rights. Consequently, a government that engages in systematic duplicity violates this foundational contract. When a regime is exposed for deliberate deception, such as hiding appalling violence against its citizens or manipulating economic data, it shatters public trust. The populace becomes anxious and agitated, leading to social unrest. Such outrageous behavior by those in power is an egregious breach of duty. If the pattern of dishonesty is severe enough, it can justify, as Locke argued, the dissolution of that government. The citizens, distressed and living in troubled times, may rightfully seek to replace a leadership whose horrific actions and atrocious corruption have made a mockery of the social contract.
Explain. Elucidate, make clear, clarify. The professor elucidated Kant's categorical imperative. Expound, present systematically. He expounded his theory of justice. Interpret, explain meaning. Scholars interpret Plato's allegory differently. Clarify, make understandable. She clarified the distinction between mind and brain. Explicate, analyze and develop in detail. The text explicates the concept of Dacian. Construe, interpret in a particular way. How do you construe Nietzsche's will to power? Delineate, describe precisely. The argument delineates the steps to moral reasoning. Unpack, analyze the meaning of. Let's unpack this dense philosophical term. Illuminate, shed light on. Clarify. The analogy illuminated the ethical dilemma. Demystify, make less obscure. His lecture demystified existentialist thought. Question. Interrogate, question rigorously. We must interrogate our basic assumptions. Probe, investigate thoroughly. Socrates probed the meaning of courage. Scrutinize, examine critically. Philosophers scrutinize the concept of free will. Challenge, question the validity of. She challenged the foundations of empiricism. Query, pose a question. He queried the existence of innate ideas. Doubt, feel uncertain, call into question. Descartes methodically doubted all beliefs. Examine, inspect closely. We need to examine the premises of this argument. Investigate, inquire into systematically. Metaphysics investigates the nature of reality. Puzzle, cause to feel confused. The mind-body problem puzzles philosophers. Argue, reason, think logically. We reason from premises to conclusions. Justify, show to be right or reasonable. Can you justify that ethical principle? Defend, support against criticism. He defended utilitarianism skillfully. Advocate, support or recommend. She advocates for virtue ethics. Persuade, cause to believe. He tried to persuade them of idealism's merits. Demonstrate, prove logically. The syllogism demonstrates the conclusion. Substantiate, provide evidence for. Empirical data substantiates the claim. Validate, confirm the validity. The experiment validated the hypothesis. Corroborate, support with evidence. New findings corroborate the theory. Refute, rebut, oppose with evidence. She rebutted the counterargument point by point. Counter, respond with opposing argument. He countered the objection effectively. Disprove, prove false. Einstein disproved Newtonian absolute space. Controvert, deny the truth, dispute. His thesis controverts established dogma. Negate, nullify, make ineffective. This finding negates the previous assumption. Invalidate, make unsound. A logical fallacy invalidates the argument. Confute, prove wrong, refute. Socratic dialogue often confutes interlocutors. Discredit, harm the reputation of. The inconsistency discredited the theory. Undermine, weaken gradually. Paradoxes undermine naive set theory. Falsify, prove to be false. Popper emphasized the need for theories to be falsifiable. Think. Cogitate, think deeply. Philosophers cogitate on fundamental questions. Reflect, think carefully. He reflected on the nature of consciousness. Contemplate, consider thoughtfully. She contemplated the meaning of existence. Ponder, consider deeply. We ponder the implications of determinism. Meditate, fokus one's mind. He meditated on the concept of emptiness. Ruminate, think repeatedly. She ruminated over the ethical quandary. Deliberate, consider carefully before decision. The panel deliberated on the moral issue. Theorize, form a theory. Scientists theorize. Philosophers theorize about theorizing. Speculate, form a theory without evidence. Metaphysicians speculate about possible worlds. Muse, think absorbedly. He mused on the relationship between art and truth. Believe. Hold, maintain a belief. He holds that truth is relative. Maintain, assert to be true. She maintains faith in human rationality. Subscribe, agree with a theory. He subscribes to materialist ontology. Endorse, support publicly. Few endorse solipsism seriously. Accept, believe is valid. Do you accept the principle of sufficient reason? Presuppose, assume beforehand. The argument presupposes the existence of God. Conviction, firmly held belief. She argued with deep moral conviction. Tenet, principle of belief. Non-contradiction is a basic tenet of logic. Dogma, authoritative principle. The Church rejected philosophical dogma. Credo, statement of beliefs. Cogito ergo sum became Descartes' credo. No. Comprehend, understand fully. Can we truly comprehend infinity? Apprehend, grasp mentally. We apprehend concepts like justice intuitively. Discern, perceive clearly. The wise discern subtle distinctions. Recognize, identify as known. He recognized a flaw in the reasoning. Realize, become fully aware. She realized the implications of the theory. Fathom, understand profoundly. It's hard to fathom the nature of time. Grasp, seize mentally. Students struggle to grasp Hegelian dialectics. Master, acquire complete knowledge. He mastered Aristotelian logic. Certitude, absolute certainty. Descartes sought epistemological certitude. Cognize, know or become aware of. The mind cognizes external objects. Evaluate. Assess, judge the value. We must assess the ethical consequences. Appraise, evaluate worth. Philosophers appraise different theories of truth. Critique, analyze critically. Critique pure reason. Judge, form an opinion. Reason judges the validity of arguments. Estimate, roughly calculate. Can we estimate the probability of free will? Rate, assign a value. How do you rate this moral theory's coherence? Value, consider important. He values logical consistency above all. Gauge, measure, or estimate. It's difficult to gauge the impact of skepticism. Define. Delineate, describe precisely. The ontology delineates types of being. Characterize, describe distinctive nature. How would you characterize good? Specify, state explicitly. The principle specifies necessary conditions. Articulate, express clearly. She articulated a precise definition. Stipulate, demand as part of agreement. Let's stipulate this definition for the argument. Demarcate, set boundaries. We need to demarcate science from pseudoscience. Bound, set limits. The concept bounds the scope of inquiry. Precise, sharply defined. Philosophers seek precise terminology. Exact, strictly correct. The exact meaning of justice is debated. Terminological, relating to terms. Resolving terminological confusion is crucial.
Increase. Increase, make greater. She increases speed. Augment, make larger. He augments his pay. Enlarge, make bigger. She enlarges photos. Expand, increase in size. He expands his store. Extend, make longer. She extends her stay. Amplify, make stronger. He amplifies sound. Boost, help or increase. She boosts morale. Enhance, improve quality. He enhances flavor. Escalate, increase rapidly. Tensions escalate fast. Magnify, make larger. She magnifies images. Decrease. Decrease, make smaller. She decreases noise. Reduce, make less. He reduces costs. Diminish, make less. She diminishes pain. Lessen, reduce in amount. He lessens stress. Minimize, reduce greatly. She minimizes risk. Shrink, become smaller. Clothes shrink in wash. Contract, decrease in size. Muscles contract quickly. Abate, become less intense. Winds abate slowly. Dwindle, diminish gradually. Supplies dwindle fast. Subside, become less severe. Pain subsides soon. Win. Win, be successful. She wins the race. Triumph, achieve victory. He triumphs over foes. Prevail, prove superior. She prevails in debates. Conquer, overcome by force. He conquers fears. Succeed, achieve an aim. She succeeds in life. Overcome, defeat obstacles. He overcomes doubts. Vanquish, defeat thoroughly. She vanquishes rivals. Outdo, be better than. He outdoes his peers. Surpass, exceed expectations. She surpasses goals. Excel, be outstanding. He excels in sports. Lose. Lose, be deprived of. She loses her keys. Forfeit, lose as penalty. He forfeits his turn. Misplace, lose temporarily. She misplaces her phone. Surrender, give up. He surrenders his rights. Yield, give way. She yields to pressure. Concede, admit defeat. He concedes the match. Succumb, fail to resist. She succumbs to illness. Capitulate, surrender formally. He capitulates to foes. Relinquish, let go of. She relinquishes control. Abandon, give up fully. He abandons hope. Accept. Accept, consent to receive. She accepts the gift. Receive, be given something. He receives praise. Take, lay hold of. She takes the offer. Embrace, accept willingly. He embraces change. Welcome, greet gladly. She welcomes guests. Adopt, choose to take. He adopts a plan. Endorse, approve publicly. She endorses the law. Acknowledge, accept as valid. He acknowledges her point. Ratify, confirm formally. She ratifies the deal. Sanction, give permission. He sanctions the event. Reject. Reject, dismiss as inadequate. She rejects the plan. Refuse, show unwillingness. He refuses help. Decline, politely refuse. She declines the invite. Deny, state as untrue. He denies the claim. Repudiate, refuse to accept. She repudiates lies. Disallow, refuse to permit. He disallows cheating. Veto, reject formally. She vetoes the bill. Spurn, reject with disdain. He spurns her gift. Rebuff, reject abruptly. She rebuffs his advance. Shun, avoid persistently. He shuns crowds. Ask. Ask, request an answer. She asks a question. Inquire, seek information. He inquires about time. Question, seek info formally. She questions him. Interrogate, ask formally. He interrogates suspects. Query, ask about something. She queries the rule. Probe, inquire deeply. He probes her story. Survey, ask systematically. She surveys opinions. Poll, record opinions. He polls the group. Interview, question someone. She interviews candidates. Examine, ask to test. He examines her knowledge. Answer. Answer, respond to a question. She answers quickly. Reply, say in response. He replies to emails. Respond, give a reaction. She responds calmly. Retort, reply sharply. He retorts with wit. Rejoin, say in reply. She rejoins the debate. Counter, respond to argument. He counters her point. Acknowledge, respond to message. She acknowledges him. Field, handle a question. He fields queries well. Address, respond to issue. She addresses concerns. Satisfy, meet a question. He satisfies her curiosity. Laugh. Laugh, express amusement. She laughs at jokes. Chuckle, laugh quietly. He chuckles softly. Giggle, laugh lightly. She giggles at silliness. Snicker, laugh suppressed. He snickers at errors. Guffaw, laugh loudly. She guffaws at comedy. Cackle, laugh harshly. He cackles with glee. Titter, laugh nervously. She titters awkwardly. Chortle, laugh with pleasure. He chortles at news. Roar, laugh loudly. She roars with joy. Howl, laugh extremely loud. He howls at the prank. Cry. Cry, shed tears. She cries when sad. Weep, cry with emotion. He weeps quietly. Sob, cry noisily. She sobs in grief. Wail, cry loudly. He wails in pain. Bawl, cry loudly. She bawls after losing. Blubber, cry noisily. He blubbers in sorrow. Snivel, cry and sniffle. She snivels softly. Mourn, express sorrow. He mourns his loss. Lament, express grief. She laments her fate. Whimper, cry with low sounds. He whimpers in fear. Sell. Sell, exchange for money. She sells crafts. Vend, sell goods. He vends snacks. Market, promote for sale. She markets jewelry. Peddle, sell door to door. He peddles wares. Auction, sell by bidding. She auctions antiques. Retail, sell to consumers. He retails clothes. Wholesale, sell in bulk. She wholesales food. Trade, exchange goods. He trades items. Barter, trade without money. She barters skills. Dispose of, sell off. He disposes of junk. Give. Give, transfer possession. She gives gifts. Donate, give to charity. He donates clothes. Bestow, present as a gift. She bestows awards. Grant, give formally. He grants favors. Award, give as prize. She awards medals. Present, offer formally. He presents flowers. Offer, present for acceptance. She offers help. Provide, supply with. He provides food. Supply, make available. She supplies tools. Furnish, provide or equip. He furnishes rooms. Take. Take, lay hold of. She takes the book. Seize, take suddenly. He seizes the chance. Grab, grasp quickly. She grabs the bag. Snatch, take quickly. He snatches the prize. Clutch, hold tightly. She clutches her purse. Grasp, seize firmly. He grasps the rail. Capture, take by force. She captures the flag. Apprehend, seize or arrest. He apprehends the thief. Confiscate, take with authority. She confiscates phones. Appropriate, take for use. He appropriates funds. Begin. Begin, start something. She begins work. Commence, start formally. He commences class. Start, begin an activity. She starts cooking. Initiate, cause to begin. He initiates talks. Launch, start or set off. She launches a project. Embark, begin a journey. He embarks on travel. Inaugurate, begin formally. She inaugurates events. Kick off, start something. He kicks off the game. Set out, begin a trip. She sets out early. Open, start proceedings. He opens the meeting. End. End, bring to a close. She ends the call. Conclude, bring to an end. He concludes his speech. Finish, complete something. She finishes her book. Terminate, end formally. He terminates the deal. Cease, stop doing. She ceases talking. Halt, bring to a stop. He halts production. Stop, end an action. She stops running. Discontinue, cease providing. He discontinues support. Wrap up, finish off. She wraps up her task. Wind up, conclude something. He winds up the day. Argue. Dispute, engage in argument. Scholars dispute the interpretation. Debate, discuss opposing views. Debate the merits of realism. Wrangle, argue persistently. Wrangle over definitions. Bicker, argue petty points. Avoid bickering over semantics. Squabble, engage in minor dispute. Squabble about inconsequential details. Altercate, dispute heatedly. The altercation became personal. Clash, conflict sharply. Their views clash fundamentally. Spar, argue intellectually. Spar with opponents to test ideas. Lock horns, engage in stubborn dispute. They locked horns over free will. Prove. Demonstrate, show conclusively. Demonstrate logical necessity. Establish, prove beyond doubt. Establish the theorem's truth. Verify, confirm empirically. Verify the hypothesis. Confirm, provide supporting evidence. Evidence confirms the prediction. Validate, declare sound. The proof validates the conjecture. Substantiate, provide firm basis. Substantiate the claim with arguments. Corroborate, support with evidence. Corroborate the account. Attest, bear witness. Logic attests to the conclusion. Evince, show clearly. The argument evinces its own validity. Certify, confirm formally. Reason certifies the deduction. Disprove. Refute, prove wrong. Refute the counterargument. Falsify, show false. Falsify the universal claim. Rebut, counter evidence. Rebut the opponent's point. Confute, overwhelm with argument. Confute the erroneous doctrine. Discredit, undermine belief. Discredit the flawed theory. Invalidate, make unsound. A fallacy invalidates the reasoning. Negate, nullify. The contradiction negates the premise. Controvert, dispute successfully. Controvert the established view. Overturn, overthrow established idea. New evidence overturn the paradigm. Explode, destroy credibility. The reductio exploded the hypothesis. Value. Esteem, hold in high regard. Esteem wisdom above riches. Prize, value highly. Prize intellectual honesty. Cherish, hold dear. Cherish the pursuit of truth. Treasure, value greatly. Treasure rational discourse. Appreciate, recognize worth. Appreciate the complexity. Revere, deeply respect. Revere the great thinkers. Venerate, regard with awe. Venerate the Socratic method. Honor, regard with respect. Honor ethical commitments. Dignify, confer dignity. Reason dignifies human life. Evaluate, assess worth. Evaluate moral choices. Condemn. Denounce, declare wrong. Denounce injustice. Censure, express strong disapproval. Censure unethical arguments. Repudiate, reject utterly. Repudiate solipsism. Decry, publicly condemn. Decry intellectual dishonesty. Deplore, feel sorrow about. Deplore the misuse of logic. Disparage, belittle. Disparage simplistic thinking. Vilify, speak ill of. Vilify opponents unfairly. Criticize, find fault. Criticize fallacious reasoning. Reproach, express disappointment. Reproach moral cowardice. Execrate, curse, detest. Execrate tyranny. Motion. Velocity, speed with direction. Acceleration, rate of velocity change. Gravity causes constant downward acceleration. Displacement, change in position. The displacement from home to school is 2 kilometers east. Momentum, mass times velocity. A heavy truck has high momentum. Inertia, resistance to motion change. Inertia keeps planets in orbit. Trajectory, path of a projectile. The cannonball's trajectory was parabolic. Dynamics, study of motion causes. Newton's laws form classical dynamics. Kinematics, description of motion. Kinematics analyzes position versus time graphs. Deceleration, negative acceleration. Braking causes rapid deceleration. Propulsion, force causing motion. Rocket engines provide thrust for propulsion. Energy. Kinetic, energy of motion. A rolling ball possesses kinetic energy. Potential, stored energy. Water in a dam has gravitational potential energy. Conservation, total energy remains constant. Energy conservation governs all processes. Joule, unit of energy, work. Lifting 1 Newton 1 meter requires 1 joule. Thermal, internal energy, heat. Friction converts kinetic energy into thermal energy. Radiant, energy carried by EM waves. The sun emits radiant energy. Mechanical, sum of kinetic and potential. A swinging pendulum exchanges mechanical energy. Dissipation, energy loss. Resistance causes electrical energy dissipation. Renewable, sustainable energy source. Solar power is a key renewable energy. Transformation, energy changing form. A battery transforms chemical energy to electrical. Force. Newton, unit of force. Gravitational, attraction between masses. Earth exerts gravitational force on the moon. Electromagnetic, force between charges, currents. Magnets exhibit electromagnetic force. Friction, opposes relative motion. Static friction prevents slipping. Tension, pulling force in a string rod. Tension in the cable supports the elevator. Normal, perpendicular surface contact force. The table exerts a normal force upward on the book. Net, vector sum of all forces. Net force determines acceleration. Applied, force exerted by an agent. She applied a force to push the crate. Buoyant, upward fluid force. Buoyant force makes objects float. Centripetal, center-seeking force. Centripetal force keeps a satellite in orbit. Influence. Shape, give form to. Culture shapes moral intuitions. Inform, give substance, character. Metaphysics informs ethics. Determine, cause decisively. Do genes determine behavior? Condition, influence development. Language conditions thought. Bias, cause prejudice. Cognitive biases bias reasoning. Predispose, make susceptible. Ideology predisposes interpretation. Sway, persuade gently. Rhetoric sways opinion. Affect, have effect on. Emotions affect judgment. Impact, have strong effect. Technology impacts conceptions of self. Mold, shape character, ideas. Education molds philosophical outlook. Cause. Effectuate, bring about. Will effectuates change. Generate, produce. Events generate consequences. Precipitate, cause suddenly. The argument precipitated a crisis. Induce, bring about indirectly. Reasons induce actions. Provoke, stimulate reaction. Paradoxes provoke thought. Occasion, provide cause for. Sense data occasion perceptions. Elicit, draw forth. Questions elicit responses. Engender, give rise to. Injustice engenders resentment. Catalyze, accelerate change. Socrates catalyzed Western philosophy. Necessitate, make necessary. Divine perfection necessitates creation. Change. Transform, change form. Dialectic transforms ideas. Evolve, develop gradually. Ethical systems evolve. Metamorphose, change completely. Consciousness metamorphoses in meditation. Mutate, change character. Concepts mutate over time. Shift, move position. Paradigms shift radically. Transition, process of changing. The transition from potential to actual. Fluctuate, vary irregularly. Beliefs fluctuate with evidence. Modify, alter partially. Modify the theory to fit data. Transmute, change nature. Alchemists sought transmutation, philosophers seek understanding. Become, come to be. Being and becoming. Deduce. Infer, conclude from evidence. From the premises, we infer the conclusion. Derive, reason from source. He derived ethical rules from natural law. Conclude, arrive at judgment. The argument concludes that God exists. Extrapolate, extend beyond known data. Can we extrapolate from human minds to AI? Entail, necessarily involve. Determinism entails no libertarian free will. Imply, suggest as consequence. The statement implies its own truth. Syllogize, reason using syllogisms. Aristotle taught how to syllogize correctly. Logically follow, be necessitated by premises. The contradiction logically follows. Consequential, following as result. Consider the consequential truths. Elation, act of inferring. The elation was logically valid. Induce. Generalize, form general principle. We generalize from specific observations. Extrapolate, infer unknown from known. He extrapolated from limited data. Hypothesize, propose explanation. Scientists hypothesize. Philosophers examine hypotheses. Conjecture, form opinion without proof. We can only conjecture about other minds. Surmise, suppose without evidence. She surmised a hidden purpose. Infer, probabilistically, conclude likely. We infer design from apparent order. Project, attribute beyond data. Hume warned against projecting necessity onto nature. Pattern, recognize regularity. The mind patterns experiences. Probabilistic, based on probability. Inductive reasoning yields probabilistic conclusions. Support, evidence. Corroborate, confirm with evidence. New data corroborates the hypothesis. Substantiate, provide firm evidence. Empirical studies substantiate the claim. Verify, confirm truth. Can we verify statements about the past? Confirm, establish truth. The prediction confirms the theory. Validate, make sound. Successful application validates the principle. Evidence, grounds for belief. He presented strong evidence for realism. Attest, provide evidence. Experience attests to the existence of qualia. Buttress, reinforce with support. Analogies buttress the argument. Bolster, strengthen. Historical examples bolster the philosophical point. Underpin, support from beneath. Basic axioms underpin the logical system. Perceive. Apprehend, become aware of. We apprehend sensory data. Discern, detect with senses, mind. Discern subtle differences in meaning. Sense, detect via senses. We sense the external world. Intuit, know by instinct. Some truths are intuited directly. Observe, notice scientifically. Observe the phenomena of consciousness. Experience, undergo subjectively. We experience qualia firsthand. Feel, experience emotion, sensation. Feel empathy for others. Notice, become aware of. Notice the ambiguity in the term. Witness, observe directly. We witness causal sequences. Register, record mentally. The mind registers perceptions. Conclude. Derive, obtain logically. Derive ethical norms. Terminate, bring to end. The inquiry terminates in skepticism. Settle, reach decision. The debate settled on compatibilism. Resolve, find solution. Resolve the paradox. Determine, ascertain conclusively. Reason determines the correct action. Establish, prove beyond doubt. Establish the validity of the argument. Find, decide as result. We find the concept incoherent. Judgment, final decision. The philosopher's judgment was clear. Assume. Conjecture, guess without proof. Conjecture about ultimate reality. Take for granted, assume unquestioningly. Don't take common sense for granted. Stipulate, demand as condition. Stipulate this definition for now. Axiom, self-evident truth. Euclid's axioms. Given, accepted starting point. Take consciousness as a given. Doubt. Skepticism, doubt as doctrine. Pyrrhonian skepticism. Question, express doubt. Question authority. Suspect, believe tentatively. I suspect this argument is fallacious. Distrust, lack confidence. Distrust sensory certainty. Mistrust, regard with suspicion. Mistrust grand metaphysical systems. Uncertainty, state of doubt. Embrace epistemic uncertainty. Hesitate, pause in doubt. Hesitate to accept the conclusion. Challenge, question validity. Challenge foundational beliefs. Scruple, hesitate for ethical reasons. He had scruples about the theory's implications. Improve. Improve, make better. She improves skills. Enhance, increase quality. He enhances sound. Better, improve on. She betters scores. Upgrade, raise standard. He upgrades gear. Refine, make purer. She refines taste. Polish, make perfect. He polishes work. Perfect, make flawless. She perfects art. Optimize, make best. He optimizes plans. Ameliorate, improve state. She ameliorates life. Elevate, raise up. He elevates mood. Worsen. Worsen, make worse. Weather worsens fast. Deteriorate, get worse. Health deteriorates now. Decline, grow weaker. Skills decline slowly. Degenerate, worsen badly. Talks degenerate fast. Exacerbate, make worse. He exacerbates issues. Aggravate, worsen state. She aggravates pain. Intensify, grow stronger. Pain intensifies quick. Escalate, increase bad. Problems escalate here. Compound, add to bad. He compounds errors. Degrade, lower quality. She degrades work. Communicate. Communicate, share info. She communicates well. Convey, pass on. He conveys thoughts. Express, show feelings. She expresses joy. Impart, share knowledge. He imparts wisdom. Transmit, send info. She transmits news. Relay, pass along. He relays messages. Disclose, reveal info. She discloses secrets. Reveal, make known. He reveals plans. Announce, state publicly. She announces wins. Declare, say formally. He declares love. Miscommunicate. Miscommunicate, fail to convey. She miscommunicates intent. Misunderstand, grasp wrong. He misunderstands her. Misinterpret, see wrongly. She misinterprets signs. Confuse, mix up. He confuses facts. Muddle, jumble info. She muddles words. Garble, distort message. He garbles speech. Distort, twist meaning. She distorts truth. Obfuscate, make unclear. He obfuscates issues. Complicate, make complex. She complicates talk. Bewilder, perplex others. He bewilders them. Listen. Listen, hear attentively. She listens well. Hear, perceive sound. He hears voices. Attend, focus hearing. She attends to him. Heed, pay attention. He heeds advice. Eavesdrop, listen secretly. She eavesdrops often. Overhear, hear by chance. He overhears talk. Tune in, listen closely. She tunes in news. Pay attention, focus ears. He pays attention now. Concentrate, focus hearing. She concentrates hard. Focus, direct ears. He focuses on sound. Obey. Obey, follow orders. She obeys rules. Follow, act per rules. He follows laws. Adhere to, stick to. She adheres to plans. Comply, meet demands. He complies fast. Abide by, respect rules. She abides by terms. Conform, match standards. He conforms well. Submit, yield to. She submits to law. Yield, give in. He yields to orders. Bow, show submission. She bows to will. Acquiesce, agree reluctantly. He acquiesces now. Disobey. Disobey, not follow. She disobeys orders. Defy, resist openly. He defies rules. Rebel, oppose authority. She rebels often. Resist, fight against. He resists control. Oppose, stand against. She opposes laws. Contravene, break rules. He contravenes policy. Violate, disregard rules. She violates terms. Transgress, go beyond. He transgresses bounds. Infringe, break laws. She infringes rights. Flout, ignore openly. He flouts norms. Oppose, conceptually. Contradict, assert the opposite. His statement contradicts the first principle. Contravene, conflict with. This view contravenes common sense. Conflict, be incompatible. The two theories conflict on fundamental points. Dissent, hold different opinion. He dissented from the prevailing view. Object, express opposition. She objected to the utilitarian calculus. Differ, be unlike. Their interpretations differ significantly. Countervail, counterbalance. Duty countervails desire in Kantian ethics. Antithetical, directly opposed. Relativism is antithetical to absolutism. Polar, opposite extremes. Idealism and materialism are polar opposites. Dichotomous, divided into two opposites. Mind-body is a classic dichotomy. Analyze. Decompose, break into parts. Analysis decomposes complex ideas. Dissect, examine part by part. He dissected the argument meticulously. Parse, examine syntactically. Philosophers parse language carefully. Scrutinize, examine minutely. Analytic philosophy scrutinizes concepts. Dissolve, resolve by analysis. Wittgenstein sought to dissolve philosophical problems. Reduce, break into simpler elements. Logical positivists aimed to reduce statements. Examine, inspect closely. We examine the structure of the argument. Investigate, inquire systematically. Phenomenology investigates conscious experience. Deconstruct, expose assumptions. Derrida deconstructed binary oppositions. Break down, separate into components. Break down the concept of freedom. Synthesize. Integrate, combine into whole. He integrated insights from various traditions. Unify, make into a unit. Seeking a unified theory of reality. Combine, join together. Combine rationalism and empiricism. Coalesce, grow together. Ideas coalesced into a coherent system. Amalgamate, merge into one. His philosophy amalgamates East and West. Harmonize, make compatible. Can we harmonize free will and determinism? Reconcile, make consistent. He reconciled faith and reason. Fuse, blend together. The approach fuses ethics and metaphysics. Consolidate, strengthen by combining. Consolidate diverse arguments. Systematize, arrange in a system. Hegel systematized dialectical thought. Abstract. Generalize, form general concept. We abstract universal truths. Conceptualize, form a concept. The mind conceptualizes experience. Idealize, represent as ideal. Plato idealized the forms. Theorize, form abstract theory. Theorizing involves abstraction. Universalize, make universal. Kant's imperative requires universalizing maxims. Formalize, express in abstract form. Logicians formalize reasoning. Reify, often cautionary, treat abstract as concrete. Beware not to reify concepts. Hypostatize, treat as real entity. Hypostatizing, society, can be misleading. Transcend, go beyond concrete. Philosophy seeks to transcend mere appearance. Metaphysical, pertaining to abstraction.
Listen to these sentences. I must immerse myself in my studies to improve quickly. I have a voracious curiosity about the world, so I'm always asking questions. When my friend asks me a difficult question, I sometimes equivocate because I don't want to give a wrong answer. The weather here is so capricious. It's sunny one minute and pouring rain the next. My profligate spending on coffee last month left me with no money for books. I am parsimonious with my free time, so I only use it for the most important activities. The child became querulous and started whining when it was time to leave the playground. My new classmate is very taciturn, so I find it difficult to start a conversation with him. Seeing a typewriter in a modern office feels like an anachronism. To improve my health, I will eschew sugary drinks and only drink water. I appreciate my teacher's laconic instructions because they are clear and easy to remember. The critic's vitriolic review of the film made me not want to see it. My dream of becoming a famous actor is probably quixotic, but I will still try. The inexorable progress of technology means I must keep learning new skills. My teacher was magnanimous in victory after our class debate and praised my good points. A sudden political scandal can precipitate the fall of a government. As an iconoclast, she loves to challenge traditional teaching methods. My father will lambaste me if I fail my exams because he expects me to do well. The sunny weather is an auspicious start to our language learning trip. I need to be pragmatic about my goals. I can't become fluent in English in 1 month. You cannot gainsay the fact that daily practice is the best way to learn. He is a zealous supporter of our study group and always encourages everyone. In my culture, we venerate our elders and always seek their advice. The recalcitrant student refused to do his homework, no matter what the teacher said. Her acerbic sense of humor is funny, but it can sometimes hurt people's feelings. He was obdurate in his belief that his method was the only correct one. I am reticent to speak in English class because I'm afraid of making mistakes. My aunt is so loquacious that once she starts talking, it's hard to get her to stop. The hegemony of English as a global language is both an advantage and a challenge for learners. I have decided to abjure using online translators and will only use a dictionary. The supercilious look the fluent speaker gave me made me feel insecure. His polemical essay argued that grammar is unimportant, which started a big debate in class. Drinking a cup of tea helps to assuage my anxiety before a test. I feel a strong antipathy towards memorizing long lists of words without context. After studying for 6 hours straight, I was overcome with a feeling of ennui and couldn't focus anymore. The didactic nature of some children's shows is designed to teach lessons, not just to entertain. He is a sycophant who always agrees with the teacher just to get a better grade. Politicians often prevaricate when asked a direct question about a difficult topic. I find most television commercials to be vapid and uninteresting. After a large lunch, I often fall into a torpor and find it hard to study. The mendacious advertisement claimed I would become fluent in a week, which is a lie. Going for a walk in the park is a salubrious activity that clears my mind for studying. She has a mordant wit, and her sharp observations about language learning are very accurate. The thief managed to abscond with a valuable dictionary from the library. I accepted the invitation to the English Conversation Club with alacrity. Memorizing all the irregular verbs is an arduous but necessary task. The politician's bombastic speech was full of impressive words, but had no real substance. The city center was a cacophony of traffic, music, and people shouting. Let's talk about immerse. It means to absorb yourself completely. You mostly hear, immerse yourself in something. Immerse yourself in a book. Immerse yourself in a culture. Immerse yourself in a language. Immerse yourself in a project. You can also be fully immersed in something. Fully immersed in your work. fully immersed in nature, fully immersed in study. And you can literally immerse something in water. Let's talk about equivocate. It means to use ambiguous language to conceal the truth or avoid commitment. You mostly hear equivocate on something, equivocate about something. The witness equivocated when asked a direct question. Politicians equivocate on controversial issues. Do not equivocate. Give me a straight answer. You can also be accused of equivocating. Accused of equivocating during the debate. Tired of his constant equivocating. And you can describe a non-committal person as equivocal. Let's talk about capricious. It means given to sudden and unaccountable changes of mood or behavior. You mostly hear capricious nature, capricious behavior, capricious decision. The manager's capricious decisions made the team anxious. The weather in the mountains is notoriously capricious. He was a capricious leader, swayed by whims. You can also describe an outcome as subject to capricious forces, subject to the capricious nature of fate. A market vulnerable to capricious investors. The related noun is caprice. Let's talk about profligate. It means recklessly extravagant or wasteful. You mostly hear profligate spending, profligate use. The government was accused of profligate spending. His profligate lifestyle soon left him bankrupt. We must curb our profligate consumption of natural resources. You can also describe a person as a profligate spender. He was a profligate heir who squandered his fortune. The profligate habits of the wealthy. And it can mean licentious or immoral in a sexual context. Let's talk about parsimonious. It means unwilling to spend money or use resources, stingy. You mostly hear parsimonious with something. He was so parsimonious, he reused paper towels. The company was parsimonious with its research budget. She was parsimonious with her praise, giving it sparingly. You can also describe a theory as parsimonious, meaning it is frugal in its assumptions. The simplest, most parsimonious explanation is often the best. Let's talk about querulous. It means complaining in a whining, petulant manner. You mostly hear querulous tone, querulous voice, querulous child. His querulous complaints annoyed everyone in the room. She spoke in a high, querulous voice. The tired child became increasingly querulous. You can also describe a person as a querulous individual. An old, querulous man who found fault with everything. The querulous demands of a prima donna. Let's talk about taciturn. It means reserved or uncommunicative in speech, saying little. You mostly hear taciturn man, taciturn personality, taciturn nature. The taciturn cowboy spoke only when necessary. Her taciturn demeanor made her seem aloof. He was a taciturn but thoughtful leader. You can also be taciturn by nature. Taciturn by nature, he disliked small talk. The taciturn silence of the wilderness. Let's talk about voracious. It means wanting or consuming great quantities of something. You mostly hear voracious reader, voracious appetite. She was a voracious reader, finishing a book a day. The teenager had a voracious appetite. He had a voracious curiosity about the world. You can also describe consumption as voracious. The voracious demand for the new smartphone. A voracious consumer of information. Let's talk about anachronism. It means something out of its proper historical time. You mostly hear an anachronism in something. The electric car in a Victorian-era novel is an anachronism. The feudal practice was an anachronism in the modern state. He was a political anachronism, clinging to outdated ideas. You can also describe something as seem like an anachronism. In the digital age, a handwritten letter can seem like an anachronism. The adjective form is anachronistic. Let's talk about eschew. It means to deliberately avoid or abstain from something. You mostly hear eschew something. Eschew dogma. Eschew modern technology. Eschew violence. You can also be willfully eschew. Willfully eschew formality. Willfully eschew popular opinion. And you can literally eschew unhealthy foods for a better diet. Let's talk about profligate. It means recklessly extravagant or wasteful. You mostly hear profligate spending. Profligate use of resources. Profligate son of a wealthy family. Profligate lifestyle. You can also be morally profligate. Morally profligate character. Profligate with the truth. And you can describe a government's profligate borrowing. Let's talk about laconic. It means using very few words, brief and concise to the point of seeming rude. You mostly hear laconic reply, laconic style of writing, laconic speech, laconic wit. You can also be characteristically laconic hero, deliberately laconic in his emails. And you can describe a laconic yes or no answer. Let's talk about anachronism. It means something out of its proper time in history. You mostly hear a political anachronism. The film was full of anachronisms. Feel like an anachronism in the modern world. You can also be glaring anachronism. A glaring anachronism in the novel. Hopelessly anachronistic idea. And you can literally point out an anachronism, like a wristwatch in a Roman sculpture. Let's talk about capricious. It means given to sudden and unaccountable changes of mood or behavior. You mostly hear capricious nature, capricious leader, capricious weather, capricious gods in mythology. You can also be notoriously capricious in his decisions. A capricious and unpredictable boss. And you can describe the capricious winds of fate. Let's talk about vitriolic. It means filled with bitter criticism or malice. You mostly hear vitriolic attack, vitriolic comments, vitriolic speech, vitriolic response. You can also be downright vitriolic. His tone became downright vitriolic. A vitriolic diatribe against the government. And you can describe a critic's vitriolic review. Let's talk about quixotic. It means exceedingly idealistic, unrealistic, and impractical. You mostly hear quixotic quest, quixotic attempt, quixotic campaign, quixotic nature of the project. You can also be endearingly quixotic. His quixotic pursuit of justice. A quixotic dream of world peace. And you can describe a person as a quixotic figure. Let's talk about parsimonious. It means unwilling to spend money or use resources. You mostly hear parsimonious father, parsimonious lifestyle, parsimonious with compliments, parsimonious budget. You can also be frugal to the point of parsimonious. The parsimonious allocation of funds, parsimonious in his habits. And you can describe a parsimonious portion of food. Let's talk about inexorable. It means impossible to stop or prevent. You mostly hear inexorable decline, inexorable rise of technology, inexorable progress, inexorable march of time. You can also be seemingly inexorable. The seemingly inexorable forces of globalization. An inexorable logic to the argument. And you can describe a disease's inexorable advance. Let's talk about magnanimous. It means very generous or forgiving, especially toward a rival or less powerful person. You mostly hear magnanimous gesture, magnanimous in victory, magnanimous leader, magnanimous offer. You can also be surprisingly magnanimous. She was surprisingly magnanimous toward her critics. A magnanimous peace treaty. And you can describe a person's magnanimous spirit. Let's talk about precipitate. It means to cause an event or situation to happen suddenly, unexpectedly, or prematurely. You mostly hear precipitate a crisis, precipitate a war, precipitate the collapse, precipitate a downfall. You can also be precipitated by. The riot was precipitated by years of injustice. An event that precipitated major reforms. And a single comment can precipitate an argument. Let's talk about iconoclast. It means a person who attacks cherished beliefs or institutions. You mostly hear a true iconoclast. An intellectual iconoclast. The artist was an iconoclast. Iconoclast in his field. You can also be notorious iconoclast. The notorious iconoclast challenged every tradition. Iconoclastic ideas that shook the establishment. And you can describe an iconoclastic approach to a problem. Let's talk about lambaste. It means to criticize harshly or severely. You mostly hear lambaste the opposition. Lambaste the government's policy. Lambaste him for his mistakes. Lambaste the company and the press. You can also be publicly lambasted. Publicly lambasted by the critics. The coach lambasted the team for their poor performance. And you can literally lambaste someone with words. Let's talk about taciturn. It means being reserved or uncommunicative in speech, saying little. You mostly hear taciturn man. Taciturn demeanor. Taciturn by nature. Taciturn response. You can also be unusually taciturn. He was unusually taciturn at the meeting. A famously taciturn film hero. And you can contrast a garrulous person with a taciturn one. Let's talk about equivocate. It means to use ambiguous language to conceal the truth or avoid commitment. You mostly hear equivocate on an issue. Politicians who equivocate. Equivocate during the interview. Equivocate to avoid blame. You can also be refused to equivocate. She gave a direct answer and refused to equivocate. An equivocating statement that satisfied no one. And you can describe an answer as equivocal. Let's talk about auspicious. It means conducive to success, favorable. You mostly hear auspicious start, auspicious occasion, auspicious beginning, auspicious signs. You can also be highly auspicious. The deal got off to a highly auspicious start, under the auspices of the university. And you can describe an auspicious date for a wedding. Let's talk about pragmatic. It means dealing with things sensibly and realistically based on practical considerations. You mostly hear pragmatic approach, pragmatic solution, pragmatic leader, pragmatic decision. You can also be highly pragmatic. We need to take a more pragmatic view. A pragmatic compromise was reached. And you can contrast a pragmatic person with a dogmatic one. Let's talk about gainsay. It means to deny or contradict, to speak against or oppose. You mostly hear hard to gainsay. No one can gainsay the evidence. Gainsay the truth of his statement. It is impossible to gainsay. You can also be without gainsaying. His contribution is without gainsaying, a fact that is not to be gainsaid. It is often used in negative constructions or questions. Let's talk about zealous. It means having or showing great energy or enthusiasm in pursuit of a cause or objective. You mostly hear zealous supporter, zealous advocate for reform, zealous pursuit of wealth, zealous in his duties. You can also be overly zealous, an overly zealous security guard, the zealous fervor of a convert. And you can describe a religiously zealous group. Let's talk about venerate. It means to regard with great respect, to revere. You mostly hear venerate a saint, venerate ancestors, venerate tradition, venerate the founder. You can also be highly venerated, a highly venerated teacher, the most venerated institution in the country. And you can describe an object held in veneration. Let's talk about recalcitrant. It means having an obstinately uncooperative attitude toward authority or discipline. You mostly hear recalcitrant child, recalcitrant student, recalcitrant behavior, recalcitrant member of the group. You can also be willfully recalcitrant, the willfully recalcitrant prisoner, recalcitrant in the face of reasonable demands. And you can describe a recalcitrant substance that is hard to manage. Let's talk about acerbic. It means sharp and forthright, especially in speech, tasting sour or bitter. You mostly hear acerbic wit, acerbic comment, acerbic tone of voice, acerbic critic. You can also be notoriously acerbic in his reviews, an acerbic take on modern politics. And you can literally describe the acerbic taste of a lemon. Let's talk about obdurate. It means stubbornly refusing to change one's opinion or course of action. You mostly hear obdurate refusal, obdurate attitude, obdurate in his opposition, obdurate heart. You can also be remained obdurate. Despite the pleas, he remained obdurate. The regime's obdurate stance on human rights. And you can describe an obdurate resistance to new ideas. Let's talk about reticent. It means not revealing one's thoughts or feelings readily, reserved. You mostly hear reticent about his past, reticent to speak, reticent by nature, unusually reticent. You can also be strangely reticent. She was strangely reticent on the subject. A reticent public figure who shuns interviews. And you can contrast a reticent person with a loquacious one. Let's talk about loquacious. It means tending to talk a great deal, talkative. You mostly hear loquacious host, loquacious guest, loquacious nature, in a loquacious mood. You can also be unabashedly loquacious, the unabashedly loquacious tour guide, more loquacious than usual after a few drinks. And you can describe a loquacious outpouring of stories. Let's talk about hegemony. It means leadership or dominance, especially by one country or social group over others. You mostly hear cultural hegemony, political hegemony, economic hegemony, challenge the hegemony. You can also be global hegemony, the global hegemony of a superpower, struggle for regional hegemony. And you can discuss the hegemony of a particular ideology. Let's talk about abjure. It means to renounce a belief, cause, or claim formally or solemnly. You mostly hear abjure violence. Abjure one's faith. Abjure his former allies. Abjure all earthly possessions. You can also be publicly abjure. He was forced to publicly abjure his statement. A solemn oath to abjure the throne. And you can literally abjure a bad habit. Let's talk about supercilious. It means behaving or looking as though one thinks one is superior to others. You mostly hear supercilious smile, supercilious attitude, supercilious remark, supercilious waiter. You can also be arrogant and supercilious. His arrogant and supercilious demeanor. A supercilious disregard for popular opinion. And you can describe a supercilious raising of an eyebrow. Let's talk about polemical. It means involving strong critical, controversial, or disputatious writing or speech. You mostly hear polemical essay, polemical tone, polemical writer, polemical attack on the government. You can also be highly polemical. A highly polemical debate. The book's polemical style divided critics. And you can engage in polemics about a hot-button issue. Let's talk about assuage. It means to make an unpleasant feeling less intense, to satisfy an appetite or desire. You mostly hear assuage guilt, assuage fears, assuage hunger, assuage concerns. You can also be partially assuage. The apology did little to assuage her anger. A gesture meant to assuage public outrage. And you can literally assuage thirst with a drink. Let's talk about antipathy. It means a deep-seated feeling of dislike, aversion. You mostly hear deep antipathy. Antipathy toward strangers. Mutual antipathy. Felt a strong antipathy. You can also be long-standing antipathy. A long-standing antipathy between the two families. His antipathy for any form of authority. And you can have a natural antipathy to a certain food. Let's talk about ennui. It means a feeling of listlessness and dissatisfaction arising from a lack of occupation or excitement. You mostly hear a sense of ennui. Suffered from ennui. Bourgeois ennui. The ennui of modern life. You can also be bored to the point of ennui. The endless meetings filled her with ennui. A vacation meant to relieve his ennui. And you can describe the quiet ennui of a Sunday afternoon. Let's talk about didactic. It means intended to teach, particularly in having moral instruction as an ulterior motive. You mostly hear didactic story, didactic purpose, didactic tone, didactic novel. You can also be overly didactic. His speaking style is overly didactic. A didactic approach that bores the audience. And you can describe a teacher's didactic method. Let's talk about sycophant. It means a person who acts obsequiously towards someone important to gain advantage. You mostly hear a sycophant. The ruler was surrounded by sycophants. Sycophantic behavior. Sycophantic praise. You can also be blatant sycophant. A blatant sycophant always flattering the boss. The sycophantic press coverage of the celebrity. And you can describe a person's sycophantic laughter. Let's talk about prevaricate. It means to speak or act in an evasive way, to avoid telling the truth directly. You mostly hear prevaricate on the issue. Accused of prevaricating. Stop prevaricating and answer the question. Prevaricate to save face. You can also be a master of prevarication. The minister was a master of prevarication. An answer that was pure prevarication. And you can contrast someone who is direct with someone who prevaricates. Let's talk about vapid. It means offering nothing that is stimulating or challenging. Bland. You mostly hear vapid conversation. Vapid comments. Vapid celebrity culture. Vapid smile. You can also be utterly vapid. An utterly vapid television show. The vapid elegance of the party. And you can describe a vapid and meaningless compliment. Let's talk about torpor. It means a state of physical or mental inactivity, lethargy. You mostly hear a state of torpor. Fell into a torpor. Mental torpor. The heat-induced torpor. You can also be shake off the torpor. The loud noise shook him from his torpor. The long winter was a time of torpor for the animals. And you can describe the torpor of a hibernating bear. Let's talk about mendacious. It means not telling the truth, lying. You mostly hear mendacious politician. Mendacious statement. Mendacious propaganda. Mendacious by nature. You can also be proven mendacious. His account was proven mendacious. A mendacious and untrustworthy individual. And you can describe a report as a mendacious distortion of the facts. Let's talk about salubrious. It means health-giving, healthy. It can also mean pleasant or not run down. You mostly hear salubrious climate, salubrious air, salubrious effect, salubrious environment. You can also be not particularly salubrious. The neighborhood was not particularly salubrious. A salubrious diet of fresh vegetables. And you can contrast a salubrious place with a squalid one. Let's talk about mordant. It means especially of humor, having or showing a sharp or critical quality, biting. You mostly hear mordant wit, mordant satire, mordant sense of humor, mordant observation. You can also be delightfully mordant. Her delightfully mordant commentary on society. A mordant and cynical view of human nature. And you can describe a critic's mordant pen. Let's talk about abscond. It means to leave hurriedly and secretly, typically to escape from custody or avoid arrest. You mostly hear abscond with the money. Abscond from prison. Abscond in the dead of night. Abscond from responsibility. You can also be forced to abscond. The embezzler was forced to abscond. Absconding to a non-extradition country. And you can literally abscond with valuable documents. Let's talk about alacrity. It means brisk and cheerful readiness, eagerness. You mostly hear with alacrity. Accept an invitation with alacrity. Perform a task with alacrity. Agree with alacrity. You can also be surprising alacrity. She accepted the offer with surprising alacrity. The staff responded with alacrity to the request. And you can admire someone's alacrity in the face of a challenge. Let's talk about arduous. It means involving or requiring strenuous effort, difficult and tiring. You mostly hear arduous journey, arduous task, arduous process, arduous climb. You can also be physically arduous labor, an arduous trek through the mountains. And you can describe an arduous struggle for freedom. Let's talk about bombastic. It means high-sounding, but with little meaning, inflated or grandiose language. You mostly hear bombastic speech, bombastic politician, bombastic style, bombastic claims. You can also be full of bombastic rhetoric, a bombastic and self-important lecture, full of bombastic threats he couldn't possibly fulfill. And you can criticize a writer's bombastic prose. Let's talk about cacophony. It means a harsh, discordant mixture of sounds. You mostly hear a cacophony of sound, a cacophony of voices, a cacophony of car horns, a sudden cacophony. You can also be deafening cacophony, the deafening cacophony of the factory floor, a cacophony of conflicting opinions, and you can literally wake up to the cacophony of city traffic. To put yourself completely into one thing, dive into. Instead of dive into, you can say immerse. Dive into a book, or immerse yourself in a book. To avoid giving a straight answer, beat around the bush. Instead of beat around the bush, you can say equivocate. The politician beat around the bush, or the politician equivocated. To be unpredictable or moody, unpredictable. Instead of unpredictable, you can say capricious. Unpredictable weather, or capricious weather. To be wasteful with money, wasteful. Instead of wasteful, you can say profligate. Wasteful spending, or profligate spending. To be cheap or stingy, stingy. Instead of stingy, you can say parsimonious. A stingy person, or a parsimonious person. To complain in a whiny way, whiny. Instead of whiny, you can say querulous. A whiny child, or a querulous child. To be quiet and say little, quiet. Instead of quiet, you can say taciturn. A quiet man, or a taciturn man. To have a big hunger for something, devour. Instead of devour, you can say have a voracious appetite. Devour books, or be a voracious reader. Something out of its proper time, out of place. Instead of out of place, you can say an anachronism. An out-of-place object, or an anachronism. To deliberately avoid something, avoid. Instead of avoid, you can say eschew. Avoid technology, or eschew technology. To use very few words, brief. Instead of brief, you can say laconic. A brief reply, or a laconic reply. To be filled with bitter criticism, nasty. Instead of nasty, you can say vitriolic. A nasty comment, or a vitriolic comment. To be unrealistically idealistic, daydreaming. Instead of daydreaming, you can say quixotic. A daydreaming plan, or a quixotic plan. To be impossible to stop, unstoppable. Instead of unstoppable, you can say inexorable. An unstoppable force, or an inexorable force. To be generous in victory, generous. Instead of generous, you can say magnanimous. A generous winner, or a magnanimous winner. To cause something suddenly, trigger. Instead of trigger, you can say precipitate. Trigger a crisis, or precipitate a crisis. A person who attacks popular beliefs, rule breaker. Instead of rule breaker, you can say iconoclast. A creative rule breaker, or an iconoclast. To criticize someone harshly, criticize. Instead of criticize, you can say lambaste. Criticize the team, or lambaste the team. A favorable beginning, promising. Instead of promising, you can say auspicious. A promising start, or an auspicious start. A practical approach, practical. Instead of practical, you can say pragmatic. A practical solution, or a pragmatic solution. To deny or contradict, deny. Instead of deny, you can say gainsay. You cannot deny the truth, or you cannot gainsay the truth. To be very enthusiastic, enthusiastic. Instead of enthusiastic, you can say zealous. An enthusiastic supporter, or a zealous supporter. To respect highly, respect. Instead of respect, you can say venerate. Respect a hero, or venerate a hero. To be stubbornly uncooperative, uncooperative. Instead of uncooperative, you can say recalcitrant. An uncooperative child, or a recalcitrant child. Sharp and forthright speech, sharp. Instead of sharp, you can say acerbic. Sharp wit, or acerbic wit. To be stubborn and refuse to change, stubborn. Instead of stubborn, you can say obdurate. A stubborn refusal, or an obdurate refusal. To be reserved about your feelings, reserved. Instead of reserved, you can say reticent. He was reserved about his past, or he was reticent about his past. To be very talkative, talkative. Instead of talkative, you can say loquacious. A talkative guest, or a loquacious guest. Leadership or dominance over others, dominance. Instead of dominance, you can say hegemony. Cultural dominance, or cultural hegemony. To formally reject something, reject. Instead of reject, you can say abjure. Reject violence, or abjure violence. A snobbish attitude, snobbish. Instead of snobbish, you can say supercilious. A snobbish smile, or a supercilious smile. A critical and argumentative tone, argumentative. Instead of argumentative, you can say polemical. An argumentative essay, or a polemical essay. To soothe a feeling, soothe. Instead of soothe, you can say assuage. Soothe fears, or assuage fears. A deep-seated feeling of dislike, dislike. Instead of dislike, you can say antipathy. A deep dislike, or deep antipathy. A feeling of boredom and dissatisfaction, boredom. Instead of boredom, you can say ennui. A sense of boredom, or a sense of ennui. Intended to teach in a preachy way, preachy. Instead of preachy, you can say didactic. A preachy story, or a didactic story. A person who flatters to gain advantage, flatterer. Instead of flatterer, you can say sycophant. A constant flatterer, or a sycophant. To lie or avoid the truth, lie. Instead of lie, you can say prevaricate. Lie about the issue, or prevaricate on the issue. Something bland and boring, bland. Instead of bland, you can say vapid. A bland conversation, or a vapid conversation. A state of inactivity and lethargy, lethargy. Instead of lethargy, you can say torpor. A state of lethargy, or a state of torpor. A person who is not truthful, liar. Instead of liar, you can say mendacious. A liar, or a mendacious person. Healthy and good for you, healthy. Instead of healthy, you can say salubrious. A healthy climate, or a salubrious climate. Sharp and critical humor, biting. Instead of biting, you can say mordant. Biting wit, or mordant wit. To leave secretly and quickly, flee. Instead of flee, you can say abscond. Flee with the money, or abscond with the money. Brisk and cheerful eagerness, eagerness. Instead of eagerness, you can say alacrity. He accepted with eagerness, or he accepted with alacrity. Involving strenuous effort, difficult. Instead of difficult, you can say arduous. A difficult journey, or an arduous journey. Pompous and over-the-top language, pompous. Instead of pompous, you can say bombastic. A pompous speech, or a bombastic speech. A harsh mixture of sounds, discord. Instead of discord, you can say cacophony. A discord of sounds, or a cacophony of sounds. Here are example sentences for our list of words. Listen and repeat. Listen to these sentences. I must immerse myself in my studies to improve quickly. I have a voracious curiosity about the world, so I'm always asking questions. When my friend asks me a difficult question, I sometimes equivocate because I don't want to give a wrong answer. The weather here is so capricious. It's sunny one minute and pouring rain the next. My profligate spending on coffee last month left me with no money for books. I am parsimonious with my free time, so I only use it for the most important activities. The child became querulous and started whining when it was time to leave the playground. My new classmate is very taciturn, so I find it difficult to start a conversation with him. Seeing a typewriter in a modern office feels like an anachronism. To improve my health, I will eschew sugary drinks and only drink water. I appreciate my teacher's laconic instructions because they are clear and easy to remember. The critic's vitriolic review of the film made me not want to see it. My dream of becoming a famous actor is probably quixotic, but I will still try. The inexorable progress of technology means I must keep learning new skills. My teacher was magnanimous in victory after our class debate and praised my good points. A sudden political scandal can precipitate the fall of a government. As an iconoclast, she loves to challenge traditional teaching methods. My father will lambaste me if I fail my exams because he expects me to do well. The sunny weather is an auspicious start to our language learning trip. I need to be pragmatic about my goals. I can't become fluent in English in 1 month. You cannot gainsay the fact that daily practice is the best way to learn. He is a zealous supporter of our study group and always encourages everyone. In my culture, we venerate our elders and always seek their advice. The recalcitrant student refused to do his homework, no matter what the teacher said. Her acerbic sense of humor is funny, but it can sometimes hurt people's feelings. He was obdurate in his belief that his method was the only correct one. I am reticent to speak in English class because I'm afraid of making mistakes. My aunt is so loquacious that once she starts talking, it's hard to get her to stop. The hegemony of English as a global language is both an advantage and a challenge for learners. I have decided to abjure using online translators and will only use a dictionary. The supercilious look the fluent speaker gave me made me feel insecure. His polemical essay argued that grammar is unimportant, which started a big debate in class. Drinking a cup of tea helps to assuage my anxiety before a test. I feel a strong antipathy towards memorizing long lists of words without context. After studying for 6 hours straight, I was overcome with a feeling of ennui and couldn't focus anymore. The didactic nature of some children's shows is designed to teach lessons, not just to entertain. He is a sycophant who always agrees with the teacher just to get a better grade. Politicians often prevaricate when asked a direct question about a difficult topic. I find most television commercials to be vapid and uninteresting. After a large lunch, I often fall into a torpor and find it hard to study. The mendacious advertisement claimed I would become fluent in a week, which is a lie. Going for a walk in the park is a salubrious activity that clears my mind for studying. She has a mordant wit, and her sharp observations about language learning are very accurate. The thief managed to abscond with a valuable dictionary from the library. I accepted the invitation to the English Conversation Club with alacrity. Memorizing all the irregular verbs is an arduous but necessary task. The politician's bombastic speech was full of impressive words, but had no real substance. The city center was a cacophony of traffic, music, and people shouting.